the heavenly life god. Everyone faltered upon hearing this before coming to a sudden realization. In this world, only a being with mastery over life could set up such a terrifyingly powerful death formation. After all, life and death were always interconnected. The best doctors knew how to kill someone most efficiently. The best pharmacist would also be the most well-versed in poison. The more understanding one had toward life, the more they would be able to control death. As such, it made sense that the heavenly life god had set up this formation. The only thing that was strange here was that the heavenly life god indirectly opposed the heavenly human tribe due to their conflicting ideals, so why would it help the heavenly human tribe set up this formation? And Lin had actually thought about the same thing back when the heavenly heaven god had appeared to help the other heavenly gods. However, he knew that this was not the time to think about something like this. Chun, do you have a way to break this formation? And Lin asked. If anyone here could combat the power of the paramount heavenly god, then it was Chun. And Lin had witnessed Chun Chen's battle against the heavenly earth god in person. The fact that Chun had managed to gain the upper hand over the heavenly earth god indicated just how terrifyingly powerful he was. If this was revealed to the public, the entire world would be in shock. However, Chun explicitly requested for Lin and the others to keep this a secret. Chun Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he shook his head. Not yet. This formation set up by the heavenly life god is extremely intricate, yet the laws within the formation itself are extremely powerful. If I was to try and dismantle it recklessly, it could quite possibly result in dire consequences. It will take me quite some time to completely analyze it. Everyone was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. However, it made sense when they thought about it. This was a formation set up by a paramount heavenly god. If Chun could instantly dismantle it, then the heavenly life god should probably be stripped of its title as a paramount heavenly god. Chun continued to analyze how to dismantle this formation. And Lin and the others unleashed a few spell techniques toward the formation, all of which quickly disappeared like the snowflakes without any exception. The only difference was that more powerful spell techniques took a slightly longer time to disappear. A thought occurred to Lin as a golden lightning divine halo appeared above his head. At the same time, a bolt of golden void lightning capable of tearing through everything descended from the sky before crashing down upon the formation. Everyone's attention was attracted by that bolt of lightning. They could sense the power to destroy all things within that bolt of lightning. This was the power of paramount golden void lightning, and it could pulverize all things into nothingness. Boom! The golden void lightning fell with terrifying force, but it was quickly whittled down upon entering the formation from a massive lightning dragon, to a lightning snake, then to a worm, before finally disappearing. Even lightning imbued with the power of a heavenly god was unable to make a difference. And Lin was quite disappointed upon seeing this. The bolt of lightning did manage to travel about 10 times further than everyone else's spell techniques, but that didn't really change anything. However, Chun Chen's eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing this. He turned toward Lin. Your power may not be able to destroy the power of the heavenly life god, but it should be able to at least create a disruption effect. When your golden void lightning fell, it sent a ripple running through the death formation, and I saw something different when that happened. I think I know how to break this formation now. And Lin was very excited. Then do it. I need your help. Chun pointed to the small, pristine white palaces near the northern heavenly gate. Can you use your lightning to destroy those palaces? And Lin was slightly taken aback by this request. There were a dozen or so intricate palaces near the northern heavenly gate, which was probably where the heavenly human tribe lived, but they should be empty now, so what was the point of attacking them? He had just unleashed a bolt of golden void lightning, and it did not reach as far as what would be required to reach those palaces. If he wanted to reach those palaces, the lightning would have to travel at least 30% further. And Lin took a deep breath. I'll do my best. Boom! An extremely powerful aura began to proliferate forth. Countless bolts of dazzling golden void lightning erupted from Lin's body, weaving between one another to form a golden void lightning cloak, which settled over his body, making him appear as if he were the monarch of all lightning. His eyes turned pure golden, and paramount lightning might erupted into the heavens. And Lin raised a finger to the sky, and divine lightning surged in the sky. His divine halo glowed with a scintillating light, summoning the most formidable lightning between heaven and earth. Crack, crack, crack. Space crumbled. A bolt of dazzling lightning fell from the sky. Its tip was as sharp as that of a sword, and pure yang energy converged toward the blade of the sword. This divine lightning was not only imbued with Lin's heavenly lightning power, but also his paramount observations of the sword Dao. It was an impeccable weapon of destruction both in terms of power and sharpness. And Lin pointed his finger toward the group of small palaces in the distance. The lightning fell. Space exploded violently. Golden lightning tore through the entire heavens, illuminating the entire world with a golden light. The red snowflakes within a radius of several hundred kilometers were instantly pulverized by the energy fluctuations erupting from the lightning. The golden void lightning was like a heavenly sword falling upon this world, crashing directly into the invisible death formation. Boom! The two powers of the heavenly gods combated one another. This was a clash between Lin's heavenly lightning power and the power of the heavenly life god. The golden void lightning sword crashed down with unstoppable force. However, the omnipresent power of death was quickly chipping away at the golden void lightning, and Lin's heavenly lightning power was decidedly inferior. It seemed to have become a living being whose life cycle had been accelerated. Not only was its power being weakened, but even its speed was decelerating at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. At this rate, the lightning was not going to be able to strike those palaces. And Lin focused his gaze and unleashed his lightning amplification technique. Boom! The golden void lightning seemed to have taken performance-enhancing drugs as its power elevated explosively, and it also accelerated. Immediately afterward, the golden void lightning, which had been whittled down to the size of a worm, crashed down upon the palace. Even though the golden void lightning appeared to be extremely feeble and insignificant, the power from its explosion still managed to instantly reduce the entire palace to dust. No matter how much Lin's golden void lightning was whittled down, it was still imbued with the paramount power of a heavenly god and was not something a mere palace could stand up against. After the palace exploded, the lightning continued to wreak havoc, but it was soon destroyed by the power of the death formation. And Lin looked at the scenes presented before his eyes, and he was momentarily stunned. Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the Celestial the Arch were also given a fright. There was a heavenly human standing like a statue within the destroyed palace. Its entire body had been charred black by the lightning strike, and its clothes were strewn in ribbons all over the floor. Its eyes had rolled over into its head, and its mouth was agape with no hint of vitality left within its body. This is a heavenly human tribe, great general? Su Xiaolan was shocked. I thought no life could possibly exist in this death formation. What a surprise. The Celestial the Arch was also amazed. However, Chun Chun seemed to have predicted this already. Life and death are relative states to one another. In order to maintain balance in the great Tao of heaven and earth, there must be a core of life within a realm of absolute death like this. That heavenly human tribe great general must have undertaken that role. Now that the core has been destroyed, the formation has been thrown out of balance, and it is the perfect time for us to destroy it. He waved a hand through the air as he spoke. A peculiar white light enshrouded the space within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. It was like an extremely vast mountain crashing down upon the death formation. Boom! Something seemed to have been crushed and cracked open explosively. Red snowflakes fell upon the earth unimpeded. Black winds swept toward the northern heavenly gate. The invisible death formation had been destroyed. The destruction of the death formation had everyone in high spirits. And Lin and the others didn't really have high hopes at first, but who would have thought that the formation could be broken in this manner? Chen Chen smiled. Death is absolute stillness and nothingness, while activity is the basis of life. The power of lightning is imbued with extremely kinetic energy, so it is the bane of death. When lightning imbued with the paramount power of laws speared into the formation, it disrupted the balance of death, which is why we were able to quickly break this formation. He turned to look deep into Enlin's eyes as he spoke. So you are the key to us breaking this formation. Enlin was quite flattered, but he still responded modestly. No matter how powerful I am, I wasn't the one who found the way to do this. Chun, your wisdom and resourcefulness was the key. I may have found the correct course of action, but it wouldn't have mattered if we didn't have your power. Hence, I will think you are the key. Chun responded in kind. No, you are the most important. And Lin shook his head. No, you're the most important one, Chun rebutted. Stop. Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't listen to a second more of this. Why the hell were they having a praising contest? Were they going to break this gate or not? Chun ignored Dongfang Zhuangshi and continued to stare at Enlin with earnest eyes. I feel like we make a good partnership. We should work with one another more regularly in the future. Su Xiaolan's eyebrows perked up upon hearing this. Enlin was also quite surprised, but for some reason, he nodded in agreement. Sure, we're brothers, so we can definitely help each other out in the future. Chun was the first person who had come to rescue them, so he did not want to reject Chun. After a brief conversation, everyone began to carefully close in on the northern heavenly gate. From here onward, they couldn't see any more spell formations or obstructions that would impede them. Perhaps this was because all of the heavenly gods were extremely confident in the spell formation set up by the heavenly life god. That made sense. Their enemies were initially planning to insta-kill Enlin, then immediately rush back to the heavenly gate, so this spell formation would be more than sufficient. Getting trapped in the divine mirror world was certainly not part of their plans. And Lin strode over and poked that heavenly human tribe great general who had been reduced to a charcoal statue by his lightning. The heavenly human tribe great general dissipated in the wind, as if he were a statue constructed from dust. And Lin was shocked to see this. Was his golden void lightning this badass now? Chun seemed to know what Enlin was thinking, and he provided an explanation. When you struck him with your lightning, he also suffered a backlash from the death formation, which is why he ended up in this condition. So it wasn't because of how badass his golden void lightning was. And Lin was a little disappointed as he made his way toward the northern heavenly gate. The northern heavenly gate looked exactly like the southern heavenly gate. There were two colorful pillars over 1,000,000 feet tall supporting the structure, alongside two gargantuan bronze gates the size of small continents, striking despair into the onlooker's heart. I'm always really tempted to go in when I see these gates, Enlin murmured. Su Xiaolan nodded. I get the same feeling. I really want to see what's behind this gate. The heavenly human tribe can enter our world through the gate, so we should be able to get in and come back, right? Please don't do that. The celestial the arch felt like it was better to be safe than sorry. If you go in, you probably won't be able to come back. Chun sided with the celestial the arch. And Lin didn't waste any more time with words. He unleashed his 3 buff mystic techniques to elevate his aura to its very maximum, and black sword intent rose into the sky for several dozen kilometers from his evil-slaying sword as he poured forth his power of darkness into the sword blade without any reservation. Evil sword technique, royal divine monarch. And Lin let loose a clear cry as he slashed his sword toward the gargantuan pillar. Boom! The dark sword intent crashed into the pillar. However, the pillar did not topple as Enlin expected. The evil-slaying sword imbued with his power of darkness struck the pillar, and a sharp screeching sound erupted as sword intent surged. However, the pillar remained completely motionless, and it was Enlin instead who almost had the sword knocked out of his hand from the recoil. He focused his gaze, upon which his expression froze on his face. There wasn't even a tiny crack in the pillar. What's going on? Why didn't it work? And Lin murmured. Everyone was also quite surprised. Back when they were at the southern heavenly gate, everyone was also unable to destroy the gate no matter what they did. However, Chun suggested for Enlin to use a dark-type spell technique, and just a single strike was able to topple the massive pillar. Why wasn't it working this time? And Lin was unconvinced. He unleashed the power of darkness within his body again and unleashed another sword strike upon the pillar. The sword intent swept forth like a black crescent moon, crashing into the pillar with astonishing power, but the pillar remained completely motionless. It still doesn't work, and Lin was at a loss for what to do. Chun Chen also sprang into action and used his heaven-crushing techniques. Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the Celestial the Arch also began to bombard the bronze gates or pillars with their spell techniques. Devastating energy instantly inundated the northern heavenly gate. However, their barrage of monstrous spell techniques came to no avail. The northern heavenly gate stood without any trace of damage, as if it was going to stand for all of eternity. Everyone was starting to feel the onset of despair. They had finally gotten a chance to infiltrate another heavenly gate, only to find that it was indestructible. What could they do? And Lin decided to throw everything out the window and unleash a diverse barrage of spell techniques upon the gargantuan pillars. After a while, a resounding boom suddenly erupted, and the pillar cracked open. Everyone instantly fell silent. All of them turned to look at Lin with dumbstruck expressions. And Lin was also quite astonished as he looked at the crumbling pillar. That worked? That actually worked? What spell technique did I just use there? Su Xiaolan replied with a disgruntled expression. You used the wings of true fire, heavenly blade, god of war heaven-blasting cannon, a water vortex spell technique, and some sort of variation of the mountain-quaking fist. And Lin listened to Su Xiaolan's explanation and recalled back to all of the spell techniques he had bombarded the pillar with. The final spell technique he had unleashed was a variation of mountain-quaking fist, and it was somehow able to destroy the pillar. Boom! The pillar fell to the ground, where it left an astonishingly massive crater. And Lin looked on with incredulity as his earthy yellow divine halo shimmered above his head before looking down at his fist. So, it was the heavenly mountain power that was effective this time? Everyone was already whooping with celebration. The northern heavenly gate is about to become history as well. The Celestial the Arch was elated. I felt a sense of pride well up in my heart at the sight of the tumbling pillar. Who would have thought that destroying a heavenly gate would be so satisfying? Dongfang Zhuangshi was also very happy. And Lin, you're the best. Su Xiaolan smiled. The rest of the job was simple, and Lin destroyed the other pillar as well. Everyone then bombarded the passageway within the gate with all sorts of heaven-crushing techniques before pushing the gargantuan bronze gates into the chaotic turbulence. Thus, the northern heavenly gate disappeared from this world. At the core region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, within the White Nectar Sea. This was a pure white sea with no end in sight. At the center of this ocean, there was an extremely thick and tall tree spearing directly into the heavens, and no one could see where its pinnacle lay. The trunk was covered by ancient bark, which created an indestructible suit of armor. Countless tree branches spread outward, upon which leaves and smaller branches flourished, and there were also all manners of unusual flowers blossoming at the tips of the tree branches. All types of adorable beasts and birds chirped and leaped around joyfully on the gargantuan tree, creating a beautiful scene filled with serenity and vitality. As one traveled up along the tree trunk, their horizons would continue to be broadened. Mighty figures with exceptional eyesight would even be able to see the land beyond the White Nectar Sea. The tree trunk pierced through the clouds, through the atmosphere, and had even reached above the sun. A woman in white boots wearing a light green dress sat on a branch, gently swinging her fair, long legs. Her green hair danced in the wind, and pink flower petals from the tree branches swirled around her hair, creating a beautiful scene to behold. She wore a green floral wreath on her wrist, and she tucked stray strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her pointy ear. Her orange eyes were as dazzling as the sunset, striking the onlooker with a sense of entrancement. At this moment, her eyes reflected two colors, a world during daytime and a starry night sky. At the pinnacle of the tree, the scenery was out of this world. Even during the day, one could see the entire world as well as the vast starry sky outside of the world. The woman sitting on the tree was so beautiful that she did not look as if she belonged to this world. Her beauty was something that should not exist in this world. Her brows were gently furrowed at this moment, and she had her eyes fixed upon the northern direction, as if she could see through countless kilometers of space to survey the scenes there. After a long while, she muttered to herself, It's Enlin and Xianxia again. Not only did they break my formation, but they've even smashed the northern heavenly gate now. At this moment, a lark flew over to her. Chirp, 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 chirp. A smile appeared on her face. The news has already spread. Light, earth, and sea must be furious right now. However, your plan didn't succeed. The ideal scenario would have been for the human race and the heavenly human tribe to wear each other out. But who would have thought that those heavenly gods would get trapped before they could kill anyone? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The lark was a little disappointed. The woman gently tapped the lark with her finger. The lark's vitality was instantly sucked away, and it was reduced to dust. The woman took a deep breath, as if she had just had an enjoyable meal before turning to the north again. A gorgeous smile appeared on her face as a hint of curiosity burned in her eyes. And Lin, just who are you? In the North Tsang Mountain realm, a few figures were flying toward the kingdom of the 9 states at an extremely fast speed. They had just done something very big, and all of them were in very high spirits. And Lin had even taken a group photo of everyone at the ruins of the Northern Heavenly Gate. This photo was not just a simple souvenir. It was proof of their latest conquest and would most likely appear in all newspapers on the Taichu continent in the near future. Dongfang Zhuangshi was probably going to become a celebrity as well. He had already decided to become an accomplice to Enlin. The heavenly human tribe wanted to destroy the human race, so they were a threat to Dongfang Mengjia. How could he stand by idly and allow the woman he loved to come under threat like this? He decided to risk it all and throw himself into the deep end. I feel like we just did something extraordinary again without even realizing it, Su Xiaolan murmured. That's true. I'm only just beginning to come to terms with the fact that we've just destroyed the Northern Heavenly Gate. The Celestial the Arch was still reeling from excitement. From beginning to finish, all he had done was push the bronze gates before the Northern Heavenly Gate exploded. Talk about getting carried. Fate works in some wonderful ways sometimes. And Lin sighed with emotion. He was also in awe of what they had just done. He was initially planning to just beat up a few mythological beasts to increase his cultivation base, so how had they ended up destroying the Northern Heavenly Gate? This mission was both perilous and quite simple. Chun Chun turned to Enlin with a smile. You endured the most perilous portion. If it weren't for you trapping those 5 heavenly gods in Tina's world, there would be no way that we could have destroyed this heavenly gate. And Lin nodded. That was true. Xiao Fu had told them that they were dead for sure, only for them to stage an epic comeback. The rest of the story was a series of smooth sailing leading up to the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Gate. However, why is it that this time, my power of mountains was effective against the pillars? And Lin was still perplexed. Chun Chun paused momentarily before replying. Perhaps because you didn't create the Northern Heavenly Gate? The Celestial the Arch, Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. No shit? How could Enlin have created a heavenly gate? However, Enlin knew what Chun Chun meant. If he was the heavenly darkness god and he had created the southern heavenly gate, then it made sense that all of the other heavenly gates were opened by the other paramount heavenly gods. Normal heavenly gods shouldn't have the power to open heavenly gates, which means that the northern heavenly gate was perhaps created by the heavenly earth god? And Lin speculated. Chun Chun nodded slightly. Those were clearly his thoughts as well. The heavenly mountain god possessed a part of the heavenly earth god's power, so it made sense that its power could disrupt the heavenly gate created by the heavenly earth god. This was an extremely important piece of information that they had to take note of. So why didn't the heavenly earth god appear here? And Lin was still perplexed. Apparently, the heavenly light goddess has a special ability that can help one recover from backlash from the heavenly Tao. After the heavenly earth god's intervention last time, he had already been afflicted by a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Hence, he's most likely receiving treatment from the heavenly light goddess now. Chan Chan speculated. And Lin was enlightened. No wonder you suggested destroying the northern heavenly gate. A thought then occurred to him. The northern heavenly gate corresponds to the heavenly earth god. The western heavenly gate corresponds with the heavenly sea god. Then who opened the central heavenly gate and the eastern heavenly gate? The heavenly light goddess opened the eastern heavenly gate, Chun Chun replied. How do you know that? And Lin was perplexed again. Chen smiled. The sun rises in the east. And Lin, was that really a reliable analysis? As for the central heavenly gate, I only looked at it from afar. I didn't dare to approach it as my instincts told me that if I was to approach it, I would very likely be unable to return alive. Chun said with a grave expression. Everyone's heart jolted upon hearing this. What kind of danger could make Chun say something like this? One had to realize that Chun possessed power comparable to a paramount heavenly god. Everyone set this question aside for now. 2 hours later, a vast expanse of lush grasslands appeared before them. A smile appeared on Lin's face. For 9 Immortal sect, I'm back. Hey, Yingxiong, don't you find it strange that our pavilion Lord Bai is so happy despite our sect leader's death this time? Dongzhan had her arms wound around Chang Yingxiong's arm as she spoke in a quiet voice. Nearby, Bai Ling was in her usual white robe, watering some plants while humming a joyful tune. I don't get it either. When sect leader first died 100 years ago, Pavilion Lord Bai was depressed for a very, very long time. But she's so happy now for some reason. Chang Yingxiong scratched his head with a confused expression. One of Dongzhan's foxtails suddenly slapped Chang Yingxiong in the backside. Hey, what are you doing? Chang Yingxiong was given a fright. Dongzhan's seductive features were glowing with excitement. I've always felt like Pavilion Lord Bai shares some sort of indescribable relationship with sect leader Lin. Could it be that her jealousy toward Lin and Xiaolan's relationship bred hatred? So she's deriving a twisted sense of elation from sect leader Lin's death. Chang Yingxiong was astonished. That's fucked up. Right at this moment, a light particle sword suddenly rested itself on Chang Yingxiong and Dongzhan's necks. Terrifying killing intent threatened to free space itself, and the two people who were conversing spiritedly with one another just a moment ago were now too scared to even move as they felt like their heads would be chopped off if they made even the slightest of movements. Chang Yingxiong, you seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Have you finished reading Microvariation String Resonance Calculation Method? Bai Ling's emotionless voice sounded. Chang Yingxiong was trembling uncontrollably. Not yet. Hee, you haven't finished, yet you're taking a stroll here? What a carefree life you lead. Bai Ling looked at Chang Yingxiong with a hint of a smile on her face. I'm sorry, Pavilion Lord Bai. I'll get back to reading right now. Chang Yingxiong apologized like a small child who had done something wrong. The light particle sword was only lifted from their necks then. Chang Yingxiong and Dongzhan's clothes were drenched with cold sweat as they hurriedly bade farewell to Bai Ling before running for their lives. They had been taught a very important lesson. Talking shit about Bai Ling could spell their deaths. Bai Ling shook her head and chuckled at the sight of the two people fleeing into the distance before continuing to attend to her flowers. Why are these disciples so into gossip? Bai Ling smiled to herself before being struck by the feeling that something was not quite right. Wait, why would Dongzhan say that? Could it be that I really do feel something for Lin? Bai Ling was a little dumbstruck by this thought. Water was still flowing from the watering can in her hand, but she didn't even notice. She shook her head after a while to rid herself of these absurd thoughts. Geez, I almost got influenced by them. Looks like I have to give them more homework next time. They're definitely not getting enough homework if Chang Yingxiong and Dongzhan still have the time to enter a relationship. Bai Ling muttered to herself as she continued to water her plants. At this moment, on the drill grounds of the 4-9 Immortal sect, spell techniques boomed relentlessly. There were many sect disciples working hard and cultivating on the drill grounds. There were also a dozen or so disciples who were paying their respects to the statue at the center of the drill grounds. This was a statue of their sect leader Lin, a legendary figure on the continent. All disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect revered their sect leader. Unfortunately, their sect leader had only just come back from the dead briefly before dying again. He was like fireworks, dazzling while he lasted, but leaving all onlookers with a forlorn sense of loss once he disappeared. He had become the #1 celebrity in the entire Taichu continent after destroying the Southern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, as well as the Southern Heavenly Gate. But just when it looked like he was going to lead the human race to victory in this war, he died again. The entire continent was shocked again as a result. Wasn't Lin supposed to be an unfathomably powerful man who was a beacon of hope to the entire human race? But now, he had been slain by a formidable lineup of 5 heavenly gods after killing the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The disciples looked at Lin's statue and recalled his smile and his voice, and all of them had tears welling up in their eyes. These were the group of newbie disciples who had only just joined the sect about a month ago. Sun Yulua had led them to this very same statue when they first entered this sect, and they had paid their respects to their deceased sect leader, just as what they were doing now. Just when they were bowing to the statue of their sect leader came back to life and gave them a massive fright. After all, their sect leader lived up to and even exceeded his legendary status. All of them were extremely proud to have such a legendary sect leader. However, they were soon struck by a nightmare once again. They were standing before Lin's statue once again in a scene reminiscent of what had taken place about a month ago. The only difference this time was that sect leader Lin really was dead. Many places all over the Taichu continent were already in mourning, and the 4-9 Immortal sect had refused to issue a statement, which was actually an admission of sorts. This news had been confirmed by both enemies and allies, so there was no doubting its authenticity. Wah! A beautiful female disciple burst into tears. Don't cry, Tao Man. Our sect leader's deceased spirit would not want to see us wallow in grief. We should cultivate hard and avenge our sect leader. Male disciple Meng Wei delivered a stirring statement. Another female disciple, Su Siqing, rained on his parade. Vengeance would be impossible. Our enemies are the heavenly gods, and we're not supremely talented freaks, so how are we going to take revenge? We're just going to progress like snails and await our deaths. Su Siqing, how could you carry such a pessimistic mindset? A voice sounded from nearby. All of the disciples turned before immediately extending a respectful salute. Brother Sunday. Sun Yulua nodded before continuing in an earnest voice. Have you forgotten what our sect leader has told you? All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members are protagonists of this world. All protagonists have limitless potentials, so don't establish an upper limit for yourselves. Just work hard to improve, and a glorious future will be yours. Protagonists don't die. Our main protagonist has already died, and we're just minor protagonists. So what can we do? Su Siqing spoke in a level voice, yet her words were like scathing blows. Sun Yulua had no response to this. He didn't understand why such a beautiful female disciple would insist on being so scathing with her words. Meng Wei turned to her with an accusatory expression. That's enough. What you're saying is very disrespectful to our sect leader. Our sect leader's deceased spirit must be very angry. All right, I'll apologize to our sect leader, Su Siqing said with a demeanor that suggested that she didn't care. But a hint of sorrow appeared in her eyes when she faced the statue before her. I'm sorry, sect leader Lin. Su Siqing bowed in apology. That's all right, I forgive you, a gentle voice responded. Su Siqing was momentarily stunned. What a familiar voice. She raised her head, upon which her expression froze on her face. All of the other disciples had also heard this voice, and they too looked ahead, upon which their mouths gaped open in shock. A man in a graceful white robe stood beside the sect leader statue. His smile was as pleasant as a spring breeze, giving everyone a sense of warmth. However, that wasn't the point. The important thing was that he looked identical to the sect leader statue. Say, sect leader Lin? Meng Wei's legs almost gave out from under him. All of the other disciples were also in shock and disbelief. The drill grounds instantly exploded. Oh my God! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Sect leader Lin is alive again? It's a dream. This must be a dream. A disciple cut himself with his sword in order to verify whether this was reality or not. Blood splattered all over his face, and he howled in pain. No, it's not a dream. That really hurt. All of the sect disciples who were just paying their respects to Lin's statue were the most stupefied. Their sect leader was alive again. When they had first entered the sect, they were paying their respects to the statue of their sect leader. upon which their sect leader returned from the dead after disappearing for 100 years. This time, they were paying their respects to the same statue again, upon which their sect leader came back from the dead again. What the hell was going on? The sect disciples were completely bamboozled. Was paying their respects to the statue a resurrection ceremony for their sect leader? Right at this moment, the stand-in sect leader, Su Xiaolan, also descended from the sky. And Lin clapped his hands with a smile. All right, quit looking like you've seen a ghost. The rumors about my death were all fake. Su Xiaolan and I did not die. A wave of raucous cheers finally erupted across the entire drill grounds. Welcome back, sect leader. The excited voice of the disciples converged and rang out across the entire drill grounds. At this moment, Lin announced another piece of news. I also have some good news to share. We have destroyed the northern heavenly gate, so we don't need to worry about the battle on the northern front anymore. Boom! And Lin's words were like a bolt of lightning rooting all disciples to the spot. The lively and enthusiastic atmosphere suddenly died down. No one had recovered from what they had just heard. After about 10 seconds of stunned silence, a disciple muttered to himself, "What was that? The northern heavenly gate has been destroyed. Are my ears playing tricks on me? Weren't Lin and Su Xiaolin attacked by 5 heavenly gods? How did they end up destroying their gate? Gasp! How terrifying! Is sect leader Lin serious?" Just as all of the disciples were in astonishment or disbelief, a series of powerful immortals approached from afar. They were all pavilion lords. The pavilion lords wore warm smiles on their faces, as if they had known from the beginning that Lin was still alive. However, they were all as shocked as the disciples were upon hearing about how Lin had destroyed the northern heavenly gate. Dabai's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets from excessive widening. Holy fuck! Big brother, how do you keep doing these things? Woof! Dabai was completely astonished. He had heard from Tina that Lin was planning to attack the northern heavenly gate, but he didn't think that they would actually succeed. Should we call you Lord of Gate Crushing in the future? Lu Qianhuan laid an arm on Lin's shoulder with a teasing smile on her face. Gate Crushing? That's a little understated title. Not only did I crush the enemy's heavenly gate, but I even destroyed a death formation set up by the paramount heavenly god, the heavenly life god. Lin boasted elatedly. Everyone erupted into gasps of amazement upon hearing this. The heavenly life god. This was a paramount heavenly god. Sect leader Lin really was badass. Thus, Lin made his way into the sect's conference chamber accompanied by all of the pavilion lords. Lin was going to continue his boasting spree in the conference chamber. Not long after that, a piece of news spread from the 49 Immortal sect, shocking the entire Taichu continent once again. Sect leader Lin was back. Furthermore, Lin and a group of powerful beings had destroyed the northern heavenly gate. All of the living beings on the Taichu continent were astonished. They felt like this world had gone insane. They were still mourning Lin's death as recently as yesterday. But today, Lin announced his return and destroyed the heavenly human tribe's northern heavenly gate along the way. Fuck off. Did he think this was some type of game? Some powerful beings were even tempted to attack the fraudulent media outlets that had fed them all this false information. Many people were actually still quite skeptical. However, soon, the #1 power in the Kingdom of the 9 States, the Heavenly Court, also verified the authenticity of this news and provided a few photos of Lin and the others at the ruins of the northern heavenly gate. Everyone was finally convinced now. Lin hadn't died. He was clearly alive and well. Not only that, he had even vanquished another heavenly gate. Lin became the most talked about celebrity on the Taichu continent again, and his feats dominated all of the major newspaper headlines. Breaking news! Sect leader Lin of the 49 Immortal sect has destroyed the heavenly human tribe's northern heavenly gate, accompanied by the divine Phoenix Maiden, the celestial the Arch, the demonic Blood Kirin, as well as a certain Mr. Chun who did not wish to be named. What the fuck? I was just shocked by the news of Lin's death yesterday, but he's destroying heavenly gates now? What the fuck is going on? Fuck. Which fraudulent media outlet is broadcasting the fake news? I'm going to raze them to the ground. And Lin's dead, and Lin's alive, and Lin's dead, and Lin's alive, ha ha ha. Some people were astonished, some people were excited, and some people didn't even know what to feel anymore. But didn't the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army announce Enlin's death? The 4-9 Immortal sect is now saying Enlin isn't dead. Who should we believe? You idiot! Enlin is already hosting a massive celebratory event in his sect. Who do you think we should believe? My God! Then what's the deal with the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army holding their celebratory heavenly festival? Well, maybe they're celebrating the destruction of their own Northern Heavenly Gate? I don't even know anymore. The news spread like wildfire across the entire continent. Amid all of the turmoil and shock, the living beings of the Taichu continent turned their eyes upon those from the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army once again, who were celebrating to their heart's content not long ago. It seemed like their celebratory heavenly festival coincided with the period of time during which Enlin was destroying the Northern Heavenly Gate. So were they celebrating the destruction of their own Heavenly Gate? Everyone was extremely confused at this moment in the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army base. All of the Beast Tribe powerful beings of the sinister spirit beast cesspool were in shock. What was going on? Hadn't Enlin been slain by the 5 heavenly gods? Weren't they just celebrating Enlin's death literally yesterday? Was the Heavenly Human Tribe even lying to their own troops now? The high and mighty heavenly humans were not faring much better than the Beast Tribe powerful beings. A huge number of Heavenly Human Tribe living beings committed suicide. They simply couldn't live with the shame of celebrating their own Heavenly Gate being destroyed. To them, this was unparalleled humiliation. As the instigator behind the celebratory Heavenly Festival, Great General Zhongqing had been driven completely insane from the massive shock. He spent his days muttering things to himself. Fake. It's all fake. People are fake. This world is fake. In summary, the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army's morale received a devastating blow. In contrast, the 4-9 Immortal sect was a sea of joy and celebration. Sect leader Enlin's legendary feats in destroying the northern and southern heavenly gates shook the entire continent. As a result, the kingdom of the 9 States United Army was in extremely high spirits. Countless people revered Enlin as the #1 war god of the human race. It seemed like Enlin was securing victories no matter where he went and no matter who he fought. As such, no one had any objections to his title as the #1 war god of the human race. In the heavenly court, the 7 celestial maidens crowded around the celestial the Arch, asking him about his heroic involvement in the destruction of the northern heavenly gate. However, the celestial the Arch wasn't keen on talking about that. After all, he had done nothing aside from pushing the bronze gates. He couldn't bring himself to reveal such a humiliating truth to them. However, the 7 celestial maidens did not let up. Celestial maiden Tianyu that he adored the most was even inquiring about what Enlin was doing. The celestial the Arch immediately flared up with rage and told her to go ask Enlin himself if she was so curious about him. Celestial maiden Tianyu thought about this for a moment and realized that her father was right. Thus, she headed straight for the 4-9 Immortal sect, leaving the celestial the Arch to wonder where he had gone wrong. In the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni invited all of the West Sea mighty figures for a celebratory feast in the wake of the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Gate. The beautiful mermaid's cheeks were flushed from alcohol, and she mocked all of the mighty figures present with her laughter. Look at all of you. I told you yesterday over and over again that Enlin isn't dead. But you all refused to believe me. Some of you were even talking about surrender. How do you feel now? Does it hurt to get slapped in the face? Some of the mighty figures present wanted nothing more than to crawl into a secluded hole in order to hide their shame. I told all of you last time that Enlin wasn't dead, but all of you refused to believe me, and you were all slapped in the face 100 years later. This time, I told all of you that Enlin wasn't dead, and it only took 1 day for him to slap all of you in the face again. The most revered being in the West Sea was currently acting like an insane drunkard, but none of the mighty figures present dared to interrupt her rant. I just want to know, Lan Xiaoni downed the alcoholic beverage in her cup in one go before surveying all of the mighty figures present with a vehement expression. Why is it so hard to believe in Enlin? How many times do you need to be slapped in the face before you choose to believe him? Alliance leader Lan's words reverberated throughout the palace. Massive tsunami waves suddenly swept up in the ocean around them for over 1,000 kilometers, as if the gods were venting their rage. Within the divine palace of life of the dark marshlands, Emperor Fu Tian flapped his fan silently with a thunderous expression on his face. How was he alive? How was Enlin alive again? Did the heavenly human tribe not take any responsibility for the news they spread? Emperor Yi Deng was the one who had received the heaviest blow, and he was still in a shock daze. Just yesterday, he was drinking to his son's deceased spirit, telling him about how Enlin was finally dead. But now Enlin was alive again? He had done this once before, but this time only a single day had elapsed. He would have to tell his son that the news about Enlin's death was fake. If his son really could see him from the other side, his spirit would probably be driven insane. Even he felt like he was about to be driven insane by these twists and turns. What the fuck was all this bullshit? In the sinister spirit beast cesspool, a bunch of dark wing tribe powerful beings emerged from a spatial rift. Ha ha ha! This is most likely the place where Enlin had fallen. The Dark Wing Emperor was very elated as he looked at the rubble, which spread for a radius of several thousand kilometers around him. If we do a thorough search, we may even be able to find Enlin's body. He pulled out an inky black feather. This feather could absorb the residual energy unleashed by the evil-slaying sword on a battlefield before using this residual energy as a guide to find the location of the evil-slaying sword. Sure enough, the feather really did absorb a burst of energy. So this must have been the place where Enlin had once fought. The Dark Wing Emperor was even more convinced now that they had come to the right place. Soon, the pointy end of the feather pointed toward a certain direction. That's strange. Why is it pointing toward the south? And it appears to be pointing to a location extremely far to the south. Is it within the kingdom of the 9 states? A bad feeling welled up in the Dark Wing Emperor's heart. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe took the evil-slaying sword as spoils of war? That was not impossible. However, this was the closest the Dark Wing tribe had ever gotten to the evil-slaying sword. They were going to recover the evil-slaying sword even if they had to do it by force. After making up his mind, the Dark Wing Emperor was just about to issue a command to set off for the kingdom of the 9 states. At this moment, the Starry Night Monarch, who had stayed behind at the Dark Wing tribe floating continent and was currently browsing news from all over the Taichu continent, erupted into a panic. He immediately contacted the Dark Wing Emperor via voice transmission talisman. Emperor, bad news. What is it? Quit making such a big fuss. The Dark Wing Emperor was a little displeased. The Dark Wing tribe had been forced into seclusion for many years. Wait, no, they had put themselves into tactical seclusion for so many years and were finally revealing themselves to the world again. This was meant to be their resurgence, and the Dark Wing Emperor was quite disappointed to see one of his monarchs letting his emotions get the better of him. I just saw a piece of massive news. Enlin is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he also led the Divine Phoenix Maiden and the others and destroyed the Heavenly Human Tribe's northern Heavenly Gate. The Starry Night Monarch elaborated in a panicked voice. Holy fuck! The Dark Wing Emperor was rooted to the spot, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Tch! That must be fake news, right? The Dark Wing Emperor was holding onto one last ray of hope. It's all real. The Starry Night Monarch was also astonished after browsing the news. The 4-9 Immortal sect has held a celebratory event, and according to some sources, many of the heavenly humans from the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army have committed suicide. Even Great General Zhongqing has been driven insane. Gasp! All of the Dark Wing Tribe monarchs drew a sharp intake of breath. This was a truly powerful being. He didn't even have to do anything, and a bunch of heavenly humans had already been driven insane. Then what should we do now, Emperor? The Starry Night Monarch asked. What should we do? The Dark Wing Emperor's face convulsed, but he had to keep up appearances. What else can we do? This is a sinister plot hatched by Enlin. Are we just gonna walk right into his trap? Will our quick-witted and resourceful tribe fall for his crude tactics? No! All of the Dark Wing tribe monarchs puffed out their chests with pride upon hearing the Dark Wing Emperor's rousing speech. And Lin can't fool us. We'll recover the evil-slaying sword another time. The Dark Wing Emperor made his decision. All of the Dark Wing tribe monarchs yelled in unison, "Our Emperor is so wise!" This was a night with a bright moon and hardly any stars. The 4-9 Immortal sect was a sea of celebration and joy. Vibrant fireworks exploded in the sky, enhancing the joyful atmosphere. A large banner had been set up over the drill grounds, upon which was written a string of elegant, flowing text. Congratulations to the 4-9 Immortal sect extermination team for destroying 2 heavenly gates and crushing the heavens beneath their feet. The text was imbued with extremely terrifying heaven-crushing true intent, making the blood boil within the onlooker's body and striking them with the urge to oppose the heavens. This was naturally the work of Elder Xianxia. After hearing about how Lin had destroyed 2 heavenly gates, his reverence for his master had risen to an all-time high. He was stuck to Lin's body like glue and absolutely refused to let go no matter how much Lin resisted. Lin was feeling quite exasperated by Xianxia's actions and could only allow Xianxia to adhere to him as if he were glued to his chest. From a distance, it looked like their sect leader had a ball of white fur on his chest, which made for quite an interesting sight. Please welcome sect leader Lin as he delivers his address. Bai Ling announced with a wide smile. Clap, clap, clap. The raucous applause of several thousand sect disciples erupted across the Dao Plaza. Most of them were inner sect disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and each of them was staring at Lin with a scorching light in their eyes, unwilling to even blink. Lin walked onto the stage with Xianxia on his chest, and he felt quite pleased with himself as he looked at all of the enthusiastic sect disciples gathered below the stage. There are many new faces here. You are probably listening to me delivering an address for the first time. Lin smiled as he looked at the countless pairs of scorching eyes aimed up at him. In reality, I had wanted to hold this celebration when we destroyed the southern heavenly gate, but there wasn't enough time as I had more urgent matters to attend to. Now, we can combine the celebrations of destroying the northern heavenly gate and southern heavenly gate into one, which saves me the hassle of having to deliver 2 speeches. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Many of the newbie disciples present had been completely overawed by Lin's nonchalance. Destroying any one of the heavenly gates was a feat that could shake the entire world and would be worthy of a worldwide celebration. However, their sect leader Lin had destroyed 2 heavenly gates and was only thinking about holding a simple celebration as it would mean less hassle for him. In the beginning, I created this sect as a place for all my friends and fellow students to cultivate and improve together. Those were simpler times. A resigned expression appeared on Lin's face. However, before I knew it, the 4-9 Immortal sect has become one of the most powerful sects on the entire continent, as well as the leader of the 5 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States. As for how this sect became so badass, I honestly do not know. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched. All of the disciples were astonished. Was he serious? Lin took a deep breath and met the astonished eyes of all of the disciples. However, the undeniable truth is that our sect is really powerful now, and as such, we should shoulder the responsibility that should be shouldered by a top-rate Immortal sect. Regardless of whether it's in our pursuit of Tao or our pursuit of justice, we should make sure that we do not have any regrets. All of the disciples involuntarily sat up straighter. In reality, they had always been bringing it upon themselves to exercise those values. Not only did they all possess an exemplary moral compass, but all of them had also fought valiantly against the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army and were always the first to eliminate demonic sects that posed a threat to the innocent. They had done their very best and had certainly not brought shame to the sect. It had to be said that the pavilion lords and elders really did have quite the discerning eye when picking disciples. Lin could see from the expressions of all of the disciples that all of them had upheld those values he elaborated on. As members of the 4-9 Immortal sect, we are all family. If you encounter any difficulties, you can request help from your family, and the sect will do its best to help you. But if you do anything that violates the values of the sect, then we will renounce you." All of the disciples nodded upon hearing this. The 49 Immortal sect had given them a great deal of freedom, but the sect had always exercised a zero-tolerance policy when it came to misbehaving sect disciples. 3 years ago, a core disciple of the sect had raped a female cultivator from an ordinary sect. After Elder Xiao Cho found out about this, he gave that disciple a forced vasectomy, disabled his cultivation base, then carried that disciple on his back all the way to that sect as a gesture of apology. This event had created quite a stir across the entire kingdom of the 9 states. There were almost no scummy individuals within the 49 Immortal sect. If one did arise, then the elders and pavilion lords would definitely not side with them. Instead, they would enforce brutal punishments. This was why the 49 Immortal sect had always had an exemplary reputation. Of course, there were a few cases that went a little over the top. For example, about 10 years ago, a beautiful female disciple from the Moon Pavilion was out picking medicinal herbs when she was captured and raped by the elder of another sect. The elder had thought that he had left no traces behind, but he had also underestimated just how far the 49 Immortal sect was willing to go for its disciples. In order to find that female disciple, Su Xiaolan even went to High Priest Yu Feiyu of the West Sea Alliance to conduct divination in order to find that sect. After seeing the thoroughly ravaged Moon Pavilion disciple, Su Qianyun slew 521 accomplices within that sect in her fit of rage. The accomplices referred to here simply meant that they knew that their elder had captured a poor female cultivator. And the 521 cultivators referred to here equated to the entire population of that sect. That elder was only allowed to die after enduring unimaginably brutal torture. The 49 Immortal sect had no tolerance for misbehaving sect disciples, but they also had zero tolerance for others who dared to mistreat their disciples. Had they gone too far? It did appear to be the case. However, this was the way that the 49 Immortal sect had done things for over 100 years. It was a very stoic way of doing things, but no one could detest them for it. Instead, countless people clamored to join this sect. A sect like this was simply far too attractive. The 49 Immortal sect had already become the cultivating holy land for the human race. Half of the graduates from the United University of Cultivation wanted to join the 49 Immortal sect. The 49 Immortal sect and the Heavenly Court were like the equivalent of Tsinghua University and Peking University in the mortal world. Choosing which one you wanted to go to was a problem. Oh wait, the problem was whether they would accept you. The Heavenly Court accepted all university graduates, but the 49 Immortal sect was very careful with its recruitments and recruited very few disciples per intake. It was exactly because of this that the 49 Immortal sect was almost viewed as more prestigious than the Heavenly Court. And Lin heard a lot about these matters from Su Xiaolan, and he was greatly impressed as a result. He was elated that Su Xiaolan had taken such good care of the sect during his absence. When he had disappeared, the 49 Immortal sect was still the weakest among the 5 great sections. Now, they were by far the most powerful, and this was all thanks to Xiaolan's efforts. And Lin proceeded to talk about a few more things, including introducing the 49 Immortal sect's newest elder, Dongfang Zhuangshi, to everyone. This created another stir within the sect. Dongfang Zhuangshi, the demonic blood Kirin, a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Following the demise of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, he was the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, but he had become an elder of the 49 Immortal sect. If word of this was to spread, the 49 Immortal sect would most likely be dominating the headlines again for quite some time, and Lin's address was reaching its conclusion. Becoming the leader of the 5 great sects is not the pinnacle for the 49 Immortal sect. We have become the #1 Immortal sect in the kingdom of the 9 states in just 100 years. We still have countless more years to climb higher. The 49 Immortal sect is not only going to become #1 in the Taichu continent. It's going to become #1 in the entire universe. Do you have the confidence to make the 49 Immortal sect known across the entire universe? Upon hearing their sect leader's extraordinarily arrogant words, all of the sect disciples present felt as if a flame had been set alight in their chests. We do! A unanimous reply resounded throughout heaven and earth. These were the genuine, heartfelt cries of countless supremely talented and ambitious disciples. Not only were Su Xiaolan and the others moved by these words, but even Lin himself was also feeling a little emotional. Now then, let us continue to forge ahead. And Lin smiled before walking off the stage. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted. Forge ahead. Forge ahead. Sect leader and Lin, I love you. Sect leader Xiaolan, we love you too. Some of the female disciples in the sect didn't want to die yet, so they added on that last sentence. Countless disciples yelled out sect leader and Lin's name at the top of their lungs. The scorching flames burning in their eyes mirrored the inferno raging through their hearts. Fireworks exploded in the sky, lighting up all of their faces. They were all so enthusiastic and full of hope. Everyone felt like a beacon had appeared in their hearts, and they were going to follow that beacon of light and continued to forge ahead. After the sect leader's address, the festivities continued. All types of fun events and activities were being held as peals of joyful laughter erupted on the Dao Plaza at regular intervals. And Lin sat on his lounge chair, enjoying Yi Ling's massage services. Her clever and nimble hands pressed into each of his acupoints with unerring accuracy, and Yi Ling's unique vital energy flowed into his body through those acupoints, circulating through his meridians. And Lin was thoroughly enjoying this. Cultivators had a special massage method. It was not good to experience a massage like this too often as it was highly addictive. This was the life. And Lin sipped on some Immortal wine and turned towards Su Xiaolan's direction. Su Xiaolan was playing a very simple game with the sect disciples, consisting of throwing some dice and guessing the number. Cultivators playing this game were obviously not allowed to use any of their spell techniques as that would completely ruin the game. Even so, Su Xiaolan's win rate was still extraordinarily high. In her words, after progressing to the Dao integration stage, she had an extremely powerful sense of heaven and earth, which transcended beyond the five senses as well as the divine sense and spatial sense, thereby allowing her to see the innate connections between certain things. As such, simple predictions like these were far too easy for her. Master, Yi Ling's pleasant voice sounded. What is it? And Lin asked. Yi Ling wore a confused expression as she massaged Lin's shoulders. As I'm massaging you, I can feel that your body is slowly becoming harder, as if it's transforming into a different state. And Lin stirred upon hearing this, and he detected his condition before coming to a sudden realization. I'm currently cultivating in a new cultivation method, which has some side effects. As a result, I will temporarily become a jade person. And Lin explained with a smile. A jade person? Yep, it's pretty self-explanatory. I will basically become a living jade statue. Master is so awesome. And Lin cast his divine sense into his body. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's true intent had already been compressed into a small ball for Lin to slowly absorb. This was a rare period of peace, so it was a good time to absorb Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's true intent. Let's do it tomorrow. And Lin came to a decision. He then turned toward the Cultivation base tab on his system. The mission had been updated following his progression to the Return to Void intermediate stage. At that time, Lin didn't have time to look as he was thrust into one battle after another. Now, he had mentally prepared himself, but he was still feeling quite uneasy as he checked the updated mission. Return to Void final stage mission condition. Swallow a sun. And Lin. The mission condition consisted of just a simple sentence, but that sentence made him want to vomit blood. Hee. And Lin suddenly smiled as an enraged yet dejected expression appeared on his face. What's wrong, Master? I can feel that your aura is very unstable, Yi Ling asked with a concerned expression. The veins on Lin's forehead suddenly bulged as he flared up with rage. Swallow a sun? Fuck you, you piece of shit system. He had been lying on his lounge chair, completely relaxed, mere moments ago, but he had now suddenly exploded in anger. Yi Ling was given a fright. Master, what's wrong? An aggrieved and self-critical expression appeared on her face. Did my massage hurt you in any way? It has nothing to do with you. And Lin took a deep breath and repressed the explosion of emotions in his heart. He was already mentally prepared, But this new system mission still managed to completely set him off. Swallow a sun? What was the sun? The sun was the epitome of light and heat in all the worlds. It was the source of all light and fire. It was something that could not be encroached upon by anyone. Just its surface temperature was several hundred degrees Celsius, and its core temperature was as high as 10 million degrees. How was he supposed to swallow that? Even if, by some extraordinary miracle, he was not burned to death, the sun was massive, and he would stuff himself to death. Was there a way to complete this mission? No. This was a fucking impossible mission. And Lin wanted to die. He sprawled back down into the lounge chair with a suicidal expression. Master, you don't look all right at all. Yiling's heart throbbed with pain at the sight of the completely and utterly dejected Lin, and she laid a hand on his cheek as she spoke in a gentle voice. If you've encountered some troubles, you can tell little Ling. Perhaps little Ling can help you. And Lin came to his senses upon hearing this before turning to Yi Ling with soulless eyes. Little Ling, if a person wanted to swallow a sun, how would they go about doing that? How? Yi Ling blinked hesitantly. By sleeping. What? Why would that help? And Lin was taken aback by this response. Because anything is possible in a dream, no matter how absurd. Yi Ling replied with a serious expression. And Lin. So it really was impossible after all. Sigh. Little Ling, Master is probably going to be stuck at the return to void intermediate stage forever. And Lin looked up at the sky with a despairing expression. Swallow a sun? How did the system even think of stuff like this? Even if Master's cultivation base never progresses, you're still the best in little Ling's eyes, Yi Ling said in a very earnest voice. For some reason, and Lin was a little comforted by her words. What a kind and thoughtful girl. Su Xiaolan had secured a crushing victory in her dice activity, and she was just about to boast about her exploits to Lin when she discovered Lin laying on a lounge chair with lifeless eyes, as if he had lost all purposes and meanings in life, upon which she was given a huge fright. Lin, what happened to you? Su Xiaolan instantly appeared before Lin and laid her hand gently over Lin's forehead before injecting her divine sense into his body to assess his condition. There doesn't appear to be a problem. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. Could it be that the residual divine Tao of heavenly venerate Yu Qiong in your body is hurting you? Lin grabbed Xiaolan's hand and placed it over his heart. I'm hurting right here. I think my heart has already died, and I need a kiss to resuscitate it. Su Xiaolan glared at Lin. Fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky again. Su Xiaolan's exquisitely beautiful features were extremely enticing under the colorful light of the fireworks. Lin was a little dazed as he stared at her, and she suddenly leaned down and gave him a light peck on the lips. Lin felt her soft, supple lips press over his lips for a fleeting moment before withdrawing. Only her residual scent resting on his body verified that that beautiful moment had indeed come to pass. How is it? You feeling better now? Su Xiaolan smiled, and Lin immediately sprang up from his lounge chair as if he had been injected with performance-enhancing drugs. Fuck swallowing the sun. I'm still everyone's daddy even if my cultivation base never makes any further progress. Swallow a sun? What's that all about? Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing Lin's random outburst before coming to a realization. Unable to progress in cultivation base, swallowing a sun, could it be that the condition for you to progress to the return to void final stage is to swallow a sun? Su Xiaolan was astonished, and Lin nodded with a pitiful expression. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched, and she was quite sympathetic toward him. Lin, I have to say that your cultivation method is very unique. Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. He didn't want to be unique. It was all the system's fault. However, swallowing a sun is not impossible, Su Xiaolan suddenly added. Lin's eyes lit up as he grasped tightly onto Su Xiaolan's hand. How? How do I swallow a sun? An awkward expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Well, a god of creation is omnipotent and indestructible in their world, so swallowing a sun there should be possible. Lin, I'm just an ordinary return to void stage cultivator. Am I supposed to create a world just so that I can have a sun to swallow? He had to do something only a god of creation was capable when he was only a return to void stage cultivator? That was impossible. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin, and he called Tina over. Enlin asked the beautiful fairy with a smile, "Little Na, can you create a sun in your divine mirror world for me to eat?" Tina stared blankly at Enlin for a long while before laying a tiny hand on Enlin's forehead. Divine technique, mental disability verification technique. Enlin, divine light flashed, and a confused expression appeared on Tina's face. That's strange. There are no signs of mental disability. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. What kind of bullshit divine technique was this? He was dead serious about discussing the feasibility of swallowing a sun, but Tina was suspecting him of mental disability? Tina finally realized that Enlin was serious upon seeing his dark expression, and an expression of shock appeared on her face. Giant Enlin, why would you want to eat a sun? What's wrong with staying alive? I just want to ask if you can create a situation where I can swallow a sun and live to tell the tale. Enlin snapped. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh. The sun is not just some ball of fire. It is the epitome of light and heat. It is something that is tied in with the origin of a world and holds a supreme position in the world. I know what you're thinking. You want to try and swallow a sun in the divine mirror world. However, to be honest, even if I create the most docile and mild sun that I'm capable of, you might still be unable to swallow it. And Lin was not deterred by this. You said might? So there's still a chance. I don't know, Tina shrugged. Then we can give it a try. We'll try it after I absorb, heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's Tao intent. And Lin did not want to leave any stone unturned in his pursuit to progress in cultivation base. Thus, Enlin made an agreement with Tina and was feeling a lot better. Enlin continued to survey the festivities taking place around him. He was genuinely elated at the sight of all his sect disciples, his friends, and his beast pets deriving joy from all the activities. At this moment, a burst of cheering erupted on a nearby stage. Over 1,000 disciples looked at the stage with scorching anticipation in their eyes. Enticing music began to play. A woman in a red dress with a veil over her face appeared on the stage. She wore a pair of golden bells on her ankles, and her bare feet tapped onto the stage as she danced to the rhythm of the music. Her long sleeves danced through the air like dragons, and her lithe and graceful body twisted in an extremely elegant and enticing manner. This was quite an exceptional dancer even to the eyes of Enlin. The veil had obscured her features, but her bright, beautiful eyes seemed to be capable of speech, and they seemed to be saying, "I'm a beauty. I'm a beauty. I'm an exceptional beauty." Many of the disciples on the Tao Plaza had their eyes fixed on her. Not only was her dance extremely beautiful, but her figure was also exceptionally curvaceous and soft, as if she had no bones in her body. Everyone fell silent as the dance came to an end. Only after a short while did someone come to their senses before leading the way by bursting into applause. Everyone immediately followed suit as thunderous applause and raucous cheers erupted. The dancer in red had won over countless people with just one dance. Even Enlin couldn't help but burst into applause. This woman's dancing was among the best in the entire kingdom of the 9 states. The dancer in red stepped off the stage before making her way over to a man before shyly waving her hand in complete contrast to the confident and assured demeanor she exhibited on stage. And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock upon seeing this. Su Xiaolan seemed to have anticipated this reaction from Enlin, and she chuckled with amusement. The man standing before the dancer in red was not just some random person. This was the pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sex Spirit Pavilion, Shenyuan Cheng. Did you like my dance? The woman in red asked in a quiet voice. Shenyuan Cheng replied with a warm smile. I did. Your movements and the emotions in your eyes were both perfect. The woman in red was still staring at Shenyuan Cheng with rippling eyes, and the special emotions in her eyes were quite apparent for everyone to see. Shenyuan Cheng thought to himself for a moment before adding, You danced very well, and I really liked it. The dancer averted her gaze upon hearing this, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. She took off her veil and revealed her exceptionally gorgeous, smiling features. Everyone was entranced by her beauty. This dancer's looks were on par with her dancing skills. She looked at the man standing before her with a vibrant smile on her face. "How about now? Do you like me even more now?" Yeah. Shen Yuancheng was a little embarrassed, and he nodded before averting his gaze. The dancer's smile widened, and she twirled gracefully on the spot. All of the surrounding disciples were erupting into oohs and us. Big Brother Cheng is embarrassed? And Lin was shocked. After a while, and Lin came to his senses and glowered at the dancer in red. Who is this female disciple? And how dare she seduce my big brother Cheng? Hee. Are you jealous? Su Xiaolan chuckled with amusement. And Lin calmed himself down before continuing to assess the situation. It was quite clear that not only was this dancer interested in Shen Yuancheng, but this also seemed to be a mutual interest, and both of them clearly shared quite a good relationship. So what's going on here? And Lin grabbed Su Xiaolan's hand with a curious expression on his face. Look at her again, and tell me what you see. Su Xiaolan smiled. And Lin turned toward the woman in red, and for some reason he felt like she looked a little familiar, but he couldn't recall who this was. He was even more curious now. Xiaolan, don't leave me hanging like this. Just tell me. And Lin urged as he swung Su Xiaolan's arm from side to side. Su Xiaolan smiled. This is a long story. Let me summarize it for you. A reminiscent expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she spoke in a slow voice. The story begins 63 years ago, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. This woman had known Big Brother Cheng for that long? Su Xiaolan began to tell her story. At that time, the heavenly human tribe hadn't appeared on the Taichu continent yet. The 4-9 Immortal sect was not as exceptional as it was today either and was only a rather outstanding sect. In the main city of the Spirit Sword State, Mengxian City, there was a dance theater named Red Leaf Theater. When Shen Yuancheng was out on a mission, he coincidentally passed by the Red Leaf Theater and saw the #1 dancer in the Spirit Sword State, Xu Honglan. There, she performed a simple dance, but it won over almost the entire audience. Shen Yuancheng had also been entranced, and he couldn't help but stand up to applaud. Xu Honglan had also noticed Shen Yuancheng. After all, it was difficult to not notice such a handsome man. She smiled at him before leaving the stage, and the audience of several thousand was left to reminisce that heartbreakingly beautiful smile. This was the first time Xu Honglan and Shen Yuancheng met. It was a fleeting encounter, but it paved the way for the events that were to come. Shen Yuancheng also often reminisced about that unforgettable dance, and he would often visit the Red Leaf Theater during his missions to the Spirit Sword State in order to see Xu Honglan dance. As the #1 dancer in the Spirit Sword State, Xu Honglan could choose what dance she performed and when she danced. Some people could visit the Red Leaf Theater for 10 consecutive days and not see her dance even once. However, due to some coincidence, Xu Honglan made an appearance almost every day Shen Yuancheng visited the Red Leaf Theater. Even so, the two of them had almost zero interaction. Xu Honglan danced and Shen Yuancheng admired it. That was it. However, something wasn't quite right. The audience members at the Red Leaf Theater would often give tips. Shen Yuancheng was undoubtedly the audience member who gave the most tips. The female MC of the Red Leaf Theater was often making announcements along the lines of, "Thank you to Shen Yuancheng for gifting dancer Honglan a spirit skin pill. Thank you to Shen Yuancheng for gifting dancer Honglan a spirit horse steed. Thank you to Shen Yuancheng for gifting dancer Honglan an ice spring spirit flower. Thank you to Shen Yuancheng for gifting dancer Honglan a neutron missile." The best way to express one's appreciation and admiration was to give tips. Shen Yuancheng liked to watch dancer Honglan and would often give expensive tips during her performances. This was soon common knowledge to the people of the Spirit Sword State. Within an elegant pavilion overlooking exquisite scenery, an extremely gorgeous woman was stroking a silvery white missile as she murmured to herself, "What is this thing? Ah, there are some instructions here." The woman in red scanned the instructions for usage, and her smile gradually froze on her face. This is a bomb? My God! The explosion radius is 50 kilometers? and it will only deal lethal damage to living beings but spare constructions and inanimate objects. This is a bomb enhanced by a spell formation, and at the center of its explosion, it can even kill a return to void stage mighty figure. This present. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she laid a hand over her chest, which was rising and falling with excitement. This is so valuable. It really is far too valuable. Big Sister Lon Lon. I've never seen you so excited after receiving a present before. If you're interested in young Master Xianxia, why don't you invite him for a chat? A woman in a purple dress latched onto her hand with a grin on her face. The woman stroking the neutron missile with an embarrassed blush on her face was none other than the #1 dancer in the spirit sword state, Xu Honglan. Xu Honglan's blush deepened upon hearing this, making her delicate cheeks appear like ripe apples. She gripped the missile tightly in her hands, seemingly a little uneasy. Not only is he the pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal sect's spirit pavilion, but he's also the sect leader-in-waiting of the 10,000 spirits Immortal sect. He's only interested in seeing me dance. I should know my place. Big Sister Lon Lon, how could you look down on yourself like this? The woman in the purple dress glared at the woman in the red dress. Xu Honglan's eyes were downcast as she spoke. Forget about it. I can only dance. I only want him to see the best side of me. I don't deserve him. Is this because of the Divine Sun sect again? The woman in the purple sect asked in a cold voice. Xu Honglan's hands trembled slightly, and she pursed her lips tightly, neither conceding nor refuting. Humph, the Divine Sun sect is a sect that has done countless heinous things. If you ask me, you should ask for help from young Master Xianxia to raise the Divine Sun sect to the ground. The woman in the purple dress snapped with an enraged expression. Xu Honglan immediately shook her head upon hearing this. Please don't do that. The Divine Sun sect has a return to void stage mighty figure among their ranks, and he still has my parents. Ouyang Shu is a man who can kill others without the slightest hint of remorse. If I betray him, he would immediately kill my parents, and even young Master Xianxia could be hurt because of me. A return to void stage mighty figure would perhaps be afraid of the 10,000 spirits Immortal sect and the 4-9 Immortal sect, but he could still easily kill everyone, then travel through space and hide elsewhere on the Taichu continent before continuing in his evil ways. Are you just going to settle for a life like this then? Ouyang Shu is going to keep extorting you with your parents' lives and use you as his personal ATM. You're even going to have to marry him soon. Is this the life you want? The woman in the purple dress was completely enraged. But what can I do? I really don't want to involve anyone else in this mess. Xu Honglan bit down on her lower lip as she looked at the woman in the purple dress with tears shimmering in her eyes. If I'm not careful, that madman could even kill you as well. Do you understand? The woman in the purple dress faltered upon hearing this. However, I won't let him have his way. Xu Honglan gripped the silver-white neutron missile tightly in her hands as an expression of determination appeared on her face. The days still passed by one after another. Xianxia Chang would make frequent visits. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another where one danced while the other admired. Xianxia Chang had already completed his mission. He was planning to watch one final dance before returning to the 4-9 Immortal sect. On that day, Mengxian City was transformed into a city of red by autumn maple leaves. Xu Honglan wore a red dress and was even more vibrant and eye-catching than the maple leaves. This was going to be her final dance today. An audience of over 10,000 had gathered at the Red Leaf Theater. A rain of rose petals fell from the sky. Xu Honglan emerged from a massive, budding flower. Everyone fell silent upon seeing this. She was so beautiful that everyone was entranced beyond words. The dance hadn't even begun, and she had already won over her entire audience. Her appearance today shook the entire Red Leaf Theater. My God! Honglan is way too beautiful today. That red dress complements her beauty to perfection. Does anyone else feel like this dress looks a lot like a wedding dress? Too? Haha. You're reading too much into it. Xianxia Chang was also slightly entranced by the woman on stage. Xu Honglan took a glance over at Xianxia Chang, perhaps intentionally or perhaps unintentionally. However, a fleeting second later, she threw her red sleeves into the sky and commenced her exquisite dance. This was a solo dance and also her final dance. Her fair skin contrasted with her vibrant red dress to create an intoxicating combination, and all of her movements seemed to possess meanings. It was as if she were telling a story through her dance, a story of a flower that had been ravaged by wind and rain, or a blade of grass that stood resolutely despite being afflicted by countless disasters. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, and her rippling eyes seemed to be capable of sucking away the souls of all those who looked into them. Her performance had the entire audience completely intoxicated. This was her final dance, and she was leaving one final impression on the kingdom of the 9 states. The dance drew to a conclusion, and emphatic applause erupted. A female voice sounded again. Thank you to Shenyuan Chang for gifting dancer Honglan an antimatter yin-yang missile. Everyone's face convulsed upon hearing this. Antimatter yin-yang missile? What the hell was that? However, it had been announced by the female announcer, so it was unlikely to be some mundane object. Everyone knew that all of Shenyuan Cheng's presents were extremely valuable, but they still couldn't help but feel a little jealous at the sight of the vibrant smile that appeared on Xu Honglan's face after receiving a tip from Shenyuan Cheng. There were many tippers, but she always reserved her more genuine and sincere smiles for Shenyuan Cheng. Xu Honglan's dance was far too enchanting, and it made the following performances feel extremely bland as a result. After Xu Honglan exited the stage, Shenyuan Cheng also stood up to leave. He felt like this was a perfect conclusion to his spirit sword state trip. Please wait, young master. An enticing yet uneasy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Shenyuan Cheng's footsteps faltered, and he turned to look at the woman behind him with a surprised expression on his face. This was a woman in a beautiful red dress with a faint blush on her gorgeous face. She wrung her hands nervously as she stood before him, seemingly as if she had to muster up a lot of courage to do this. Xu Honglan. A warm and pleasant smile appeared on Shenyuan Cheng's face. His voice seemed to possess a soothing quality to it, and Xu Honglan's nerves were eased significantly as a result. The two of them had been in this relationship of tacit understanding for almost an entire year. This was actually the first time Xu Honglan and Shenyuan Cheng had ever talked to one another. However, Shenyuan Cheng didn't seem to mind. The look in his eyes was as warm and gentle as if he were meeting a friend whom he had known for a long time. You, young Master Shenyan, are you leaving? Xu Honglan bit down on her lower lip. Shenyuan Cheng nodded with a smile. That's right. I've done what I came here to do, so I'm going back now. Then you? Xu Honglan looked at Shenyuan Cheng as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words in the end. I wish you a safe and swift trip home, and I wish you all the best for the future. Shenyuan Cheng smiled and responded in kind. You too. I hope your dancing will continue to improve, and I'll come by to watch you dance again, should I get the opportunity to do so in the future. Xu Honglan's face fell slightly upon hearing this, but she still forced herself to maintain a smile as she nodded in response. I will be sure to dance for you if I get an opportunity in the future. What's wrong? Have you encountered some difficulties? Shenyuan Cheng felt like Xu Honglan seemed to have something to say. Not at all. I'm just a dancer. What difficulties can I possibly encounter? Xu Honglan shook her head. All right, then I'll be taking my leave now. Shenyuan Cheng extended a farewell salute. Xu Honglan curtsied to Shenyuan Cheng in response before standing rooted to the spot, looking at the man whom she yearned for with all her heart but felt too insecure to ever pursue. Such a flawless man should only be someone she danced for. What more could she ask for? She didn't dare to ask for more, and she didn't deserve more. By the way, I really like watching you dance. The white-robed man's gentle and attractive voice sounded in the distance. Shenyuan Cheng didn't turn back. He waved a hand toward the woman behind him before disappearing from view. Tears flowed from Xu Honglan's eyes like water through a broken dam. This was a woman more beautiful and eye-catching than all of the red maple leaves in the city, but she was crying like a child. He liked the only thing that she was good at. This was fantastic for her to hear. Perhaps she would be more exceptional in her next life, and that would give her the courage to approach that man. As for this life, Xu Honglan stroked her storage ring, within which were the neutron missile and the antimatter yin-yang missile, both of which were exuding frosty cold energy auras. She was going to be a suicide bomber in this life. There was a mountain called Longxi Mountain located in the northern region of Mengxian City. This was a massive mountain over 30,000 feet tall and stretching for several dozen kilometers. At the same time, this was also where the top-rate Immortal sect of the Spirit Sword State, the Divine Sun sect, was located. Sect leader Ouyang Shu and Grand Elder Qin Meng were both extremely renowned return to Void Stage mighty figures across the entire Spirit Sword State, and both of them were notorious for their exemplary swordsmanships and their decisiveness in battle. As a result, they had many fans among sword cultivators. Of course, if those sword cultivators knew about the heinous activities the Divine Sun sect dabbled in, their opinions would most likely change. The Divine Sun sect's forte lay in deception, murder, arson, and robbery. In order to secure riches and extort beautiful women for their bodies, they snatched their closest relatives and reduced these women to sex slaves or money-making tools. The number one dancer of the Spirit Sword State, Xu Honglan, was one of these unfortunate women. Countless cultivators within the Divine Sun sect lusted for this enticing woman. Unfortunately, she had been reserved by sect leader Ouyang Shu. Otherwise, she would not have been able to retain her virginity for so long. Ouyang Shu really liked the feeling of raising his women up to the highest position possible before feasting on them for his own pleasure. Xu Honglan's dance yesterday had captivated countless people and made her the goddess in the hearts of countless cultivators. She was at the height of her popularity, and as such, she was ripe for the picking. Ouyang Shu immediately ordered Xu Honglan to return to his side so that he could marry her. Within the Divine Sun Palace on Longxi Mountain, sect leader Ouyang Shu and Grand Elder Qin Meng sat within the palace, where a bunch of powerful sword cultivators stood on either side of the palace. All of them were looking at the woman in red walking toward them with lust burning in their eyes. The woman in red made her way over to Ouyang Shu and Chun Meng before extending a respectful curtsy. Xu Honglan pays her respects to sect leader Ouyang Shu and Elder Chun. Xu Honglan ignored the invasive eyes roaming over her body as she spoke in a level voice. Ha ha ha, this woman is not bad at all. Her beauty ranks among the best I've seen in my lifetime. Chun Meng spoke with an envious expression. Ouyang Shu was a man with a head of silver hair, and he stroked his chin as a smile appeared on his face. Not only that, but she's also the number one dancer in the Spirit Sword State. To be able to have the body of a woman so prestigious and proud under mine, it's extremely satisfying just thinking about it. Everyone swallowed involuntarily upon hearing this. Xu Honglan's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. She did not appear to be enraged or humiliated in the slightest as she asked with an indifferent expression, "Sect leader Ouyang Shu, how are my parents?" "Don't worry, I will release your parents from the underground prison on the day when we become husband and wife." Ouyang Shu looked at the gorgeous woman standing before him, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. "As long as you do everything I say, your parents will be safe." Xu Honglan suddenly burst into laughter. "So my parents are still in the underground prison over 30 kilometers away. I feel much more assured now." What are you saying?" Ouyang Shu was perplexed. "Before we get married, let me give you a present." At this moment, Xu Honglan activated a special protective spell formation. At the same time, she pulled out a silver missile that was about the size of an arm. "What is that?" Ouyang Shu's expression shifted as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Grand Elder Chun Meng immediately stood up and made a grab for Xu Honglan. This is my gift to you, the neutron missile." Xu Honglan hurled the silvery white missile through the air with a cold smile on her face. Boom! Boundless energy exploded violently. White destructive energy instantly engulfed the entire Divine Sun Palace and even the massive Longxi Mountain. It was as if the gods were venting their flaming wrath. A shockwave erupted forth for close to 10 kilometers. Not only did it form a gargantuan mushroom cloud, but the countless neutrons within the missile also transformed into radioactive white light, which pierced through all things and annihilated all living beings. The explosion reduced the entire Divine Sun Palace to dust. At the center of the explosion, countless powerful sword cultivators that were gathered at the Divine Sun Palace were annihilated into nothingness by the extreme heat of the explosion. At the high-energy neutron streams erupted forth in devastating waves. Not only that, but at the center of the devastating explosion, a series of extremely dark and dense particles appeared, striking a stark contrast with the white energy exploding through the air. These dark particles crashed into a series of hidden strands in the air, upon which they were torn apart and pulverized. These were the hidden weapons within the neutron missile that were capable of killing return to void stage mighty figures. Even though the Divine Sun sect disciples in the distance weren't situated at the center of the explosion, they were struck by the terrifying radiation, and their flesh began to rot as they perished amid blood-curdling cries. White light rose into the sky from the summit of the mountain, lighting up the entire Longxi mountain like a holy sun, while also eradicating all life forms on the mountain. A red figure emerged from the dust and debris. Xu Honglan had been blasted flying by the shockwaves in an extremely disheveled manner, but there was a ball of white light encapsulating her body, keeping out the high temperatures, explosive force, and radiation. If it weren't for this protective treasure, she would have died countless times already. This was a white jade protective treasure that Xianxia had given to her, and it had come as part of a set with the neutron missile. Are they all dead? Xu Honglan wiped the blood from the corners of her lips and surveyed the scenes of destruction unfolding before her eyes with an expression of anticipation and anxiety. She had already devised this plan ever since Xianxia gifted her with this neutron missile. She didn't want her life to be like this. She didn't want to marry Ouyang Shu, and she didn't want to be extorted and reduced to a slave for the rest of her life. She had already hatched this crazy plan when she read the instructions accompanying the missile, which stated that it was capable of killing return to void stage mighty figures. This was her final struggle, as well as her final hope. The energy from the explosion came quickly, and it also went quickly. The light gradually receded, and as did the energy. The protective barrier around Xu Honglan's body disappeared, and she panted heavily with sweat pouring down her face as she stared intently at the massive crater in the ground beneath all of the dust and debris. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of violent coughing erupted amid the dust and debris permeating through the air. Xu Honglan shuddered upon hearing this as an expression of incredulity appeared on her face. How is he still alive? She could tell that it was Ouyang Shu who was making that sound. His footsteps drew closer and closer, and Ouyang Shu emerged with his clothes in tatters and many sections of his skin charred and rotten. In his hand was a completely charred man. He died. Ouyang Shu looked down at Chun Meng and fell silent for a few seconds before tossing him aside and turning to Xu Honglan with a sinister smile on his face. The rotten flesh on his face split open as he smiled, making him appear even more malicious and sinister. You lowly bitch. Looks like you've learned some new tricks. The man's voice was like something straight out of a nightmare, and an expression of despair appeared on Xu Honglan's face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm gonna slowly torture you and rape you for thousands of years, then throw you into a brothel like a pig, where tens of thousands of people will mount you. Doesn't that sound like fun? Ouyang Shu chuckled coldly with a cruel expression on his face, and he dragged his battered body toward Xu Honglan as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He truly was enraged. No one had ever forced him into such a dire situation, and he was going to vent all of his burning rage upon this woman. The spirit-nurturing stage Xu Honglan felt like she was being confronted by an insurmountable mountain as the return to void stage Ouyang Shu stalked toward her. There was no way she could win unless she retreated as quickly as she could, and her storage ring flashed as she produced the antimatter yin-yang missile from within. Ouyang Shu's expression instantly shifted to one of shock and horror as he shuddered upon seeing this. What the fuck? You have more of those? A tragic smile appeared on Xu Honglan's face, but she stood up tall and proud as she injected her vital energy into the black and white missile without any reservation. To be able to take trash like you with me to hell makes everything worth it. The antimatter yin-yang missile was even more terrifyingly powerful. But this time, she had no way to protect herself. This was not a power that should belong in the cultivating world. And once it was unleashed, both Ouyang Shu and herself would be annihilated into nothingness. This was the final trump card she had up her sleeve. So what if she died? It was still a better fate than the alternative. No! Ouyang Shu shot forth in an attempt to stop Shu Honglan. However, boundless light had already encapsulated her entire body as a form of terrifying energy was unleashed at the same time, but the expected earth-shattering explosion did not take place. Shu Honglan opened her tightly closed eyes with incredulity to find that the antimatter yin-yang missile had also cracked open, but the white energy erupting from within had formed a barrier, which encapsulated her body, like a pair of warm, protective hands. What's going on? She murmured to herself with confusion and incredulity. This was supposed to be a suicide bomb, so why had it become a protective barrier instead? Could it be that she didn't follow the instructions correctly? Ouyang Shu also faltered momentarily before chortling gleefully. I was almost fooled by you there. So you made a turtle shell to protect yourself? Foolish woman, you won't be able to escape. I'm going to break this barrier and make you pay for what you did. An extremely powerful sword projection swept through the air toward Shu Honglan as he spoke, and it was so powerful that even space had been sliced open. Ouyang Shu was a return to Void Stage Sword Immortal, and all of his attacks were devastatingly powerful. Bam! A sharp screeching sound erupted. Ouyang Shu's pupils contracted. He discovered that his sword was unable to crack the barrier. He had been extremely severely injured and could only summon less than 50% of his full power, but his attack still should not have been something that a mere protective treasure could keep at bay. Before Shu Honglan had a chance to be surprised, a white light exploded before her eyes. Boom! The air exploded. Ouyang Shu was caught off guard and was blasted flying amid a wail of anguish. A man in a snowy white robe appeared before Shu Honglan. Shu Honglan was completely dumbstruck. Am I dreaming? She stared blankly at the man standing before her. This was the man whose features had been etched deeply into her heart. This missile has a protective function, as well as an information transmission and spatial teleportation function. When I gifted the missile to you, I was anticipating a scenario where you were forced to take yourself down with your enemy, and it would allow me to arrive by your side as quickly as possible. I didn't think it would be used this soon. The familiar voice instantly brought tears to her eyes. Xianyuan Cheng turned around with a warm smile on his handsome face. Don't worry, no one can hurt you now. Anyone who tries will get blasted by me. Shu Honglan felt like she was dreaming. Or perhaps she had already died from that explosion and this was an illusion following her death. Why was Xianyuan Cheng so good to her? It didn't make sense. Why, young Master Xianyuan. Shu Honglan spoke in a soft voice, as if she was afraid of disrupting something. The man of her dreams had appeared out of nowhere, and she was suddenly at a complete loss for what to do. She was deathly afraid that if she did or said something wrong, this dream would shatter before her very eyes. Xianyuan Cheng turned toward her with a warm smile on his face. I'm here. Shu Honglan shuddered upon hearing these two simple words. She stared at the man in front of her, completely entranced. At this moment, Xianyuan Cheng had already turned toward Ouyang Shu. Ouyang Shu crawled up from the ground with blood and pus flowing all over his body, and he roared upon seeing who the new arrival was. Xianyuan Cheng, you would go this far for a mere dancer. Bam! Pwah! Before Ouyang Shu had even finished his sentence, blood exploded from his body again. He flew back through the air like a cannonball. Tong Ling already told me everything about the Divine Sun sect yesterday. Xianyuan Cheng made his way toward Ouyang Shu with a yin-yang projection beneath his feet. Even under the light of the sun, there are places that remain in darkness. Putrid places like those must be cleansed through the use of explosions. Xianyuan Cheng waved a hand through the air, and the air trembled as the power of pure yang erupted forth. Boom! The location that Ouyang Shu was situated at exploded. However, right at this moment, An extremely dazzling sword projection tore through the energy of the explosion and hurtled toward him. Xianyuancheng was just about to evade when he discovered that the space around him had been sealed, completely immobilizing him and leaving him completely vulnerable to the oncoming sword projection. Ha ha ha! Xianyuancheng, no matter how powerful you are, you're still only a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. I am a return to void stage mighty figure who had attained spatial powers. Even in my current state, I can kill you with ease. I'm going to kill you. Ouyang Shu chortled with glee as his sword projection fell, inflicting a ghastly wound on Xianyuancheng's body and staining his white robe crimson. Oh? You have a protective immortal tool as well. Ouyang Shu's eyes lit up. If it weren't for that protective immortal tool, Xianyuancheng would have been sliced in half already. Ouyang Shu didn't waste any time as he charged toward Xianyuancheng to unleash another almighty sword strike. Xianyuancheng! Shu Honglan rushed toward Xianyuancheng without any regard for her own safety. At this moment, the space around Xianyuancheng suddenly began to tremor violently. This was a result of the violent activity of the air particles. They were combating the spatial seal around him. What? An ominous feeling welled up in Ouyang Shu's heart. Just as he was charging toward Xianyuancheng, he discovered that the air particles outside of the spatial seal were already tremoring violently, immediately following which boundless light exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Ouyang Shu was blasted flying again before tumbling to the ground amid an anguished wail. One of his arms had been blasted into oblivion, and blood was gushing forth relentlessly. The spatial seal he had cast around Xianyuancheng was also forcefully broken by the violent air particles. Xianyuancheng made his way toward Ouyang Shu. With each step he took, one of Ouyang Shu's body parts would explode as blood-curdling cries rang out incessantly. His blood-stained white robe danced wildly in the face of the shockwaves from the explosions. Xianyuancheng wore a cold and indifferent expression that looked as if it had been chiseled out of stone. It was as if the enemy standing before him was not someone outstripping him in cultivation base by a major rank, but instead, an ant that was about to trample by him. I really didn't think that such a putrid, heinous sect would exist in the spirit sword state. It was also thanks to Shu Honglan and Tong Ling that I was able to see this dark underbelly. As Xianyuancheng took his final step toward Ouyang Shu had been blasted into a quadriplegic, and all of his meridians had been destroyed, rendering him completely defenseless. I began my investigation yesterday. Xianyuancheng's expression darkened. Just from the words of the victims in the underground prison alone, I uncovered unimaginably heinous crimes. You've killed close to 100,000 innocent people and extorted over 10,000 innocent women. The Divine Sun sect is a sect of justice, eh? You use your power and influence to commit heinous crimes and distort the truth. I must say, it's an impressive feat that you were able to gather so much scum in one sect. Xianyuancheng shook his head and sighed with emotion as blood-curdling cries continued to escape from the lips of the man on the ground at his feet. Ouyang Shu's cells were exploding, and his consciousness was also exploding bit by bit, putting him in extremely excruciating pain. It was clear that Xianyuancheng was not going to give him a quick and painless death. Ouyang Shu's face was etched with despair and boundless pain as he continued to howl in agony, but he couldn't find the release he desired. He wanted nothing more than to die right now, but even that wish was an impossibly extravagant one in his current state. Xianyuancheng was going to inflict upon him all of the pain he had inflicted upon others. He finally stopped when Ouyang Shu was literally on the brink of death. Xianyuancheng turned toward the gorgeous Shu Honglan, who wore an exquisite red dress. He then looked at the red maple leaves outside Longxi Mountain, and he chuckled lightly. Let's go with red. Shu Honglan's heart jolted upon hearing this. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. Red flames exploded on the remaining half of Longxi Mountain. Ouyang Shu let loose one final blood-curdling cry, but it was cut short as his body was reduced to a plume of smoke. Xianyuancheng's eyes did not stray in the slightest as he continued to look at the maple leaves in the distance, and he stepped forward with an indifferent expression on his face. Shu Honglan looked at the man walking toward her, and her heart rate accelerated through the roof. Real men never looked back at explosions. He was so cool. Xu Honglan quickly realized that this was not the time to be a creepy pervert, and she hurried over toward Shen Yuancheng before reaching for the massive sword wound on Shen Yuancheng's chest with trembling hands. "Young Master Shen Yuan, your chest? It's no big deal." Shen Yuancheng swallowed a spirit pill with a smile. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would not have been wounded." Xu Honglan hung her head with shame and guilt. "What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been made aware of such a heinous sect. I actually have to thank you." Shen Yuancheng smiled with a warm expression. Xu Honglan's blush deepened upon hearing this. A light breeze blew past. Her red dress and his blood-stained white robe created a scene of harmony with the vast expanse of red maple leaves in the distance. Xu Honglan opened her mouth only to discover that she didn't know what else to say aside from words of gratitude. I feel like you're a little familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before." She finally forced this sentence out of her mouth after a long while, but she immediately regretted it. What a cliched and corny pickup line. Furthermore, they had met so many times, so of course he was familiar. So stupid. Crap, crap, crap. Xu Honglan was as red as beetroot, and she clenched her fists tightly, wanting nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. "What a coincidence. I also feel like we've met before." Shen Yuancheng replied with a smile and nodded in agreement. The sympathetic or mocking smile Xu Honglan had anticipated did not appear on Shen Yuancheng's face. She could tell that Shen Yuancheng's expression was quite earnest, as if he truly felt that way. Not only was he very thoughtful and kind, but his acting skills were also quite good too. Xu Honglan was extremely touched, and her heart rate accelerated once again as she looked into his warm and gentle eyes. Shen Yuancheng continued, "Ms. Honglan, do you remember what happened on the 82nd level of the Immortal Spirit Tower in the United University of Cultivation?" "The 82nd level of the Immortal Spirit Tower?" Xu Honglan murmured as a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Shen Yuancheng continued with an extremely earnest expression. "Xu Honglan's body shuddered slightly, and a dazed expression appeared on her face. "What a familiar name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, but why can't I remember where?" She clasped her hands to her head with a painful expression. Shen Yuancheng hurriedly stepped forward and pried her hands away from her head. "Don't think about it if you can't remember. You are yourself. The reason why that name sounds familiar is perhaps that your previous life had something to do with Shuyu," Shen Yuancheng said in a warm, comforting voice. Xu Honglan looked very much like Shuyu. This was also the reason why Shen Yuancheng felt like he had seen her somewhere before. "Shuyu has something to do with my past life?" Xu Honglan's eyes gradually lit up, and she grabbed onto Shen Yuancheng's hand with an excited expression. "Are you very familiar with Shuyu? Was she your Dao partner? Could it be that I'm the reincarnation of Shuyu?" Shen Yuancheng didn't know how to respond. He hadn't even verified the connection between Xu Honglan and Shuyu, but Xu Honglan was already inventing a backstory for herself. What was she thinking? Xu Honglan blushed before mustering up her courage. "Our love was cut short in my previous life. Do you want to continue in this life?" Shen Yuancheng was astonished. What in the actual hell was she thinking? Dao partner? Love? He had only helped give Shu Yu's divine intent a release, so that Shu Yu could enter the afterlife and be reincarnated. It's not quite like that, Ms. Honglan." Thus, Shen Yuancheng elaborated on the past events for Xu Honglan to hear. Xu Honglan was a little disappointed after hearing this story, but the scorching light in her eyes only burned more brightly. "Young Master Shen Yuan, you really are so kind and good. You saved me from the Immortal Spirit Tower and ended my days of eternal battle, granting me a second chance at freedom and happiness." Xu Honglan pursed her lips as her eyes rippled. "I was unable to repay you for what you have done in my past life, but it looks like I'll have a chance to repay you in this life." Shen Yuancheng. Xu Honglan's large, bright eyes were filled with nothing but Shen Yuancheng. Shen Yuancheng knew that Xu Honglan was quite insecure, but at the same time, she was very brave. She was the one who had first struck up a conversation with him, and she was now clearly making advances toward him. Perhaps Xu Yu's experiences had given her the courage to make some decisions that she wouldn't even have dared to contemplate in the past. Xu Honglan stared at Shen Yuancheng with an earnest expression. "Young Master Shen Yuan, you've saved me this time as well. You have saved me twice already. So let me repay you in this life by becoming whatever you want me to be." Shen Yuancheng was figuratively sweating a little from her scorching gaze. Why was Xu Honglan so convinced that Xu Yu was who she had been in her past life? Even Shen Yuancheng himself was unable to verify this. She was clearly planning to make a move on him here. Shen Yuancheng grumbled internally. However, he did not feel averse to this. Instead, he was looking forward to how this would play out. "Young Master Shen Yuan, do you not want me?" Tears welled up in Xu Honglan's eyes as she hung her head again, completely devoid of the confidence belonging to the number one dancer in the spirit sword state. "Do you see me as just a lowly dancer with average cultivation aptitude?" "No, that's not it at all." Shen Yuancheng immediately shook his head before inquiring with a smile. "Come to think of it, the 4-9 Immortal sect is missing a dance instructor. Would you like to take on the role? We can discuss remuneration and conditions later." Xu Honglan's mouth gaped open, and she stared blankly at Shen Yuancheng, as if she had been knocked senseless by a mace of happiness to the head. A long time elapsed. "Do you not want to?" I do. I want to so much." She nodded incessantly as a wide smile appeared on her face. She rushed forward with excitement and enveloped Shen Yuancheng in a tight hug before withdrawing with an embarrassed blush. Shen Yuancheng was a little stunned by her hug, and her pleasant scent lingered on his body. Xu Honglan also felt like she had let her emotions get the better of herself. God knew why she had hugged Shen Yuancheng. It was definitely not because of his looks, but because of something else entirely. Perhaps it was the connection and fate they shared from her previous life? Shen Yuancheng recalled back to a few decades ago in the Immortal Spirit Tower, where Xu Yu had said that she would definitely pursue Shen Yuancheng if she were still alive. It looked like that was indeed the case here. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Xu Honglan changed the subject. "Ah, the wind sure is strong today." Shen Yuancheng nodded. "Perhaps it's because of the explosions we set off." Xu Honglan. "Big Sister Lan Lan." A yell sounded from afar. A woman in purple flew over atop a flying carpet along with a man and a woman as she waved with an elated expression. "I rescued your mother and father." Tong Ling. Father. Mother. Xu Honglan understood what had happened now. Shen Yuancheng was able to get here so quickly not just because of that missile, but also because Tong Ling had delivered the news to him in advance. What followed was a touching reunion. Xu Honglan decided to accompany Shen Yuancheng to the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Tong Ling, who was extremely proficient in the way of music, also tagged along in a buy one get one free deal. The number one male idol of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Shen Yuancheng, suddenly brought back two exquisitely beautiful women from the spirit sword state, creating a massive stir in the sect and breaking the hearts of countless female disciples. Even though Shen Yuancheng announced to everyone that he had brought them back to the sect due to their exceptional cultivation aptitudes, no one believed him. Xu Honglan's reputation as the number one dancer in the entire spirit sword state was known to many disciples even in the 4-9 Immortal sect. Why would a woman voluntarily choose to come to their sect with Shen Yuancheng? There was definitely something going on here. Thus, everyone began to gather information from all types of sources and finally discovered that Shen Yuancheng was a regular customer at the Red Leaf Theater and often left tips for Xu Honglan there. The 4-9 Immortal sect was in shock once again. However, after that, Shen Yuancheng refused to say anything else no matter who asked him. Su Xiaolan was dying from curiosity and forced a recount out of Xu Honglan and Tong Ling's mouths. And it was only because of this that she had a chance to reveal the secret to Enlin. In 2 lives, Xu Yu had turned into Xu Honglan, and she had fallen in love with Shen Yuancheng in both of those lives. In the next few decades, Xu Honglan seduced and pursued Shen Yuancheng with all her might. It was always said that it was easier for a woman to pursue a man as opposed to the other way around. However, this did not appear to be the case here. Thus, the story came full circle with Su Xiaolan recounting this story to Enlin. Enlin felt like this was a story worthy of being savored. Who would have thought that their fate from the immortal spirit tower would have a chance to continue? He looked at Xianyuanchang and Xu Honglan, who were still interacting with one another, and he sighed with emotion. Thinking back, he was still engaging in passionate brawls with war god Xing Tian and Emperor Ziwei, but Big Brother Chang had already secured a future wife. They were on two completely different levels, and Lin was quite depressed with this in mind, and he clasped a hand over his chest. And Lin, do you also think Xu Honglan is a reincarnation of celestial immortal Shuyu? Su Xiaolan asked with a smile, and Lin splayed open his hands. Big Brother Chang clearly thinks that, and Xu Honglan has admitted to it, so what can I say? My opinion doesn't really matter at this point. Su Xiaolan nodded. Things like possession, reincarnation, and being reborn are quite common in the cultivating world. Hence, it's possible that Xu Yu could have retained her divine intent and reincarnated. Well, I know that Xu Honglan likes Big Brother Chang, and Big Brother Chang must also have feelings toward Xu Honglan. Otherwise, he would not let her pursue him for several decades. But I have to say, isn't this relationship progressing far too slowly? And Lin spoke as he chomped on spirit fruits. It was quite clear that Xianyuanchang and Xu Honglan had mutual feelings for one another. Hence, it was a little strange that they still hadn't become Dao partners even after several decades. Even if you tried to set a wet log alight, it would have dried out and caught on fire after several decades. There's actually a reason behind this? Su Xiaolan hesitated momentarily before speaking in a quiet voice. What is it? And Lin's interest had been piqued. I heard that Xianyuancheng's parents split up due to relationship problems, and the split had greatly traumatized him, which is why he won't easily begin a relationship, Su Xiaolan replied quietly. And Lin's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded. Most cultivators were actually quite faithful unless they were part of a really scummy minority. They wouldn't just enter relationships easily like mortals on Earth before going through breakups and even divorces without thinking too much. In the cultivating world, you were either friends or Dao partners who would stay together forever. If a couple was to suddenly split up due to relationship problems, not only would they be looked down on by others, it could even affect their Dao hearts. In extreme cases like Patriarch Zhu Yin's case study, one could even suffer a drop in cultivation base. A Dao partner was a partner for life, and monogamy was held in high regard in society. This was also why Su Xiaolan had proposed a 100-year agreement to verify their feelings toward one another. Looks like we'll have to do something decisive to break that barrier in Big Brother Cheng's heart. And Lin looked at the two people in the distance, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were a match made in heaven. Xu Honglan did try to seduce Big Brother Chang, but none of it could be considered to be actual seduction. All she did was to dance for him, give him some presents, and maybe give him a few passionate looks from time to time. It was clear to see that she wouldn't be able to bring herself to mount Big Brother Chang by force. How about, we use some aphrodisiacs? And Lin muttered, bam! And Lin instantly copped a smack to the head from Su Xiaolan. What are you thinking? Can't you suggest some constructive plans? Su Xiaolan glowered, and Lin was a little confused. How was this not constructive? This was mutual love, and all that would have to happen was for that final layer of paper window to be punctured. However, they discovered that this paper window was constructed from diamond and couldn't be punctured even after several decades. What could they do aside from taking some drastic measures? How about, we get Xu Honglan to confess to Big Brother Chang? And Lin suggested with an excited expression. We tried that as well. A crisp voice sounded from behind him, and Lin turned to find a beautiful woman in purple standing beside him in a respectful manner with a wide smile on her face. Tong Ling pays her respects to sect leader and Lin. Oh, so you're Tong Ling. No need for formalities. Tell me the specifics. And Lin was intrigued. 42 years ago, Big Sister Lan Lan confessed to Pavilion Lord Xianyuancheng, only for him to reject her even though he was quite touched. After that, Lan Lan confessed 5 more times in the next few decades, but she was euphemistically rejected each and every time without exception. Tong Ling heaved an exasperated sigh, and Lin was astonished. Holy fuck. Xu Honglan can persevere even after that? It's not good for Big Brother Chang to leave her hanging for so long. An awkward expression appeared on Tong Ling's face. Actually, it's big sister Lan Lan who has been forcing herself on him this entire time. Well, that's not entirely true. Pavilion Lord Shenyuan Chang seems to enjoy this process. What kind of stupid situation is this? And Lin's lips twitched. In reality, Pavilion Lord Shenyuan Chang holds big sister Lan Lan in high regard in his heart. 13 years ago, there was a battle against the heavenly human tribe, and Pavilion Lord Shenyuan Chang risked his life to hold off a dozen or so heavenly human tribe generals in order to buy time for big sister Lan Lan to escape. Tong Ling continued. And Lin understood now. Xu Honglan held a very high position in Big Brother Cheng's heart, but he was very averse to and even horrified by the concept of becoming Dao partners with someone. Gamophobia? And Lin muttered to himself. Xiao Zhe and Fanny are so happily married, but Shenyuan Chang still isn't willing to come out of his shell. Su Xiaolan was at a loss, and Lin then stated a few more potential courses of action. For example, getting them to go on a holiday together or sending them into a set of perilous ruins to speed up the progression of their relationship, all of which were rejected by Su Xiaolan and Tong Ling. After listening for a while, Tong Ling lost hope and began to participate in the activities again. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were still discussing what to do about Shenyuan Chang. Dabai lay beside them and yawned at the sight of the bickering couple. Two people who haven't become Dao partners after more than 100 years are concerned about two people who haven't become Dao partners after only several decades. How amusing, woof! Dabai grumbled lazily. Boom! His words were like a bolt of lightning, which instantly rooted in Lin and Su Xiaolan to the spot. At the same time, 10,000 points of damage were inflicted. A brief period of silence ensued. You're right. Why am I so worried about Big Brother Chang? And Lin muttered. Su Xiaolan placed her hand on Lin's, and she spoke with an earnest expression. And Lin, I will marry you whenever you want. And Lin pinched her delicate nose with a smile. I told you I would only marry you after the conclusion of this war, when no one can disrupt us. When that time comes, I'm going to hold the grandest and most lavish wedding in the entire world for you. All right? Su Xiaolan nodded with passion glowing in her eyes. Burp. Dabai let loose a loud burp. He was chomping on his golden rice balls again. They could dispel all of the negative emotions in his heart, and he immediately felt much better as he narrowed his eyes with bliss. The festivities lasted an entire night. After that night of joy and excitement, all of the pavilion lords, elders, and sect disciples left to get some rest. And Lin enjoyed an entire night of his disciple Yiling's massage and talked with Su Xiaolan about many things. Now that he was brimming with vital energy and had no intention to sleep at all, he thought back to a certain decision he made last night. It's about time I absorbed Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao true intent. And Lin used his divine sense to scan a certain ball within his body. Su Xiaolan stood beside him with a solemn expression to act as his guardian. Yiling, Dabai, Tina, Little Gu, Su Chenyun, and the others also gathered around, more as spectators than anything else. Su Chenyun wore her usual blue dress, and she was like an exquisite celestial maiden who had descended from the moon as she looked at Lin with wide, excited eyes. Classmate Lin, your skin is so great now. It's glittering and translucent like jade. I'm getting quite jealous, master. Yiling chimed in with a wide grin. Su Xiaolan also took this opportunity to make fun of him. Now that your skin looks so good, you're even more beautiful than I am. And Lin rolled his eyes. None of you know my pain. I can barely even move my limbs right now, and I feel like I'm about to become a statue. He was already beginning to absorb Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao true intent. As a result, he was becoming more and more like a jade person. His fair skin became more and more translucent and flawless, giving him a rather surreal and dreamy quality. Dabai was very excited and pulled out a photographic crystal to take photos of Lin from all angles. Hopefully the divine Tao true intent of the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool can prove to be useful. And Lin began to concentrate on absorbing the power left behind by Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was a living being who was infinitely close to God of Creation stage. Its forte was merging its divine Tao into jade before unleashing its power. A prime example of this was that terrifying spell technique it had unleashed to summon those 99 Tao integration stage mythological beasts. Those mythological beasts were only temporarily resurrected using its Tao jade as the foundation of their life forces. Merging Tao with jade was the core of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao true intent. Massive amounts of spell technique true intent surged into Enlin's mind like a tsunami wave before fusing together with his body. The true intent was profound and ethereal, and it pointed directly to the essential great Tao. This was the path that could lead one to the heavens. Enlin's eyes immediately lit up. As expected of the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao had given Enlin a massively pleasant surprise, as if a clogged environment was suddenly unclogged, revealing a brand new world. It was not just empty words for Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong to merge its Tao into jade and create a new world from its jade. It could be said that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was most likely the living being closest to God of Creation stage prior to its death. What a pity that you died by my hands before you progressed to the God of Creation stage. And to think that you would be philanthropic enough to pass on your divine Tao true intent comparable to that of God of Creation stage onto me. I don't even know how to repay you anymore. And Lin couldn't help but smile even as he was absorbing the divine Tao true intent. He felt like a massive pie had fallen from the heavens and landed right in front of him. My God, he really is becoming a jade person. Su Chenyun's mellow voice sounded. Is Big Brother and going to be all right? Woof. Photographer De Bai put down his photographic crystal and spoke with a tense expression. And Lin wanted to look down at his body upon hearing this. Crack, crack, crack. His neck began to crack. And Lin was given a massive fright, and only now did he discover that his body was extremely hard. Not only was it just his neck, but he was also unable to move any other parts of his body. It was as if everything had become paralyzed, and no part of his body would listen to his command. He no longer possessed a body of blood and flesh. Instead, he now had a jade body, and Lin had no alternative but to give up on trying to move his body and instead used his divine sense to survey his body. He was then greeted by the sight of an extremely flawless and artistic body. This was a jade body with not even the slightest hint of impurity. Even his hair had become infinite strands of white jade, which were perfect and flawless. His white robe remained stationary, but it gave onlookers a sense of motion. The faint jade sheen reflected by the light of the sun gave him the appearance of the most perfect artistic masterpiece ever created. And Lin was astonished. How am I so beautiful? Everyone was astonished by this sight. Su Xiaolin wound an arm around Lin's waist and requested for a few photos from Dubai. Everyone was also tempted to do the same, and all of them took photos with Lin as if he were some sort of tourist attraction. This was an extremely rare opportunity that they couldn't afford to miss out on. And Lin looked on at the excited Su Xiaolan, who was organizing the photo seekers into a single file line, and he didn't even know what to say anymore. Wasn't she supposed to be protecting him? He was feeling very depressed. However, everyone soon settled down after a period of hype and commotion, and Lin was also becoming more and more immersed in Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao true intent. Even though he had become a stationary jade person, that still did nothing to disrupt his urge to pursue Tao. He stood still for an entire 7 days. Su Xiaolan constantly stayed by his side for those 7 days. All of the pavilion lords and elders of the 4-9 Immortal sect also came to visit sect leader Lin and took commemorative photos. As for the disciples who were prohibited from coming here, they still took selfies with sect leader Lin from afar. He was so extraordinarily beautiful. How could they not commemorate this? When Lin reopened his eyes, Su Xiaolan also opened hers and sidled over to Lin. How do you feel? I did it. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao true intent matches my power quite well, and I have already mastered it. Su Xiaolan was also a little excited upon hearing this. Show me. Tina, Dubai, Su Chenyun, Shenyuan Chang, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and a whole host of spectators also turned toward Enlin with anticipation and curiosity intermingled with disappointment. The reason for their disappointment was that the beautiful jade person Enlin was no longer here. Enlin's skin had reverted back to its original state and was far less appealing to look at. Enlin flipped over his hand, and a burst of peculiar energy surged for several dozen kilometers before converging toward his palm. Crackle bang, an explosive sound erupted, as if thunderclaps were exploding in his palm. A burst of true intent that gave one the illusion that everything in this world originated from his palm erupted forth, striking an instinctive hint of fear into everyone's heart. In the next instant, a white ball appeared on Enlin's palm. It was round, smooth, pristine, and holy. It was perfect to the extreme. Everyone was fascinated upon seeing this. Dongfang Zhuangshi was extremely astonished. "Is that heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's Dao Jade?" And Lin nodded with a smile. "That's right. But I feel like something's missing." Su Xiaolan stroked her chin, and her brows furrowed. "And Lin, it lacks the power of the divine Dao." Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong merged its divine Dao into the jade, which was why it could be referred to as a Dao Jade. "I don't possess a divine Dao yet, so this jade is only an empty vessel." "Doesn't that mean it's not going to be as powerful then?" Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little disappointed. "It's okay. I have a way to make this work." And Lin's eyes were glowing with a scorching light. "Now then, it's time to witness a miracle." The immaculate white jade continued to vibrate as a peculiar energy was fused into it. The energy radiated with a supreme aura, and it also emanated a heavenly might that was inviolable. The white jade was like a piece of blank paper that could absorb all energy. At the same time, it could also be assimilated by all energy. Boom! A series of explosions boomed through the air. Then, cries of surprise started to ring out one after another. At this moment, everyone noticed that the white jade hovering above Enlin's palm had become a golden lightning orb. This wasn't the most surprising thing, though. What surprised them the most was the aura and might that was released from the golden lightning orb. This was a supreme aura that they were all too familiar with. This was a supreme power that could rule over all matter, the power of a heavenly god. "The heavenly lightning power?" Su Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. "And Lin, you're actually able to infuse the heavenly lightning power into the Dao Jade?" There was an excited glimmer in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she grabbed onto Enlin's arm. "Haha, this Dao Jade is capable of holding one's divine Dao. Although I don't have my personal divine Dao yet, the powers of the heavenly gods are also a part of the great Dao." And Lin had a triumphant smile on his face as he spoke. "In other words, I can simply infuse the Dao Jade with the heavenly lightning power." Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up. "Will it be even more badass that way?" And Lin nodded. "Of course, the Dao Jade allows one to use their power of the divine Dao in a more flexible manner. However, this isn't its most impressive property." As he said this, and Lin's eyes suddenly became sharp and focused. The energy around him surged, and another flawless white jade orb materialized in the void before him. Immediately afterward, a completely different yet equally supreme aura started to fuse into the Dao Jade. It was clear that the Dao Jade was undergoing some qualitative transformation. Gale force winds howled through hundreds of kilometers as a spinning, semi-transparent orb materialized in the void. The orb possessed a supreme heavenly law, and it was as if a great deity was descending into the world. "Win Dao Jade!" Su Xiaolan and the others' mouths gaped open. At this moment, a red, metallic-looking orb materialized in the void. This red orb radiated an aura with a piercing sharpness, and it was as though it was ready to slice heaven and earth into two. Metallic Dao Jade! In no time, another white jade orb started to appear. Immediately afterward, the white jade orb started to become earthen yellow in color. This was a Dao Jade that felt as sturdy as a mountain. Mountain Dao Jade! The powers of 4 heavenly gods were infused into the Dao Jades that materialized in the void. The terrifying auras that they released weighed down on everyone present. In fact, the crushing might that the auras possessed almost caused them to suffocate. They all looked toward Lin in stunned silence. It was as if they had seen something unfathomable. They had all fought alongside Lin several times. Thus, they all knew how terrifyingly powerful he would become after drawing on the powers of the heavenly gods. He would become an individual who was capable of fighting against the heavenly gods. In the past, Lin could only use one heavenly god power at a time. Even so, he was already insanely powerful. With the help of the Tao Jade, however, he was now able to use multiple heavenly god powers at once. At this rate, he was going to become a freaking god soon. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face when he saw everyone's stunned expression. To be honest, entering this state also has its flaws. Once I enter this state, my energy consumption will be much higher than normal. As such, I won't be able to engage in lengthy battles. Moreover, the heavenly god powers are actually purer and more powerful when used individually with their divine halos. Once I fuse them into the Tao Jades, their powers actually decrease by a bit. Thus, I'll adopt this method. The hovering heavenly mountain power vanished. At the same time, an earthen yellow divine halo materialized above Lin's head. A heavy and suffocating aura started to radiate outward. Facing Lin right now was like facing a vast and supreme divine mountain. I'll have one main divine halo and 3 supporting divine halos. Lin waved a hand, and 3 heavenly god power-infused Tao Jades started to circle around his body gracefully. They looked like satellites that were orbiting around a supreme lord. Everyone was stunned by this, and they couldn't help but shudder in astonishment. He's having the noblest powers of this world circle around his body like playthings. Shenyuan Cheng murmured softly. I'm afraid that no one else will ever dare to do something like this. Big Brother and his so impressive woof. Dabai was also filled with a sense of admiration. Master's divine technique is truly out of this world. It's peerless throughout the universe and simply without equal. Shui Zhantian's body trembled in excitement as he flapped his pair of small wings. There was a blazing fervor in his large blue eyes, and his expression of admiration and reverence was so intense that it seemed like he was almost about to pounce at Lin and offer up his everything. Lin waved the 3 Tao Jades and the divine halo above his head away. The beaming smile on his face remained, however, and he happily accepted the praise and admiration of his friends. In all honesty, the true intent of the divine Tao left to him by heavenly venerate Yuqiong was far more powerful and practical than he had first imagined. Initially, he had thought that throwing the little jade orbs around would merely increase his combat capability by a teeny bit. To his surprise, however, he was actually able to inject his heavenly god powers into the Tao Jades. As such, it wasn't a matter of increasing his combat capability by a teeny bit anymore. Rather, his combat capability would rocket up to an insane height. Right now, even Lin himself was unsure about how exactly powerful he would become. Xiao Hong. Lin stretched his body as he looked toward a silently photosynthesizing red flower. Master, how can I help you? Xiao Hong spoke in a sweet voice as her slender body swayed with the wind. You're able to summon suns, am I correct? Summon a sun for me to taste. Lin requested. Everyone shuddered upon hearing this. Xiao Hong's little heart almost skipped a beat. Master wants to eat a sun all of a sudden? What the hell is going on? Master, are you feeling okay? Xiao Hong was given quite a shock. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolin recalled that Lin had talked to her about eating a sun not too long ago. He had said that it would help him rank up. A look of eager anticipation surfaced on her face. I'm feeling absolutely fine, Lin replied. Just tell me, are you able to summon a sun for me to taste? I can. What flavor does Master want? Xiao Hong fell silent for a few seconds before answering Lin. Lin sucked in a deep breath. I can choose flavors? It's that high class. That's right. There's the boundless love sun, the tragic wind autumn moon sun, the low-spirited ecstasy sun, the unlimited passion sun. Xiao Hong listed out a large array of flavors, and Lin felt a headache forming. Original. Just give me the original flavor. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? The two of them are genuinely having a serious discussion about how to eat a sun. Moreover, they're even discussing the flavor of the sun? Why does it seem like they're discussing chip flavors? Is this the world of supremely powerful beings? Fine. Xiaohong humphed sweetly. Original flavor it is. Boom! There was an earth-shattering eruption. A scorching heat wave instantly started to surge outward. Su Xiaolan immediately activated an immortal protection barrier and contained Xiaohong's powers within a certain range. A blazing hot sun started to materialize in the air. The insane temperature that it possessed distorted the void and caused the earth around it to transform into molten lava. Not only was Xiaohong's divine Tao related to golden crows, but it was more so related to the light and heat of heaven and earth. As such, she could in fact be viewed as a representative of the sun. This was the main reason why Enlin chose to request Xiaohong's assistance. What a gigantic lad! Enlin looked up at the sun, which measured over 10 kilometers in diameter. Standing before its gigantic body, Enlin felt like he had become a tiny ant. Xiaohong isn't holding back, and she's releasing the full power of her divine Tao. I'm afraid that the core temperature of the sun is probably hundreds of thousands of degrees. Ordinary Tao integration stage cultivators would all scramble to avoid such a powerful and deadly object. Which mentally retarded idiot would want to swallow it raw? However, that was exactly what Enlin planned on doing. Truth be told, Enlin's fate with suns was quite complicated. In the past, in order to obtain his Yang-type cultivation technique, he had kissed a mini-sun Ili. The relieved yet terrifying emotions that he had experienced that day were still fresh in his mind. After all, he had almost died kissing her. Now, however, his mission had become even more insane. His mission was far more difficult than simply kissing a sun. No, he actually had to eat an entire sun this time. Eat me if you love me? To hell with that. Sect leader Enlin's presence guaranteed that the 4-9 Immortal sect wouldn't be able to see long periods of calm and quiet. Thousands of disciples witnessed the sun rising above the sect. They were all filled with shock, and, without exception, they all thought one thing. Is sect leader Enlin doing something shocking again? The shocking news of their sect leader becoming a jade person was yet to pass, and the disciples were just starting to come to their senses. However, before they could even turn their attention back to cultivation, another earth-shattering event occurred before their eyes. How were they supposed to cultivate properly? The disciples all grumbled in their minds. However, they couldn't help but put their tasks aside and run toward the direction of the forming sun. As expected, it's sect leader Enlin and Elder Xiaohong who are stirring up trouble. Good Lord! Why is Elder Xiaohong summoning such a terrifying fireball? This isn't a fireball. I can feel the purest forms of light and heat emanating from it. This definitely isn't a fireball. It possesses the power of the sun. I think we should retreat further back. The gigantic sun in the sky is seriously intimidating. We've got stand-in sect leader Xiaolan protecting us. What is there to be afraid of? Say, what is sect leader Enlin trying to do this time? Could it be that he's giving Elder Xiaohong tips on cultivation? The disciples of 4-9 Immortal sect were all engaged in spirited discussions. As they conversed, their gazes continually turned toward Enlin. Moreover, they all felt an indescribable eagerness. It was clear that they wanted to witness something miraculous. At this moment, a graceful, white-clothed figure had already dashed into mid-air. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, he leaped head-on toward the monstrous sun in the sky. He was like a moth flying toward fire. He was like a warrior fearlessly forging toward a seemingly undefeatable opponent. Immediately afterward, the warrior opened his mouth and bit down toward the insanely gigantic sun. A boundless suction power instantly swirled out from his mouth. Enormous volumes of scorching flames started to pour into Enlin's gaping wide mouth. Long ago, there was Sitsong who gobbled up a hot dog. And now there was Enlin who was gobbling up a sun. Enlin's mouth opened wider and wider, and the volume of the sun became smaller and smaller. However, the internal energy of the sun started seeping outward, and the sun turned from a fiery gold color into a blinding white color. The devastating temperature of the sun rose to a peak, and even the surrounding void started to distort and combust. Weaker disciples were already unable to look at the sun directly, as the light that it emitted was far too bright and piercing. If they gazed at it, it would cause them to go blind. There was no doubt that the temperature of the sun had also risen to a horrendous level, and Lin's clothes burst into flames, clearly unable to withstand the fiery nature of the sun. Some female disciples opened their eyes wide as they stared at Lin. In order to witness sect leader Lin in all his glory, they were willing to risk being blinded by the blazing sun. To their disappointment, however, Su Xiaolan immediately covered Lin in a holy flame robe and prevented him from being fully exposed. Lin's skin became crimson red and scalding hot as he wolfed down the sun. Moreover, his body started to swell up slightly, and it seemed as if he was almost about to explode due to the devastating heat of the sun. However, he was already of the return to void intermediate stage, and he was much more powerful than before. His body of the war god was also close to invincible. Thus, for Lin, the power of the sun was still bearable. After a short while, Lin finished consuming the original flavor sun that Xiaohong had summoned for him. Burp! A small fire dragon shot out of the male's mouth as he burped loudly. Everyone present had fallen deathly silent. The disciples were all stupefied as they stared at the scene before them. He swallowed it. Sect leader Lin really swallowed it. Holy Mother of God! That was a sun? So impressive! The scene of sect leader Lin engulfing a sun was so captivating. Lin felt extremely hot, almost as if his body was about to explode. However, he had finally managed to endure through the difficulties and swallow the sun. He hurriedly retrieved a white robe from his storage ring and covered himself up. Only then did he walk through the void and slowly descend back onto the ground. There's no notification from the system. Xiaohong, was your son a fake? There was a look of disappointment on Lin's face. Fake? Master, please don't slander me. Xiaohong fumed angrily. I praise the sun. I love the sun. The sun is my everything. The sun materialized here at my beckoning. How could it be fake? Lin rolled his eyes. Fine, 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 he said unenthusiastically. Your son was real. Xiaohong became even more furious. Master, your attitude is a display of extreme disrespect toward my son. Lin pursed his lips in exasperation. What do you want me to do then? Sing praise to the sun with me. Xiaohong replied sweetly. Sing with me 100 times in order to express your remorse. Lin immediately walked away. Sing that type of embarrassing song 100 times? No way in hell. So be it if he was able to complete his system mission. However, the reality was that he hadn't been able to complete the system mission. For what reason did he have to sing such a stupid song? The system mission for breaking through to the return to void final stage remained the same as before. In other words, the sun summoned by Xiaohong was indeed a fake. Or perhaps it wasn't real enough, thus it didn't receive the system's recognition. As a result, he naturally had to seek out a higher-tier sun. Speaking of a higher-tier sun, he naturally thought of a sun created by a god of creation. Suns created by gods of creation were definitely real enough. After all, they would be formed from the realm essence of the gods of creation's worlds. However, the might of a realm essence sun was formidable, and even Dao integration stage cultivators would die if they tried to swallow one. However, the return to void stage Lin wasn't put off by this fact. Of course, this was all dependent on Tina, the goddess of creation, agreeing to help him out. Little Na, I'll need to rely on you now. Lin had already given up on Xiaohong. He spoke in a soft and gentle voice as he looked at the little fairy before him affectionately. Tina nodded cutely. No problem, she replied in a crisp and pleasant voice. However, you might be immediately surrounded and attacked by 5 heavenly gods upon entering my small world. We need to deal with them first. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about them. Lin clapped his hands in realization. Tina pursed her lips. Giant Lin, you need to nourish your brain. Su Xiaolin shuffled up beside them. How are they doing right now? She asked curiously. So. They can't leave my world, probably because they're afraid of receiving backlash from the heavenly Dao. They don't dare to cause trouble in my divine mirror world either. Right now, they're running all over the place in an attempt to find flaws and loopholes in my world. Would you believe it, they truly did discover a few weak points in my divine mirror world. However, it still wasn't enough for them to escape. Afterward, I immediately patched up those flaws. Tina couldn't help but chuckle as she explained this, and Lin was astonished. They're automated flaw-detecting bots. They're divine helpers sent by the heavens. That's right. Tina smiled. The divine mirror world has become increasingly perfect these past few days. It's all thanks to the hard work of those 5 heavenly gods. Our recent enemies have all been so adorable. Dongfang Zhuangshi sighed with emotion. First, they gift us their true intent of the divine Tao. Now, they're helping you detect all the flaws in your world. But, as my divine mirror world becomes more and more perfect, these voluntary laborers are discovering fewer and fewer flaws. Tina hesitated for a moment before saying this. Oh, that means that they're useless now. And Lin nodded. It's time to exterminate them. How cruel. Disposing of them after squeezing them of all their value. Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't help but view Lin in a new light. The 5 heavenly gods are already trapped beasts, Su Xiaolin remarked. However, killing them is still an extremely dangerous task. Why don't we gather more people and kill them together? Of course. There was a passionate flame burning in Lin's eyes. I have a bold plan. Soon after, an announcement from the 29 Immortal sect started to spread throughout the Taichu continent. The celebrations and excitement stirred up by the destruction of the northern heavenly gate still hadn't died down yet. At this moment, however, the front pages of the Taichu continent's most popular newspapers were all hijacked by Lin once again. For 9 Immortal sect's sect leader Lin is calling for supreme beings to assist him in publicly executing 7 heavenly human tribe great generals, 3 Tao integration stage mythological beasts, and 5 heavenly gods, publicly executing heavenly gods. What type of transcendent beings were heavenly gods? They were beings who stood at the pinnacle of the kingdom of the 9 states. They were beings who represented the supreme and unparalleled power of heaven. Heavenly gods were the heaven. They were divine beings who could regard all other life forms as lowly ants. Now, however, Lin wanted to publicly execute such formidable beings as a mere human representative of the kingdom of the 9 states. Moreover, he wasn't going to execute just a single heavenly god. He was going to execute a whopping 5 heavenly gods. This piece of news was like a deep-sea torpedo, and it immediately caused great shockwaves to ripple throughout the entire Taichu continent. From ordinary peasants to supremely powerful cultivators, everyone was shocked by this outrageous call to arms. As they looked toward the east stupidly, it was almost as if they could see a supremely mysterious cultivator standing proudly and crushing the heaven underfoot as he sought out his own Tao. And Lin plunged the Taichu continent into a frenzied state once again. There was shock, there was surprise, and there was also commotion. Good heavens! The events caused by sect leader Lin are becoming more and more terrifying. And Lin is performing another earth-shattering feat. Is he ever going to give us a break? Can't he let my poor little heart take a rest? Just a while ago, the heavenly human tribe on the northern front was still bragging about their victory. What a load of dog shit that was. 5 heavenly gods surrounding and killing Lin? It's clearly Lin who is surrounding and killing the 5 heavenly gods right now. Sect leader Lin is absolutely invincible. I had initially thought that the heaven-crushing sect was our last trump card in the battle against the heavenly human tribe. I didn't expect for the 49 Immortal sect to come from behind and even overtake them in terms of output in battle. Have they been taking performance-enhancing drugs recently? How have they become so formidable? It's all due to Lin coming back from the dead. Lin is truly the most miraculous male in our continent. God is invincible. God is the most awesome. For 9 Immortal sect is going to become the next heaven-crushing sect. It was understandable that many powerful beings felt this way. The heaven-crushing sect had led the human army against the heavenly human tribe united army for dozens of years. However, their defenses kept shrinking further and further back into the kingdom of the 9 states. It had become increasingly clear that they were struggling to push the heavenly human tribe back. Right after Enlin reappeared, however, the tables were immediately turned. In a short span of time, he had successfully obliterated 2 heavenly gates already. Now, he was even planning to publicly execute 5 heavenly gods. In the past, such an event would have been completely unfathomable. One had to realize, in the past, even public executions of a single heavenly human tribe great general was an astonishing feat that could shock the entire continent. Now, great generals were merely appetizers before the main course. The main course, of course, was the even higher-ranked heavenly gods. And 5 of them at that. News of this public execution caused ardor and zeal to course through everyone's blood. After hearing this news, the soldiers of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army all teared up in delight and excitement. They drank to their heart's content, and they sang at the top of their lungs. They shouted Enlin and 29 Immortal sects' names in reverence, and they celebrated this grand moment with passion and fervor. Without a doubt, Enlin had already become a beacon of hope in the eyes of the soldiers of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army, and in the eyes of the entire continent as a whole. This news swept throughout the continent and attracted the attention of all the most powerful beings. Supreme beings of the Tao integration stage and transcendent beings of the God of creation stage all looked toward the Kingdom of the 9 States. They all turned to look toward an ordinary-looking yet extremely powerful sect that was located on some vast grassland. The actions of little friend Enlin are truly becoming more and more frightening. He's fast-tracking our plan with his own strength. Great change gives birth to new hope. His actions can't be analyzed through conventional means. Enlin has already breathed a new life into this battle. Enlin's actions caused many supreme beings of the continent to become increasingly active. After catching a whiff of the news, some hidden elders, rulers of foreign realms, and latent supermighty beings all started to become restless and eager to cause trouble. As for the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army's enemy, the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, they suffered another brutal blow, both physically and mentally. The powerful beings of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, Void Spirit Realm, Dark Marshlands, Creation Realm, and Western Heavenly Dragon Forest, among many other top-rate powers, all began to feel a sense of fear and anxiety. The powerful beings of the Heavenly Human Tribe also began to feel a sense of terror. Moreover, they also felt a boundless sense of rage. Publicly executing heavenly gods was a blatant slap to their face. Their enemy had captured their most powerful generals and was now executing them for all the world to see. This type of humiliation was legendary in scale. Not a single living being had ever fathomed the possibility of such an event. Right now, the Heavenly Human Tribe soldiers were all seething with uncontrollable anger. They wanted to deploy a massive army and slaughter humans to their heart's content. However, the great generals of the Heavenly Human Tribe all received a single supreme command: stabilize. Refrain from launching assaults. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army suffered another devastating blow. Their enemy was about to publicly execute their leaders, yet they didn't even have the right to launch an assault? How extremely pitiful! The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army suffered blow after blow. Meanwhile, at the 49 Immortal sect, Enlin had already contacted Chun Chun. Chun Chun told Enlin that executing the 5 heavenly gods would very likely lead to a huge reaction from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heaven-Crushing sect could guarantee that no paramount heavenly god would appear near the 49 Immortal sect. However, Chun Chun himself was currently unable to travel over to help them. Enlin was very understanding, and he didn't push for Chun Chun to come. Anyhow, the number of people willing to come over and help him was quite great. In the few days that Enlin spent absorbing the true intent contained within the Tao Jade, Dongfang Zhuangshi had already learned the heaven-crushing techniques from the ancient Dragon Empress. He was apparently quite adept and was capable of becoming a powerful helper in the future. In addition, the Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei also expressed their desire to participate in the execution battle of the heavenly gods. As for Emperor Changsheng, Emperor Tianhuang, and Emperor Qinghua, they were responsible for guarding the Kingdom of the 9 States and preventing the enemies from launching mass assaults during this period of time. A large-scale battle could break out at any second. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu were also responsible for guarding their respective posts. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan and Little Huang's post was being temporarily guarded by the Great Empress and Shangguan Yi. Thus, they were free to participate in the executions of the heavenly gods. And Lin made another announcement to the world. The public execution of the heavenly gods will be held in 10 days. All supreme beings of the Tao integration stage and God of creation stage are welcome to join the execution team. During the execution, a live stream will be displayed on a super large crystal screen located in the realm of the fallen phoenix outside the 4-9 immortal sect. The communication crystal screens around the Taichu continent will also live stream the execution. Everyone is welcome to watch. This announcement created another huge stir across the continent. Not only did Lin want to publicly execute the heavenly gods right now, but he also wanted to invite supreme beings from all over the continent to witness their deaths. As expected, spreading joy was much more satisfying than reveling in joy with oneself. Would any powerful beings choose to participate in this grand event? And Lin believed that the answer would be a definite yes. The only unknown was how many powerful beings would choose to participate. The 4-9 Immortal sect was destined to welcome the most significant moment in their short history. The mysterious land of the East had become the center of all attention. And Lin leisurely tasted some fragrant tea as he silently observed the commotion rippling throughout the outside world. At this moment, the cry of a crane traveled over from the distance. His pupils contracted and his mouth gaped open in shock as he looked up toward the sky. Flying through the sky was an extremely elegant and graceful immortal crane. Its feathers were pure white and flawless, and its robust claws shone with a noble golden color. Moreover, its long neck made it appear especially proud and mighty. However, the most salient characteristic was the crane's eyes. Its eyes were almost larger than its head, and they stuck out like two gigantic watermelons. They were jet black and radiating with vigor. Yet they looked as if they were about to fall off at any second. Aha! Its appearance was extremely unique. No matter where it flew, it would attract large amounts of shocked and surprised gazes. It was the large-eyed crane. Human piggy ba. Celestial maiden Tianyu, welcome. And Lin held in his laughter as he waved toward the beautiful and elegant female sitting on the back of the crane. The large-eyed crane let out a proud cry as it flapped its wings and landed before Lin. A faint yet mesmerizing smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she gracefully leaped off the crane's back. Sect leader and Lin, it's been 100 years since we last met. I've missed you greatly. I haven't seen you for 100 years, and you've become more and more beautiful. And Lin felt that Lin Junjun had become more graceful and poised since the last time they met. The large-eyed crane is also becoming increasingly peculiar and unique, he praised. Lin Junjun's face twitched involuntarily. She raised her dainty fist, then suddenly realized that she was no match for Lin. She sulkily lowered her fist and humphed. I'm here to pass on a message. Emperor Ziwei and my father will arrive here in 9 days. Right now, they're traveling to the Langya Forbidden Realm to retrieve a valuable item. What valuable item? And Lin asked curiously. Heh, it's got something to do with you, but I'm not telling. A dazzling smile spread across Lin Junjun's face as she said this. And Lin, only knowing half of the information made Lin feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Junjun's mood became even brighter upon seeing Lin's distressed expression. This kind of feeling is so soothing. So what if you're super badass? This celestial maiden can still make you feel distressed. No? In front of Lin Junjun only had this one simple desire remaining. The large-eyed crane haughtily swept its gaze around the surroundings. Then, its gigantic eyes popped out even more as its attention was drawn to a certain spot. So big! It exclaimed in a tender voice. Lin Junjun nodded and marveled. Sect leader Lin is risking his life to direct this spectacular show. It's definitely a historical event with no precedent. In fact, it's very likely going to be a legendary feat that is never going to be replicated again. A ginormous crystal screen that measured 30,000 feet in length and 10,000 feet in height rested on the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Tao Plaza. Its pixels reached an amazing 3 quadrillion, and it also provided a pure 4D virtual surround experience. Not only could it simulate and livestream holographic projections, but it could also simulate the sound, smell, taste, feel, divine sense, vital energy sense, pressure, and other qualities of the battle. This ginormous screen strived to provide its audience with the most realistic and stimulating experience. This was the super advanced technology of the Purple Star civilization. Of course, the most important technology was by Ling being able to communicate through 2 realms and live stream the events of the divine mirror world into the main world, the Taichu continent. Countless different organizations on the Taichu continent would also live stream the images that appeared on the 29 Immortal Sect's ginormous crystal screen. The number of media outlets that received broadcast licenses numbered in the tens of thousands. It was evident just how much time and effort Lin had put into this historical event. And Lin, answer me honestly. What's the success rate of this public heavenly god execution? Lin Junjun appeared a bit anxious as she looked toward the male beside her. And Lin extended a single finger. Lin Junjun frowned deeply. Only 10%? She asked worriedly. That's far too risky. We can't continue with this plan. Why don't we take this slowly? Or perhaps we can wait for more powerful allies to appear. And Lin rolled his eyes. What I meant was, the success rate is 100%. Lin Junjun was stunned. Where is all this confidence coming from? Heavenly gods weren't defenseless cats or dogs. What they represented was the supreme laws of the heavenly Tao. They possessed unparalleled powers, and they would be able to perform all kinds of miracles during battle. Even divine beings of the God of Creation stage wouldn't dare to make such a bold and outrageous claim. I'm giving myself this confidence. And Lin smiled. Lin Junjun. Fine. She had nothing to say anymore. She didn't want to be forced to swallow her words again. The two of them started to chit-chat about the past and other trivial matters as they awaited the most spectacular show in history. Numerous powerful beings had already started to arrive at the 49 Immortal Sect. They all wanted to witness this historic public execution. The first arrivals were naturally the powerful beings from the Kingdom of the 9 States. Cultivators ranked at the Soul Formation stage or above could enter the 49 Immortal Sect's Dao Plaza to watch the public execution on the ginormous crystal screen. As for weaker cultivators, they could only watch the public execution on the 10,100 meters large screens dispersed throughout the realm of the fallen phoenix. This was unavoidable, as this historical event had attracted far too much attention. If the number of spectators wasn't limited, the 49 Immortal Sect would definitely be bursting with people. There was simply no way that the 49 Immortal Sect could hold so many people. 9 of the 10 days quickly flashed by. The number of spectators gathered in the realm of the fallen phoenix had already surpassed a whopping 10 million. Goosebumps formed on Lin's arms as he gazed at the massive crowd before him. In fact, this large crowd of spectators didn't consist of any members of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army. After all, the armies were all stationed at their relative posts at this moment. This was because they had to guard against potential counterattacks from the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. These 10 million individuals had all hurried over from all over the continent in order to witness the live stream of the public execution. They were clearly able to watch the live stream from their own locations as well. So why did they all gather here? The reason was very simple. They were here for the atmosphere. And Lin almost vomited blood upon hearing this reason. If he led this crowd of zealous spectators outside, they would no doubt be able to form an extremely powerful army. Of course, the number of powerful beings who qualified to enter the 49 Immortal Sect's Dao Plaza was also frighteningly large. There were over 100,000 Soul Formation stage cultivators, hundreds of Return to Void stage supreme beings, and a whopping 15 Dao integration stage super mighty beings. Even the Ghost Tribe divine being, Patriarch Zhu Yin, had come to witness the execution. He had transformed into an ordinary Soul Formation stage male and come here with his Dao partner, Li Yin. The combined power of these spectators was so high that they could potentially destroy another heavenly gate within Lin. Not only was the outside world stunned by this event, but even the pavilion lords, elders, and disciples of the 49 Immortal Sect were greatly astonished. There were far too many powerful individuals present. At this time of intense battle and great danger, how did these powerful individuals have the spare time to come here? Was it really a good decision for them to come here? At the same time, the disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect were also extremely exhilarated. Seeing so many powerful individuals arrive at their sect was truly a thrilling and prideful matter. Right at this moment, Emperor Ziwei and the Celestial the Arch ripped open the void and arrived above the 4-9 Immortal sect. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of all the present spectators. And Lin's heartbeat quickened in anticipation as he gazed passionately at the two arriving figures. The two people that Lin was most looking forward to meeting had finally arrived. He wasn't eager because of how powerful they were. Rather, he was excited because they had gone to the Xianxia Forbidden Realm to retrieve a valuable item. And this item was related to him. What on earth is this valuable item? And Lin had experienced 9 days of stress and discomfort due to Lin Junjun's simple remark. Now it was finally time to witness the answer. Battle God and Lin, long time no see. Emperor Ziwei chuckled cheerily as he waved at Lin. Ziwei, you're still so handsome and graceful. And Lin shamelessly praised Emperor Ziwei. This was unavoidable. Who told Emperor Ziwei to be so nice to him? He had spent a full 9 days retrieving a valuable item for him. Ha ha ha, Battle God and Lin. You're only so sweet-tongued when you know that something good is going to happen to you. The Celestial the Arch chuckled as he clasped his hands behind his back. His golden-white emperor robe billowed behind him as he walked through the void. The Celestial the Arch was naturally mighty, and he didn't need to release an ounce of his aura to appear magnificent. He attracted countless gazes, and the spectators present were all filled with a sense of awe and profound respect. So, what did you two retrieve from that forbidden land? There was a look of curiosity and anticipation on Lin's face as he cut straight to the point. You need to thank Emperor Ziwei for this matter. He has poured countless amounts of sweat and blood to create this item. The Celestial the Arch pointed at the white-haired male next to him and continued. Merely forging this item took him 100 years. If it weren't for the critical nature of this battle, he wouldn't have forcibly retrieved this treasure either. After all, it still needed a period of nourishment. Emperor Ziwei used his own divine Dao power to remedy this flaw. And Lin was astonished upon hearing this. His expression became even more curious as he gazed at Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei titled his head proudly and said, 100 years ago, you came to me with several divine materials and immortal tools. You asked me to forge a sealing-type divine tool for you. Do you still remember? And Lin came to a sudden realization. He had indeed made such a request. Apart from the divine tool, sword to send you safely on your way, he had requested Ziwei to forge another sealing-type divine tool for him. However, he didn't expect that it would take over 100 years for Ziwei to forge. Originally, the materials that you gave me were nowhere near the level of the white cherry godslaying sword. If I forged a divine tool with them, the resulting item would be of the elementary rank at best. Emperor Ziwei's expression was aloof as he glanced toward the sky with his eagle-like gaze. However, I unleashed my power as the Kingdom of the 9 States #1 tool refiner. There was a hint of smugness in Emperor Ziwei's voice as he said this. I found a perfect land of fortune to carry out the forging, the Xianxia Forbidden Realm's Dark Sky Ice Spring. There, I crafted your divine tool for over 100 years and also repaired all of its flaws. I forcibly raised the divine tool from the elementary rank into the intermediate rank. Gasp! And Lin couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. He was filled with a sense of deep admiration. Ziwei, you're awesome. And Lin was so excited that he was almost about to run over and hug Emperor Ziwei. He had only wanted Emperor Ziwei to forge an elementary rank divine tool for him. However, to his surprise, Ziwei came back to him with an intermediate rank divine tool. What more could one ask from such a considerate male? Okay. Emperor Ziwei waved his hands in disgust. I admit, I'm a very professional and dedicated individual. I'm so dedicated that even I feel like I've been taken advantage of by you. However, Your actions after your return proved to me that my effort and dedication wasn't in vain. You're extremely qualified to own this divine tool. And Lin was extremely moved by Ziwei's words. Not only did Emperor Ziwei forge a divine tool for him, but he also raised the rank of the divine tool and praised him so effusively. This kind of mail was so heartwarming. So, Emperor Ziwei, where's my divine tool? And Lin asked eagerly. I'll show you right away. There was a flash as Emperor Ziwei held a finger to his storage ring. Immediately afterward, the overwhelming fluctuation of a divine tool started to spread throughout the void. Its extraordinary nature could be easily felt from its fluctuations. And Lin's eyes glimmered brightly as he looked on in anticipation. Then, his expression gradually became stiff and unnatural. A sturdy, glowing green shell materialized before his eyes. It exuded an ancient aura, and every vein that was engraved into it looked like a beautiful work of art. That's right, what materialized before him was a green turtle shell. And Lin was stupefied. Emperor Ziwei, you didn't retrieve the wrong item, did you? What I want is a sealing-type divine tool. This is a turtle shell. Why don't you explain to me? How is a turtle shell related to the power of sealing? Emperor Ziwei clasped his hands behind his back and grinned. Simple. You can seal the enemy's powers by trapping them within this turtle shell. Why on earth are you wearing such a proud expression? And Lin was on the verge of vomiting blood. The image and feel of this divine tool were completely wrong. What exactly are you so proud of? Fellow cultivator and Lin, I still have another surprise for you. This surprise is also why this divine tool was able to break through to the intermediate rank. There was a mysterious expression on Emperor Ziwei's face. As if finding a saving grace, and Lin grabbed onto Emperor Ziwei's sleeve and asked, What surprise? Can the turtle shell transform into other shapes and forms? For example, crosses or chains? Emperor Ziwei shook his head. No, the surprise is that you can also wear this turtle shell. And Lin, is this some new kind of dark humor? And Lin's lips involuntarily twitched. What the fuck was with wearing a turtle shell that could seal away the enemy's powers? Seal his own powers away? I'm not kidding you. Not only can it seal away the enemy's powers, but it can also act as a suit of armor for you. As long as you charge it up with energy before battles, it can boost your defense significantly. In fact, combined with your powers, you'll even be able to defend a single strike from a divine being of the God of Creation stage. And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. For real? Of course. Not only is this a sealing-type divine tool, but it's also a life-saving divine tool, Emperor Ziwei exclaimed earnestly. Moreover, it's a turtle shell that likes to remain silent. Although it has an item spirit, it doesn't like to speak. It'll never annoy you. I've got to give its character a bad rating then. And Lin spurted. This turtle shell should be paired with a lively, lowly voice. Emperor Ziwei. It's fine if it doesn't like to speak a lot. That's right. What does this turtle shell divine tool sound like? And Lin was a male who was very picky when it came to voices. He would only be satisfied if his divine tool sounded as pleasant as Xiaolan, Su Qianyun, or Big Brother Cheng. I forgot. Emperor Ziwei replied awkwardly. And Lin? To be honest with you, in the 100 years that I crafted it, I've only heard it speak once. I genuinely can't remember its voice anymore. There was a look of exasperation on Emperor Ziwei's face, and Lin's face twitched involuntarily. This divine tool isn't mute, is it? Emperor Ziwei, you must have imagined hearing it because you were feeling too lonely? Am I right? No, Emperor Ziwei shook his head firmly. It's true that it said one sentence. I still remember what it said very clearly. This was something that it said when it ranked up from an elementary rank divine tool to an intermediate rank divine tool. What did it say? And Lin asked. I am ranking up, Ziwei replied. And Lin? Nothing else. Emperor Ziwei shook his head. Nope. All right. I'll just treat it as a mute then. A look of despair fell across Lin's face. Ranking up from an elementary rank divine tool to an intermediate rank divine tool was an extremely mighty and inspiring occasion. Yet, This item spirit only said 5 words? What was the difference between being able to speak and not being able to speak then? And Lin released a drop of blood essence and refined the turtle shell divine tool. Then he wore it onto his body. The turtle shell was very thick and sturdy, yet it felt extremely lightweight and well-fitting. And Lin nodded in satisfaction. Although the turtle shell divine tool was a bit too green, he had to admit that its sturdy nature gave him a great sense of security. Emperor Ziwei, thank you for gifting me this divine tool. I really like it. There was a look of sincerity and gratitude on Enlin's face. He was genuinely satisfied with this divine tool. Battle God Enlin, I'm happy that you like it. Emperor Ziwei was also extremely pleased that Enlin liked this divine tool. Su Xiaolan patted Enlin's sturdy turtle shell and chuckled. It's pretty decent. Enlin, I feel like your fate with turtles is quite strong. Enlin's chest involuntarily tightened upon hearing this. I'm already trying my best to ignore this fact, Enlin grumbled with an aggrieved expression. Xiaolan, why are you pouring salt onto my wounds? His fate with turtles was truly very strong and mysterious. He possessed Tian Qinji's core inheritance, evading turtle, and he also owned Gu Yu's turtle shell protective treasure. Now, he was even the owner of a sparkling new turtle shell divine tool. And Lin sighed and looked up toward the sky. He was a powerful individual who challenged heaven and earth. He wasn't a coward who hid in turtle shells. That's right, Emperor Ziwei. What's this divine tool called? We can't simply call it the turtle shell divine tool, right? And Lin suddenly realized that he still didn't know the name of his divine tool. It doesn't have an official name yet. Emperor Ziwei chuckled. As its first owner, you can bestow it with a resounding name. Ordinary tool refiners would all choose to name their own products. However, Emperor Ziwei didn't have such a hobby. He always left the naming right of the tools to their first owners. If this weren't the case, then how could Yi Ling's sword have the crazy name of sword to send you safely on your way? In a rare turn of events, and Lin fell deep into thought upon learning that he had access to the naming rights. Su Xiaolan, Tina, and the others all rolled their eyes in exasperation. They had zero anticipation for what name Enlin would come up with. Based on Enlin's shitty naming record, they could all envision the poor fate that awaited this turtle shell divine tool. If it wasn't named Little Turtle Divine Tool, it would be named Big Turtle Shell Divine Tool. Anyhow, the name would definitely be silly and unpleasant. This divine tool is low-key yet luxurious and with rich qualities. How about I name it? And Lin paused for a moment before continuing. Xianwu Heaven Sealing Shell. Gasp. Tina, Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Debai, and the other people present all sucked in a deep breath. And Lin's naming wasn't in line with his past habits. Since when could he think of such a mighty and domineering name? As if expressing its approval, even the turtle shell on Enlin's body shuddered slightly. Xiao Hong, who was still fuming in the distance, felt an urge to rush over and smack Enlin with a sun upon hearing this. Why is it that I, a supreme being of the return to void pinnacle stage, can only be called Xiao Hong? Yet this turtle shell can be called Xianwu Heaven Sealing Shell? This is prejudice. This is blatant discrimination. If Little Mushroom, who was currently in Tina's pokeball, heard this, it would perhaps feel exactly the same way as Xiao Hong. Moreover, it would make 99 furious expressions at Enlin. However, how could they understand Enlin's thought process? Wearing a suit of turtle shell armor was already a very embarrassing action. Of course, he had to give it a domineering and mighty name in order to alleviate the embarrassment that he felt. Even if he became a turtle, he had to become the most powerful kind. That, of course, was the Xianwu. In addition, Enlin had aspirations of sealing the heavens with his Xianwu. Thus, it was only natural that he named his divine tool the Xianwu Heaven Sealing Shell. Was it domineering? Was it badass? Big Brother and is so awesome, woof. Debai praised in a timely manner. Emperor Ziwei also expressed his satisfaction with this name. A gratified smile stretched across his face. The name that Enlin chose didn't betray his 100-year effort. Immediately afterward, Enlin started to impatiently charge the Xianwu Heaven Sealing Shell with energy. Not only was the make of this divine tool extremely sturdy, but it could also release all of its charged energy at once. It was extremely powerful and could block all kinds of different attacks. The powers of the heavenly gods were indeed very strong. In fact, the heavenly gods who could control the paramount heavenly Tao laws were basically invincible. However, the powers of the heavenly gods suffered extreme levels of suppression. In the Tai Chu continent, they suffered a devastating suppression from the panconsciousness of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, in the divine mirror world, they suffered twice the amount of suppression. At this time, their heavenly god powers wouldn't necessarily be able to breach Enlin's Xian Wu heaven sealing shell. As he charged his turtle shell, Enlin also absorbed the vital energy of heaven and earth to replenish his own energy. Before he knew it, an entire day passed. Enlin finally finished charging his turtle shell with energy. Meanwhile, over 100,000 spectators had already gathered on the 4-9 Immortal sect's Tao Plaza. Moreover, there were hundreds of millions of beings gathered on the realm of the fallen phoenix outside the 4-9 Immortal sect. As the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and as the initiator of the Heavenly God Execution event, Enlin once again ascended the stage before the gigantic Tao Plaza. He gazed at the sea of powerful beings below him. These powerful beings were all at or above the soul formation stage. In fact, there were hundreds of return to void stage supreme beings, and there were 17 Tao integration stage supermighty beings. Most importantly, there was even a divine being of the God of creation stage. And Lin remained especially calm as he stood before this sea of powerful beings. Right now, he was feeling quite elated. Welcome, my fellow cultivators. You've all come from all over the continent, and I hope everyone will enjoy the magnificent and historic execution event. And Lin swept his gaze over the crowded Tao Plaza. Everyone present was influential and a force to be reckoned with. Now, however, they were all gathered at the 4-9 Immortal sect. How difficult was it to pull off such a feat? I won't bore you all with any more nonsense. Now, let me introduce to you the members of our god-slaying team. The powerful beings on the Tao Plaza all had expressions of zeal and reverence as they gazed at Enlin. Enlin chuckled and continued, Elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Dongfang Xianxia, the Flame Pavilion's Divine Phoenix Maiden. The Flame Pavilion's Phoenix, Little Huang. Numerous spectators were at a loss as they watched an ordinary-looking middle-aged man enter the stage. As for those who knew his identity, they were all deeply shocked. They knew that the 4-9 Immortal sect had gained another extremely powerful member. At this moment, a graceful figure drifted onto the stage. Regardless of whether it was her stunning beauty or her proud and holy temperament, her ethereal qualities made all the female spectators on the Tao Plaza appear plain and dull. Her elegance and beauty were truly otherworldly. A magnificent-looking phoenix also attracted a large amount of attention as it trailed by the female side. Its body was very small, yet numerous spectating beasts fell into a prostrating position on the Tao Plaza. The natural might carried by the phoenix's bloodline caused them to instinctively submit themselves. A stir went through the crowd as the 3 Tao integration stage cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal sect entered the stage. And Lin didn't stop there, and he continued, From the kingdom of the 9 states' heavenly court, the Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei, 2 extraordinarily mighty males instantly appeared on the stage. Countless powerful beings gazed at these 2 males with profound respect and reverence. Their names had already swept through the entire continent since long ago. Their reputations were well known, and Enlin didn't need to introduce them at all. 4th heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Ancient Dragon Empress. A massive stir swept through the crowd as Enlin said this. The heaven-crushing sect participating in this heavenly god execution event carried an extremely significant meaning. A tall and slender female who was dressed in a colorful dragon empress robe stepped onto the stage. The heaven-crushing sect had to keep tabs on hidden enemies. Thus, sending one heavenly disciple over was already the most that they could do. Even so, it was enough to demonstrate the heaven-crushing sect's attitude. They fully supported this execution event, and they stood in the same camp as the 4-9 Immortal sect. Without a doubt, the ancient dragon empress became one of the most focused on members of the god-slaying team. However, the grand nature of the god-slaying team didn't stop here. Enlin continued to introduce the team's members. From the Spirit Lake realm, Empress Black Spirit Snake and Empress White Spirit Snake. From the Buddhist kingdom of the West, the Battling Buddha. From the Sacred Temple of Martial Tao, Chaotic Element Martial Lord. From the Spring Divine Tree realm, Patriarch Xinting. From the Flaming Blood Forbidden realm, Dark Thunder Emperor. The army at the Spirit Lake realm was originally formed to fight against the northern front of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Now that the northern front had been completely annihilated, the Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were naturally free to participate in this earth-shattering event hosted by Enlin. As for the Battling Buddha from the Buddhist kingdom of the West, this was the first time Enlin met him. However, he was pretty much exactly the same as how Enlin had imagined him to be. Regardless of whether it was his piercing gold eyes, which seemed like they could see through all matter, his unyielding battle intent, or even his sense of benevolence that was hidden behind his destructive aura, Enlin could clearly sense all of the Battling Buddha's characteristics. He was none other than the great sage, Heaven's equal Sun Wukong. The weight behind this name was very lofty. His experiences and rise to power were nothing short of legendary. In terms of challenging the heavens and crushing the heavens, he was definitely a pioneer. Although he had attained enlightenment and become a Buddha, his unique talents were not buried. Under the baptism of the heaven-crushing sect, his long-forgotten talents were once again polished and allowed to shine with dazzling brilliance. The cultivation base of the Battling Buddha had already reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage, far surpassing that of his old opponent, the Heavenly Court War God's previous battle god Xianxia. Moreover, his cultivation base had surpassed several gods and Buddhas of the Western paradise. In terms of combat capability, perhaps only the Shakyamuni Buddha was more powerful than him. Chan Chan had once told Enlin, not only was the Battling Buddha extremely proficient in the heaven-crushing techniques, but he was even able to understand and use the most supreme techniques of the heaven-crushing sect. He was already a candidate for the fifth heavenly disciple. If at some point in time the Battling Buddha agreed, he could even become the official fifth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. This was extremely impressive. Almost as impressive as Enlin. By sending such a powerful individual over, it appeared as though the Western paradise regarded this event very highly. Thus, Enlin naturally welcomed the Battling Buddha with open arms. Sun Wukong landed on the stage lightly. His Buddhist robe appeared slightly peculiar on him, yet this oddity was covered up by his otherworldly appearance. That's right, he was extremely handsome, from his chiseled face to his profound and dazzling eyes, from his exquisite nose to his smooth and golden fur. Everything about him was absolute perfection. He was naturally likable, and one couldn't help but want to stroke his beautiful body. In terms of appearances, Sun Wukong was definitely the most handsome monkey. He was the undisputed handsome monkey king. Moreover, the Battling Buddha was Xiao Chao's greatest idol. Regardless of whether it was now or in the past, the Battling Buddha was and had always been the target that Xiao Chou strived toward. When the Battling Buddha arrived at the 4-9 Immortal sect, Xiao Chou had immediately rushed over to greet him. The Battling Buddha was also very easygoing, and he happily discussed cultivation and battle techniques with Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou was extremely moved, and he involuntarily shed tears several times. When other cultivators saw Xiao Chou and Sun Wukong together, they couldn't help but feel that the scene was somewhat uncanny. They also involuntarily shed tears several times. Of course, these weren't tears of excitement or joy. Rather, these were tears of pain caused by the blindingly painful scene that lay before them. Beauty and ugliness were on the opposite ends of a spectrum. Both highlighted the other and made it even more salient. The handsome Monkey King was far too handsome, and this made Xiao Chao's ugliness appear even more extreme and terrifying. Almost everyone was shocked by the scene of them together. In fact, some media outlets had already started snapping pictures to record this historically significant scene. These pictures would perhaps become one of the most frightening yet sought-after pictures in the Taichu continent. Right now, Sun Wukong was standing beside Enlin. Even though he was at such an important event, he still winked and made faces at Enlin. "Heh, brother Enlin? What's up? After we successfully execute the heavenly gods, why don't you come and spar with me at the Buddhist kingdom's moving cloud mountain? Feels extremely soothing to fight there. Not only is the moving cloud mountain brimming with vital energy, but we can also avoid destroying grass, flowers, and other vegetation there. In other words, we can go all out. Say, brother son, you're even considering environmental protection when you fight now? I've no other choice. Every time I fight in some other location in the Western Paradise, the Shakyamuni Buddha slaps me to the ground with his palm. Then, he'll make me eat dirt and repent under his 5-element creation palm." And Lin felt a deep sense of sympathy for Sun Wukong. Casting his mind back to the past, Sun Wukong had been sealed away by the Shakyamuni Buddha for hundreds of years after causing a huge commotion in the heavenly court. Now that he had become a Buddha, his cultivation base had risen at an astonishing pace. However, he was still no match for the Shakyamuni Buddha's devastating palm. When could this monkey truly escape from the control of the Shakyamuni Buddha's palm? The battling Buddha's appearance caused another huge stir among the massive crowd of spectators. However, what caused the largest sensation was the participation of the sacred temple of Martial Dao's chaotic element Martial Lord. What was the sacred temple of Martial Dao? This was the most sacred temple of the Holy Martial Clan, one of the 10 realm guardian tribes. In this devastating battle that had swept throughout the entire continent, the Holy Martial Clan had maintained a neutral position this entire time. They neither assisted nor attacked any side. The chaotic element Martial Lord was one of the sacred temple of Martial Dao's 3 founding elders. His appearance not only increased the strength of the god-slaying team, but it was, more importantly, an expression of this neutral power's new position in the battle. The Holy Martial Clan was making an announcement to the entire world. They weren't going to stay neutral anymore. They were going to kill the heavenly humans. They were going to slay heavenly gods. Like a pebble hitting water, this event caused countless ripples to travel throughout the Tai Chu continent. There were countless live-streaming crystal screens located throughout the Tai Chu continent, and news of the Holy Martial Clan's decision instantly spread like wildfire. It was evident that the destruction of the southern heavenly gate, as well as this public execution of heavenly gods, had instilled a great sense of confidence in the Holy Martial Clan. As a result, their position started to lean toward the humans. And Lin had pushed the first domino, and his action had finally led to this earth-shattering climax. As for the other powerful individuals that Enlin had introduced, Patriarch Shintang, Dark Thunder Emperor, and others, they all appeared much more ordinary. In fact, their participation barely caused a ripple in the spectators' hearts. This wasn't to say that they were weak. It was simply because the individuals who had been introduced before them were far too brilliant. Soon after, the members of the god-slaying team were all assembled together. All of them were clearly suppressing their auras as they stood on the stage. However, the spectators on the Dao Plaza still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and an innate sense of fear. On the stage was Enlin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the Divine Phoenix Maiden, Little Huang, the Celestial the Arch, Emperor Ziwei, Empress Black Spirit Snake, Empress White Spirit Snake, the Ancient Dragon Empress, the Battling Buddha, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, Patriarch Shintang, and the Dark Thunder Emperor. There were a whopping 13 Dao integration stage super mighty beings. They were either powerful leaders who were well-renowned throughout the continent, or they were legendary beings who were talked about in stories and fables. Right now, however, they were all gathered in one place, and they all had only one objective in mind. And Lin raised his arms and exclaimed, "Now, please follow me, my fellow cultivators. Kill the heavenly humans. Slay the heavenly gods. Kill the heavenly humans. Slay the heavenly gods. Kill the heavenly humans. Slay the heavenly gods." The Celestial the Arch and Battling Buddha also cried out after Enlin. It wasn't only them who shouted this slogan. Even the spectating powerful beings started to roar this slogan out aloud. Countless individuals who were watching this live stream from all over the continent also couldn't help but scream along. Kill the heavenly humans. Slay the heavenly gods. These 8 words were once controversial and taboo. Under the influence of the current atmosphere, however, countless beings started to shout these 8 words out aloud. Boom! A thick bolt of white lightning crackled down. The screens of the live-streaming crystals suddenly became pure white. The massive crowd of spectators on the Dao Plaza also felt their visions become an endless field of white. They couldn't see anything at all. When the white glow disappeared, and Lin and the others had already disappeared from the stage on the Dao Plaza. Before the spectators could even react, the ginormous screen before them suddenly lit up. On the screen, there was an entirely different world. As for Lin and the others, they had all appeared in this new and unfamiliar world. A strange and unfamiliar world appeared on the ginormous crystal screen. The breathing of the spectators quickened in excitement and nervousness. The god-slaying team had already arrived in a completely different world, a world where the heavenly gods were trapped. And Lin and the others were about to execute the heavenly gods. Although the spectators were unsure about how they had entered this world, they knew that this was most likely a world that was created by a god of creation. Ordinary mystic realms were far too weak to contain the almost invincible heavenly gods. Only the heaven could contain the heaven. Each member of the god-slaying team had a section of the livestream screen dedicated to them. As such, the battle situation of each member could be watched at the same time. One had to admit, Bai Ling and Tina were conducting this livestream in a very considerate manner. Another image suddenly appeared on the livestream. A ginormous, earthen yellow dragon flew through the skies. Its ginormous body blotted out heaven and earth. On its back, there were a dozen or so figures who all instilled a sense of fear in the spectators' hearts. It's the mountain-moving divine dragon, primordial demonic bear, and thousand-change divine monkey. A powerful member of the beast tribe yelped. These were all fearsome names that were well known throughout the entire continent. Those 7 extremely beautiful and mighty figures are most likely the Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals of the Northern Heavenly Gate. And those 2 cloud-robed heavenly humans should be the heavenly gods who were responsible for guarding the Northern Heavenly Gate. There are also those 3 beings in the center. They're definitely the heavenly gods who possess the divine halos as well as the supreme powers of the heavenly Tao law. The millions of spectating beings became more and more astonished as they watched on. Although they were spectating this through a screen and through a different world, they all felt as if a divine heavenly might was descending upon them from the sky. This made them feel afraid and helpless. For some reason, the rousing morale that they had just obtained had already started to morph into a sense of anxiety and unease. The heavenly gods were indeed trapped in a strange and unfamiliar world. However, they were the most ferocious and powerful beings in history, and Lin and the others couldn't defeat these ferocious beings outside the cage that they were trapped in. Instead, they themselves had to enter this cage as well. This then led to a new problem. Could Lin and the others really carry out their duties as executioners? If they weren't careful, it was entirely possible that they would become the targets of execution instead. It was understandable that this thought occurred to the millions upon millions of spectators. Great generals of the Heaven Pioneer Stage were roughly able to match Tao Integration Stage cultivators in strength. As for the legendary and almost invincible Divine Heaven Stage heavenly gods, there was no way that they would sit around and wait for death to befall them. In reality, this was indeed the case. However, Lin couldn't leave them alone any longer. If he continued to ignore them, there was no guarantee that something beyond his expectation wouldn't occur. If the heavenly gods found a chance to escape from the divine mirror world, then chasing them down and killing them would become far more difficult than it already was. The heavenly gods had to die, and they had to die soon. The super mighty beings who joined the god-slaying team were all willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the Taichu continent. All of them were already mentally prepared to fight to the death. Xianxia flapped his small wings as he hovered before a microphone that was standing atop the Dao Plaza stage. The battle clearly hadn't begun, yet he was already talking about it with enthusiasm and zeal. He explained the god-slaying team's beliefs and resolutions to the world, and many beings were moved to tears upon hearing his descriptions. They were stunned and touched by the god-slaying team's unwavering willingness to sacrifice themselves. and Lin and the others had yet to engage in battle. However, under the adorable white creature's words, each and every one of them had already become an immortal and legendary hero of the Tai Chu continent. In the divine mirror world, this world is extremely powerful, the Celestial the Arch remarked as he squinted his eyes. There was a look of excitement and anticipation on his face. I've never seen such a vibrant and lively world before. Every single part of it is in harmony with heaven and nature. And Lin had already heard such praises numerous times. Thus, he had already become accustomed to hearing them. Senior and Lin, what should we do now? A beautiful half-snake female who was wearing a white dress drifted beside Lin. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of several super mighty beings when they heard this. Which of these super mighty beings hadn't lived for over 10,000 years? Perhaps only the white spirit snake was willing to refer to a 100-year-old youth as senior. A frosty glow flashed across Lin's eyes. We'll wait for them to come to us. He grinned. They definitely know that we're here. Let's split up. The super mighty beings started to disperse upon hearing this. When they fought, all of them were capable of causing extreme destruction to large areas of land. Thus, it would be a bad idea for them to fight in a small and confined area. I'm going to fight a heavenly god by myself. The battling Buddha chortled heartily. Don't snatch my opponent. He trod upon a 7-colored iridescent cloud as he flew into the distance. There are 5 heavenly gods. The Celestial the Arch chuckled warmly. One of them has got to be mine, no? The heaven-crushing sect must be responsible for a heavenly god as well, the ancient dragon empress said emotionlessly. Senior and Lin, we also want to take on a heavenly god. White Spirit Snake chuckled as she grabbed onto Black Spirit Snake's hand. Her Majesty has prepared for a long time, and she has finally allowed us to perform a new coordinated technique. Little Bai, stop speaking. Black Spirit Snake scolded coldly. White Spirit Snake stuck her dainty pink tongue out. There wasn't a hint of guilt or remorse on her pretty face. Instead, she gestured for Lin to be at ease. And Lin smiled upon hearing this. I'll take the remaining heavenly god then. Ordinary cultivators all scrambled to avoid the terrifying heavenly gods. Now, however, they were instantly divided up by the members of the god-slaying team. It was extremely evident just how confident they were. The remaining Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, Chaotic Element Martial Lord, Patriarch Shinteng, and Dark Thunder Emperor would battle with the 3 powerful mythological beasts and the 7 Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals. And Lin retrieved the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc and Karma Star Protection Divine Disc from his storage ring. He definitely couldn't hold back in this battle. He had to guarantee that they would achieve victory. In some other location in the Divine Mirror world, the mountain-moving Divine Dragon let out an angry roar. Right now, it was already speeding toward Lin and the others' location. They brought several powerful beings into this world. It's clear that they're targeting us. Are they trying to kill us? It seems like the Tai Chu continent's understanding of us is still too shallow. The heavenly soul god's pair of canine teeth glimmered dangerously as it spoke. A smile crept onto its face, and its gray robe billowed in the wind. I've had enough of this fucking shitty place. Wu Ming roared furiously. I'm going to slaughter all of them. They're also foreign to this small world. There's no need for us to hold back against them. Kill them all. The heavenly illusion god also spoke with anger as it sat on its kingly throne. Although its face was shrouded in layers of illusory mists, its seething anger was still able to be easily felt. Wu Ming, Long Kue, don't hold back when you activate your divine halos. The white, orb-shaped heavenly reality god chuckled. Make sure to kill them all. Wu Ming and Long Kue were both slightly taken aback. Then they bowed respectfully and answered, "As you command." This command meant that they had to activate all of their divine halos. In other words, they had to sacrifice their lives in order to shatter the heavenly Tao restriction and recover a portion of their God of Creation level power. They had to crush their enemies at the expense of their life. The heavenly gods had grown tired of waiting. They wanted to massacre all their enemies. and Lin had already finished setting up the two powerful formation discs. An adorable little girl appeared in the center of the spell formation once again. She was the item spirit of the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc Xiao Fu. At the same time, she was also the formation spirit of the Karma Star Protection Formation. And Lin became extremely excited upon seeing the little girl. Xiao Fu, hurry. Feed me another bout of toxic premonitions. Tell me that I'm beyond saving. Tell me to await death. Tell me to enjoy the last few moments of my life. Xiao Fu. The Karma Star Protection Formation shuddered slightly, and the Big Dipper in the sky almost crashed down toward Lin. There was a frosty look on Xiao Fu's face. I, Xiao Fu, don't have such a shameless master such as yourself. If you want to fight against the heavenly gods, then shut up and fight. If not, then fuck off. No, I'll fuck off. Lin. It seemed like he had accidentally caused Xiao Fu's impression of him to fall dramatically, but he had merely made a small joke, no? I'm sorry for offending you, Xiao Fu. Please don't be angry. Can you please help me predict our chance of attaining victory in this battle? While you're at it, can you also provide me with some useful suggestions? Lin's tone became much warmer and gentler. Xiao Fu chuckled coldly. No, Lin. Divine Weapon Origin Energy. Lin injected a stream of Divine Weapon Origin Energy into the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. Xiao Fu's face flushed red as she moaned in satisfaction. Are you going to help me predict our chance of attaining victory now? Lin asked. No. Xiao Fu pursed her lips stubbornly. Divine Weapon Origin Energy. Xiao Fu's slender legs involuntarily buckled slightly. It seemed as though she was forcibly enduring some sensation. Are you going to predict it now? Lin asked again. No. Divine Weapon Origin Energy. After several more exchanges, Xiao Fu finally surrendered to Lin's sensational power. Her entire body was limp and powerless, and she was currently collapsed on the floor in an adorable kneeling position. Her large eyes were bright and watery, and there was also a hint of humiliation behind her expression of satisfaction. In this battle, both your god-slaying team and the heavenly gods have a 50% chance of winning. However, your chance of survival is still the lowest out of everyone present. A cold chill shot down Lin's spine when he heard this. He clearly wasn't the weakest member of this team. As for battle tactics, I suggest that you choose the heavenly reality god as your opponent, Xiao Fu continued. This will give you the highest chance of victory. It will also affect the overall battle situation very positively. Try to kill it as quickly as you can. Lin nodded solemnly. The adorable lowly before him was actually quite talented. In fact, her suggestions echoed Lin's own thoughts. In the upcoming battle, he wanted to achieve a quick and resounding victory. The power of stars continued to funnel into the spell formation, causing it to become more and more powerful. In the distance, the booming roar of a dragon could already be heard. Like rumbling divine thunder, it tore through the air and traveled into their ears. The expressions of the Celestial, the Arch, and the others instantly became serious. Their enemies had finally arrived. Like a gigantic and boundless wave, a terrifying aura swept throughout heaven and earth. The supreme might possessed by this aura even managed to make the Tao integration stage super mighty beings falter slightly. Dumb cuntball, look over here. Come and fight me. There was a bitch's smile on Lin's face as he gestured at the round heavenly reality god. His action instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Lin, you're dead meat. The heavenly reality god howled in anger before shooting toward Lin at a terrifying speed. The corners of Lin's mouth curled up into a smile. This heavenly reality god was far too easy to goad. At the same moment, a distorted, dark green sword appeared in heavenly goddess Wu Ming's slender hand. She leaped off the ginormous dragon and also charged toward Lin. Lin, I'm going to kill you. The heavenly soul god transformed into a ball of gray mist as it drifted through the air. Lin, this is the end of you. Die. Heavenly god Long Kue also lunged toward Lin. We must kill Lin first in this battle. The heavenly illusion god transformed into a seven-colored light streak as it also charged toward Enlin. Enlin felt his knees go weak. A look of shock fell across his face as he stared at the scene before him. Holy fuck! Why the hell are the 5 heavenly gods all charging over and trying to kill me? Enlin was on the brink of tears. Just then, he had clearly only taunted the heavenly reality god. His offensive remarks definitely didn't affect the other heavenly gods. So, why were the other 4 heavenly gods also lunging toward him like wild beasts? This is a team battle. Don't you see the other super mighty beings staring you guys down? Can you guys please give them some attention? Fortunately, his teammates weren't useless fodder. How could they watch on silently as their enemies tried to gang up on Enlin? Ha ha ha! Heavenly illusion god? Watch me shatter 3,000 of your illusory dreams. An arrogant and overbearing laugh traveled over from the distance. Then, a staff smashed down from the sky. The staff was dazzling gold in color, and it appeared to carry a sense of eternal truth. It viciously struck the 7-colored light, forcing the heavenly illusion god to reveal its true body. Come, come, come. Come exchange 300 powerful blows with me. The battling Buddha chortled wantonly as he brandished his golden bandit staff around. An overwhelming heaven-crushing aura swept through the air. The heavenly illusion god continued to float through the air as it dodged the battling Buddha's ferocious strikes. However, it appeared as though it could find no opportunity to launch a counterattack. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming's sword strikes were immensely powerful, yet she was also held back by 2 extremely formidable sword immortals. They were none other than White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake, who were wielding their Yin and Yang dual swords and Realm Creation Evil Vanquishing Sword respectively. The Celestial the Arch dashed toward Heavenly God Long Kuei, and a devastating shockwave ripped through the void as their fists smashed together. Hundreds of kilometers of surrounding Earth were fractured and cracked by the catastrophic power. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Soul God had already drawn close to Enlin. A tall and slender figure suddenly descended from the sky. Her slender legs radiated with a boundless glow, one that was heaven-defying and powerful enough to obliterate the heavens. Then, her legs crashed heavily into the ball of gray mist just like that. Foot of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Rings of golden energy shockwaves rippled out into the surroundings. Ah! The heavenly soul god's wretched wail echoed through the sky. Its misty body caved backward as it rocketed toward the ground. There was a look of astonishment on Enlin's face as he witnessed this scene. Holy fuck! Since when did the ancient dragon empress become so aggressive? Sending a heavenly god flying with a single kick? No, based on its aura, she actually injured the heavenly soul god with this kick. There was an exasperated expression on Xiao Fu's face. Master, have you forgotten something? This is the divine mirror world. And Lin instantly came to his senses. Inside the divine mirror world, the powers of the heavenly gods would be suppressed by another 30 to 40% when compared to their already suppressed powers in the Taichu continent. However, what the ancient dragon empress had just used was a heaven-crushing technique. Such techniques were completely unaffected by the suppression. As such, the heavenly god was naturally no match for the ancient dragon empress' devastating kick. In fact, its heavenly god power had already been suppressed by an insane amount. Almost 70 to 80% of its power was suppressed in this divine mirror world. Faced with a single heavenly god, and Lin actually had a better and more efficient tactic. Xiao Fu, the heavenly gods have been weakened, and our team consists of super mighty beings who are extremely proficient in the heaven-crushing techniques. It's clear that we have the upper hand in this battle. Why did you say that we only have a 50% chance of attaining victory? There was a quizzical look on Enlin's face. Xiao Fu pointed at the distant Wu Ming and Long Kuei. Their heavenly god powers are fake. Thus, they aren't being suppressed. And Lin nodded understandingly as he recalled the battle where heavenly goddess Lin Yu had activated all 9 of her divine halos. At that time, her combat capability had rocketed up to an almost invincible level. Thus, he knew extremely well just how formidable heavenly gods could become if they decided to fight with no restrictions. Right now, however, the battle was fierce and deadly right from the get-go. Millions upon millions of beings were all watching on intently. When they saw a heavenly god become wounded right at the outset, many were thrilled and filled with indescribable emotions. A fire of ardor and zeal was lit up in their hearts. How immensely joyful it was to battle with the heavens. Meanwhile, the heavenly reality god had already dashed toward Enlin. It crashed into the spell formation, and its heavenly voice boomed through the sky. Enlin, are you ready to accept your death? Enlin smiled faintly as he clasped his hands behind his back. I'm ready to send you to your death. The beautiful divine halo hovering above the heavenly reality god's head was its pride and joy. Right now, this divine halo was starting to emit the most perfect and stunning light in the entire world. This light could cause all beings to experience a sense of obsession and yearning. It could cause them to see the light as the only reality and truth in the entire world. Even though they were spectating the battle through an icy cold screen, the millions of beings on the Taichu continent still felt their minds waver under the influence of that indescribably brilliant light. Expressions of obsession appeared on their faces, and many of them felt a strong urge to immediately pursue that beautiful light. It was as though that light was the only reality and truth. It was as though everything else in their world was illusory and fake, and Lin completely ignored that brilliant light as he stood in the spell formation. The orb-shaped heavenly reality god spun in a circle upon seeing this, and the black satellites orbiting around its body also started to spin around rapidly. Flying flame meteor, countless black satellites started to shoot out from their orbits. They were so quick that Enlin could barely follow them with his eyes. However, it didn't matter that Enlin couldn't follow their paths. His spell formation was already up and running, and the Big Dipper in the sky was infused with Enlin's heaven-crushing aura. The Big Dipper formed an airtight protective barrier that blocked out the attacks of all the shooting black satellites. At the same time, a galaxy of stars appeared in the sky. Like a torrential downpour, countless glowing red stars shot down toward the heavenly reality god. Each star possessed a devastating killing intent. In our last battle, even 5 of you heavenly gods were unable to escape this spell formation in a short amount of time. Who has given you the courage to charge into my spell formation by yourself? A cold glint flashed across Enlin's eyes as his aura climbed to an explosive height. Each of the devastating red stars was capable of ripping through a Tao integration stage mythological beast's body. And now, a countless number of such stars were pouring toward the heavenly reality god. The heavenly reality god couldn't ignore such a formidable attack. It spun around quickly, and a black cyclone was instantly formed around its body. This cyclone possessed a crushing destructive power, and it was capable of obliterating the devastating death stars that smashed toward it. This lasted for over a dozen seconds, and the starless sky of slaughter formation almost expended all its energy. After obliterating the red stars, the heavenly reality god was also noticeably weakened. Before it could even take a breather, however, it saw that a white figure had already flashed before its body. Moreover, a dazzling golden palm was dashing toward it mercilessly. It felt as though this palm could shatter the galaxies and obliterate all matter. Heaven-crushing technique, palm of the heavenly Tao. This golden palm enveloped an area of 50 kilometers in radius, causing the heavenly reality god to feel as if it had nowhere to hide. The palm had yet to land, but the ground below it had already started to fracture and cave in. The surrounding void was also flattened and distorted by the palm's devastating aura. A look of shock and terror appeared on the heavenly reality god's face when it felt the crushing might of Enlin's full power strike. How is this possible? It has only been such a short time. How is it possible that your aura already climbed to such an overwhelming level? Enlin's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Dumb cuntball, your papa is already at the return to void intermediate stage. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. The heavenly reality god's round white body was slightly cracked and caved in due to the crushing power of Enlin's palm. Moreover, the divine halo above its head also trembled and cracked. It howled in pain as it smashed into the ground heavily. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. Enlin was like an invincible war god as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He peered down at the collapsed heavenly reality god, and it seemed as if such a result was completely in line with his expectations. When he was at the return to void initial stage, he could already engage in battles with heavenly gods. Now that he had broken through to the return to void intermediate stage, his power was far greater than before. Thus, it was only natural that he could now face the heavenly gods head-on. In addition, the divine mirror world shaved off 30 to 40% of the heavenly god's heavenly god powers. For someone as powerful as Enlin, such a battle was evidently going to become a one-sided affair. Although the audiences around the Taichu continent were mentally prepared for this, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they witnessed Enlin's overwhelming power. He had smacked a heavenly god into the ground with a single palm. This kind of power was definitely no weaker than that of the heaven-crushing sect's fourth heavenly disciple, the ancient dragon empress. The remaining super mighty beings on the battlefield also started to engage in fierce and explosive battles. Su Xiaolin, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, and Dongfang Zhuangshi charged toward the 7 Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals. The 7 Great Generals knew that they were no match for these 4 individuals, so they immediately surrounded them and formed a unique heavenly Tao binding formation. A colossal heavenly might descended from the sky. At the same time, countless threads of divine white light arced through the void and knitted into a gigantic net. 7 primordial palms, which each measured 100,000 feet in length, hovered in different locations above the white net. These 7 palms were facing the 4 individuals within the binding formation, and a fearsome sealing power instantly acted upon their bodies. This power was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the spatial sealing power of ordinary return to void stage supreme beings. Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals were unable to defeat Tao Integration Stage super mighty beings one-on-one. However, once they activated their combination spell formations, their powers would all climb to an inconceivable level. Elsewhere, Patriarch Shintang was facing off against the primordial demonic bear. Patriarch Shintang was the most powerful tree person, and he instantly transformed into a gigantic ancient tree that towered 300,000 feet tall. Countless dragon-like vines and blade-like branches swept toward the primordial demonic bear ruthlessly. Patriarch Shintang was beating this mythological beast like a parent beating their disobedient child. The battle between the thousand-changed divine monkey and the Dark Thunder Emperor was even fiercer and more destructive. Bolts of destructive lightning had already transformed a vast expanse of land into a sea of dark lightning. As the thousand-changed divine monkey and the Dark Thunder Emperor collided, huge, wave-like lightning ripples would surge through the turbulent sea of lightning. The Dark Thunder Emperor's true body was a divine lightning python, which had 9 gigantic heads. Right now, its body had expanded to 10,000 feet in length. According to legends, however, its body could reach an insane 500 kilometers long in its largest form. Could be said that it was a true giant. In its eyes, beasts such as the 9-headed snake were all trash. The divine lightning python had even swallowed Tao Integration Stage true dragons before. Moreover, it had refined a true dragon's blood into the ancient supreme snake blood. Other snakes all strive to transform into flood dragons before transforming into true dragons. This was their Tao. It, however, had gone in a completely opposite direction. It had chosen to cultivate to a pinnacle level for snakes. Why do snakes have to be inferior to dragons? Even if it's a true dragon, I'll still swallow it mercilessly. Not only that, I'll even swallow the heavens when I become strong enough. This python was also one of the heaven-crushing sect's heavenly disciple candidates. However, its standing was much lower than that of the battling Buddha. Even so, being able to become a heavenly disciple candidate in the heaven-crushing sect was clear proof of its extraordinary strength. After a mere 30 seconds, the Tao Integration Intermediate Stage Thousand-Changed Divine Monkey was already pushed to the brink of death. It had been struck by the Dark Thunder Emperor's tail several times, and its body was fractured and severely wounded in numerous places. Just as the spectators thought that the Thousand-Changed Divine Monkey would become the first casualty, a thunderous boom traveled over from some other place in the distance. A column of golden light pierced through heaven and earth. Howl! The mountain-moving divine dragon's anguished wail echoed through the sky. The lean, pure white, and muscular chaotic element martial lord was still standing in his striking position. His fist was extended before him, and the golden column of light had yet to disappear. As for the ginormous, continent-like mountain-moving divine dragon, a gaping hole had already appeared in its gigantic chest. Moreover, this gaping hole was glowing with a faint golden light. Boom! 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 Within the bloody wound, the latent energy of the golden beam started to explode unrestrainedly. Sparks of golden light shot all over the place, puncturing the mountain-moving divine dragon's organs, piercing through its 4 limbs, shredding its gigantic pair of wings, and eventually shooting through its head. In a flash, thousands of holes had already been ripped into the mountain-moving divine dragon's body. It roared in anguish as it crashed down toward the ground. The chaotic element martial lord was expressionless as he threw another punch at the falling mountain-moving divine dragon. It was impossible to describe what kind of punch this was. It seemed to be in harmony with the supreme law of the heavens, and it felt as if it contained the powers of all Tao. It was pure, simple, yet undefendable. Boom! The ginormous mountain-moving divine dragon was blasted into pieces by this punch. The ginormous body of the mountain-moving divine dragon exploded into countless pieces of shredded flesh. The expression of the chaotic element martial lord remained calm and indifferent as he stood proudly atop the void. There was no hint of emotion in his eyes. However, the sight of this caused millions of beings to involuntarily draw a deep breath. Calmly and effortlessly slaying a divine dragon. Was this the power of one of the sacred temple of martial Tao's 3 founding elders? One had to realize, it had only been a single minute since the battle began. Slaying a super mighty being of the Tao integration stage within 1 minute, the power of the holy martial clan's founding elder had already reached such a terrifying level. And Lin also detected the commotion in the distance. Who would have thought that there would be someone more impressive than me? He exclaimed in surprise. He completed the first kill so quickly. He turned his gaze back to the collapsed heavenly reality god and said indifferently, "It seems like I need to hurry as well. I can't let this heavenly god recover its strength." As he said this, and Lin extended his finger outward, a boundless golden light shot out from his finger, and it was as if it were the most dazzling radiance in the entire heaven and earth. This finger tore through the void as it descended from the sky, and everything in its path was obliterated into nothingness. Nothing could stop the momentum of this finger. Finger of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly reality god knew that it couldn't dodge this strike. An extremely beautiful glow burst from its body as it chose to launch an attack of its own. It crashed toward Lin's finger of the heavenly Tao like a blazing meteor. All is illusory but for me. A peculiar power started to radiate from the white, orb-shaped heavenly god. At the same time, the surface of its body also turned from pure white into multicolored. No. It was a hue that was even more splendid than the rainbow. It was something that already exceeded the bounds of color. Its appearance caused all matter in the world to appear lackluster and dull. Before they had even collided, and Lin could already sense that the power possessed by his finger of the heavenly Tao was rapidly draining away. It was as if his attack were fake, and it was as if everything he had just done were a pretense. As for the heavenly reality god before him, it appeared increasingly mighty and terrifying. Initially, it had merely been a small ball. Now, however, it had already become a vast and limitless celestial body. There was a sinister smile on the indescribably large celestial body's face as it hurtled toward Lin. "No, I can't be tricked." And Lin repeatedly warned himself in his mind. Everything before me is fake. However, the extremely tangible feel that he experienced told him that everything before him was undoubtedly real. In reality, everything before him was indeed real. The power possessed by the finger of the heavenly Tao had indeed weakened. Meanwhile, the heavenly reality god had indeed become much stronger. The heavenly reality god possessed the remarkable heavenly god power of manipulating reality and illusions. And Lin's panic only lasted for a short instant. Then, he jabbed his finger toward the heavenly reality god with an even firmer conviction. So what if you're a genuine star? I'll still blow you up with a single finger. He became even more fearless. He became even more rash and reckless. A true intent that desired to shatter the heavens surged out from Enlin's finger. As if breaking through some barrier, the power possessed by the finger of the heavenly Tao climbed explosively after experiencing a momentary phase of weakness. The radiance that it emitted became numerous times brighter than before. The heavenly reality god was stunned. How is this possible? Enlin's attack is becoming even stronger? Boom! Another earth-shattering boom erupted. A golden shockwave rippled hundreds of kilometers outward, obliterating countless mountains and valleys that lay in its path. The heavenly reality god shrieked in pain as it crashed into the ground once more. A giant hole had been stabbed into its smooth body, and its beautiful and perfect divine halo had become even more cracked and fractured than before. How is this possible? It has only been such a short time. How have you suddenly become this strong? The heavenly reality god was unable to accept Enlin's sudden spike in power. It had initially thought that it would be able to match Enlin in terms of strength. It had never dreamed that it would be beaten by Enlin so comprehensively. Enlin clenched and unclenched his fists as he ruminated over some peculiar feeling. Meanwhile, the situations of the surrounding battles were also starting to become increasingly clear. The battling Buddha was enjoying an upper hand against the heavenly illusion god, and the ancient dragon empress was currently beating the heavenly soul god viciously. As for the battle between the celestial the Arch and heavenly god Long Kue, as well as the battle between the two spirit snakes and heavenly goddess Wu Ming, Enlin's heart almost skipped a beat. The celestial the Arch, who had already learned the heaven-crushing techniques, and the two spirit snakes, who were permitted to use a new technique by Nuwa, were currently all at a disadvantage. No, I can't let this drag on for any longer. It looks like the time is ripe. You're going to become the first heavenly god to be executed. Specks of golden light gathered in Enlin's hands as he gazed at the heavenly reality god. The heavenly reality god shuddered in apprehension as a sense of danger coursed throughout its entire body. Right at this moment, however, a sudden change arose among heaven and earth. An earthen yellow glow of the divine Tao spread throughout the entire sky. Wails of mourning suddenly reverberated in every corner of the world. Following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also wailed in mourning. The mountain-moving divine dragon was already dead. Thus, the appearance of such a phenomenon was nothing to be surprised about. However, Enlin, the celestial the Arch, and the ancient dragon empress all squinted their eyes in thought. There was something off about this morning of heaven and earth phenomenon. The range that it enveloped was far too large. When ordinary supermighty beings of the Tao integration stage passed away, the area enveloped by such a phenomenon would only measure tens of thousands of kilometers in radius at most. As the most powerful cultivator of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, the mourning of heaven and earth for heavenly venerate Yuqiong had merely only covered the entire area of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. One had to realize he was a being who was only half a step away from reaching the God of Creation stage. Now, however, the mourning of heaven and earth caused by the death of the mountain-moving divine dragon was boundless in size. It was vast and limitless, and it was as if it covered the entire world. This was far too exaggerated. This didn't make any sense. However, Enlin suddenly realized something important. This was the divine mirror world, not the Tai Chu continent. No one in this divine mirror world had ever broken through to the Tao integration stage before. As such, this world had never experienced the death of such a supreme being either. This was the very first time that a cultivator of the Tao integration stage had died here. Thus, the effect caused by such an exaggerated phenomenon would definitely be especially profound. Enlin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He looked up toward the sky and asked, "Little Na, what's going on? Are you okay?" Tina had already transformed into the sky of this world. Thus, as long as he spoke to the sky, Tina would be able to hear him. Sure enough, a voice quietly traveled into Enlin's ears from the sky. "Giant Enlin, something extremely significant is happening right now." Tina's voice was startled yet excited. I've fixed numerous flaws in my divine mirror world, and it's already very close to perfection right now. There's almost no space left for improvement. However, this heavenly god execution battle has changed everything. The higher tier powers of these battles are striking against the divine mirror world time and time again. However, these powers aren't damaging the foundations of this world. Rather, they are even helping the foundational elements of this divine mirror world become increasingly stable. The loose and floating quanta in this world are all becoming more powerful and sturdy. This is one of the reasons why the divine mirror world has been able to undergo another physical transformation. A thoughtful look appeared on Enlin's face. Is the second reason the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator? Correct. When a super mighty being of the Tao integration stage passes away, their divine Tao needs to be reciprocated to heaven and earth, as well as to the beings who reside within the world. The divine mirror world has never experienced a perfect divine Tao that has been recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. After receiving this divine Tao reciprocation, a path has been pointed out for my divine mirror world. Moreover, a path has been pointed out for the supreme beings who reside within my divine mirror world. A look of fervent excitement appeared in Enlin's eyes. This was definitely going to be the most significant breakthrough of the divine mirror world. Is there anything that I can help you with? Enlin couldn't contain his excitement. Tina's reply traveled into his ear once more. One word, kill. A mournful melody echoed around the sky. A feeling of boundless grief welled up in the hearts of the millions of beings who lived on the divine mirror world. In fact, some of the more sensitive individuals were already sobbing uncontrollably. However, none of them had a clue about what they were crying for. Amid the capital city of the human tribe, the capital city of the spirit fish clan, and the capital city of the dragon tribe, numerous supreme beings who had attained enlightenment in the powers of the divine Tao gazed up at the divine Tao true intent, which was descending from the sky. There were looks of deep contemplation on their faces. A rock golem, which observed galaxies by night and the growth of all matter by day, nodded his head slightly. So that's how it is. The divine Tao is one's own Tao, yet it can't simply be limited to one's personal Tao. Illuminate the Tao with one's heart, and pave a path with one's own Tao. Doing so, one may forge their own heavenly way. Amid a boundless stretch of rocky black land, the king of the true demon tribe stood with a sword in hand. I need to obtain the recognition of the great Tao through the creation of my own Tao, he said softly as he gazed at the morning sky with his blood-red eyes. Interesting. It's best that you recognize my Tao then. If not, then I'll forcibly hack out an even more powerful Tao. Countless supreme beings accepted the reciprocation of the divine Tao true intent. None of them knew why this was happening. However, they all knew that this was a rare and valuable opportunity. Perhaps it was a blessing from their goddess. The possibility of this being the case was very high. Numerous supreme beings were already singing praise to their goddess. If the mountain-moving divine dragon heard of this, would it be forcibly infuriated back to life? This reciprocation and blessing were clearly a result of its death. Yet, these cultivators were all giving their thanks to one of its enemies. On a vast and spacious battlefield, Enlin and Tina had just finished conversing with each other. At this moment, another anguished wail pierced through the heavens. The primordial demonic bear, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, was bound by countless tendrils of thick vines. Its body convulsed as it rotted away, and mouthfuls of black blood spewed from its mouth as it crashed down onto the floor. Its terrified and furious eyes were still wide open, yet its once abundant life force had completely drained out from its body. This mythological beast, which ruled over large regions of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, was brutally poisoned to death. The countless vines of the ginormous divine tree were still slithering about frantically. The vines which were wrapped around the primordial demonic bear's corpse opened up to reveal countless small and intricate mouths. These mouths continually sucked at the primordial demonic bear's flesh and blood, immediately engulfing its entire body. Soon after, the entire body of the primordial demonic bear had been swallowed, skin, bones, and all. Not a single drop of blood was left. Patriarch Xianxia had swallowed the entire corpse of the primordial demonic bear. The flesh of Tao integration stage mythological beasts is quite tasty. It's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious flesh. A drunken expression appeared on Patriarch Xianxia's face. It was as if he was still digesting and enjoying the taste of the primordial demonic bear's flesh. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor violently. Following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also started to wail in mourning. The phenomenon triggered by the mountain-moving divine dragon's death had yet to disappear. However, this new phenomenon had already begun to sweep through the entire world. Partnered with an ancient and primordial aura, an extremely domineering and wild Tao integration stage true intent swept through every corner of the divine mirror world. Before the beings of the divine mirror world could even fully digest the reciprocation of the first morning of heaven and earth phenomenon, a second such phenomenon was already sweeping through heaven and earth toward them. Time after time, they were plunged into fits of uncontrollable sobbing. They were extremely saddened, yet they were clueless as to why they were so sad. It was also due to this mysteriousness that countless beings in the world fell to their knees in fright. There were looks of fear on their faces as they mumbled something toward the sky. Some of them were praying, and some of them were begging. They all wished that Goddess Tina could be happy every day. They wished that she could be in a good mood and not feel so sad anymore. Many beings thought that this phenomenon was caused by Goddess Tina feeling unhappy. They thought that as long as Goddess Tina's mood improved, then everything would revert back to normal. The sky was indeed wailing. The great Tao was indeed mourning. However, Goddess Tina was happily and excitedly dealing with her livestream profession. At this moment, the divine lightning python tore the thousand-changed divine monkey to shreds using its sharp and deadly fangs. As another Tao integration stage cultivator died, heaven and earth started to wail in mourning once again. The phenomenon of divine Tao reciprocation enveloped the entire divine mirror world once more. The enemy Tao integration stage cultivators had all been killed. The spectacular phenomena sweeping through this small world were all triggered by the blood and sacrifice of the three enemy mythological beasts. This kind of breathtaking event would only occur during fierce and legendary battles such as this. If it weren't for the heavenly heaven god forcibly ripping a path between the two worlds, and if it weren't for the 5 heavenly gods relentlessly pursuing Enlin into a foreign realm, none of this would have ever occurred. When such phenomena appeared, it wasn't an existential danger for the divine mirror world. Rather, it was a rare and valuable opportunity. In fact, it was a supreme opportunity that was no less valuable than receiving a complete realm core. The mourning of heaven and earth continued. The blessing of the divine Tao true intent continued to shower down on the millions of residents of the divine mirror world. The intense battle between the god-slaying team and the heavenly gods didn't stop because of these phenomena. On this battlefield, explosive and earth-shattering spell techniques were still flying through the air in thick droves. In fact, the nature of the battle was so ferocious that it seemed as if even heaven and earth were about to be ripped to shreds. The sealing spell formation formed by the 7 great generals was quickly shattered by the 4 entrapped cultivators. Su Xiaolan, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, and Dongfeng Zhuangshi were all like unleashed wild beasts as they lunged toward the great generals who had trapped them. In no time, the 7 great generals were all mercilessly slaughtered. The 2 opposing sides were on completely different levels. It was a crushing victory for Su Xiaolan and the others. From beginning to end, they had never faced a single shred of danger. When the millions of spectators on the Taichu continent saw this, they were all filled with a great sense of elation and excitement. How long had passed? In a short amount of time, the lofty and supreme heavenly gods had already been crushed into the earth. The dying blood of 3 mythological beasts and 7 great generals had been sprayed through the air of the divine mirror world. Soon it would be the heavenly gods' turns. The performance of the god-slaying team was as amazing as one could ask for. Enemies of the Tao integration stage fell one after another. This was the strength of the god-slaying team. This was the grandest execution ceremony in the world. Allies of humans, as well as those who remained neutral, all cheered on in joy as they witnessed these scenes. As for those forces who had defected to the heavenly human tribe, they were feeling much more heavy-hearted and uneasy. Bastard! What happened to heavenly gods being invincible? Why are they all being strung up and beaten? They claim to be the embodiment of heavenly god powers with such measly strength. Calm down. Don't you see the other side of the battlefield? Aren't the heavenly gods enjoying the upper hand over there? It's still too early to determine who will emerge the final victor. Bullshit. The Divine Phoenix Maiden, the Dark Thunder Emperor, and the Chaotic Element Martial Lord have all finished dealing with their own opponents. What chance do the heavenly gods stand? As the powerful beings of the Void Spirit Realm, Creation Realm, and Dark Marshlands watched on, feelings of fear and unease began to well up in their hearts. Cold chills shot through their bodies, and their expectations of the heavenly gods fell lower and lower. There was no hope of victory. The god-slaying team was far too strong. The allied human forces still had large numbers of powerful individuals stationed at the front lines. The executioners in the god-slaying team were merely individuals who had some spare time on their hands. Yet, even so, their ferocity was enough to instill a devastating sense of fear in their enemies' hearts. Right now, they were executing the mythological beasts and heavenly gods trapped in the small world. Next time, who would they turn their executioner blades toward? If this deadly blade was pointed toward their forces, would they be able to survive? The answer was blatantly clear. Many powerful beings started to feel extremely uneasy. The reason they had defected to the heavenly human tribe was in order to survive. However, if they were annihilated by the humans or the heaven-crushing sect before the great battle ended, then what was the benefit of choosing to side with the heavenly human tribe? The heavenly gods definitely have trump cards that they still haven't used yet. Let's continue watching. That's right. The heavenly gods definitely won't be defeated that easily. Let's continue watching the livestream. I'm going to see how these foolish ants are going to be crushed under the heavenly gods' feet. There were still some beings who refused to accept that the heavenly gods were losing. They stared at the live-streaming crystal screens intently. Right at this moment, however, all the screens that were broadcasting the intense battle suddenly became black. The millions of spectators around the Tai Chu continent instantly fell silent as they stared at the blank screens in front of them. What would it feel like if a live-stream broadcast suddenly cut off at the most spectacular and heart-stopping moment? In addition, this live-stream was the grandest and most anticipated live-stream in all of history. Moreover, the events that it broadcast could, to some degree, determine the future fate of the world. Yet, the live-stream suddenly cut off just like that. How much fury and despair did the spectators feel? The 100,000 spectators in the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Dao Plaza instantly erupted in frenzy. The tens of millions of spectators watching from the realm of the fallen phoenix also erupted in frenzy. The millions upon millions of spectators watching from all over the Tai Chu continent also erupted in frenzy. Holy fuck! What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Arg! I want to see what's happening. Hurry up and stream the battle. I still haven't seen the heroic scene of sect leader and Lin mercilessly slaying a heavenly god. I also want to continue watching the battle. The celestial the arch was being rubbed into the ground and pummeled by a heavenly god. The scene was so bloody. What on earth happened next? Ah, my poor little heart. I can't endure this any longer. Numerous spectators were suffering from fits of unbearable distress. Some of them were suffering so much that they even started to tear at the floorboards beneath them. This was a grand, world-level bout of frenzy. Billions of living beings were driven crazy by the suddenly stopping livestream. Some of them beat their chests and stamped their feet, while others opened their mouths and let loose a torrent of abuse. There were also some who begged the organizers to fix the streaming issues. All kinds of reactions played out across the Tai Chu continent. As for the culprit behind all this, it wasn't Bai Ling, rather, it was the creator of the divine mirror world, Tina. She didn't feel an ounce of guilt for cutting off the livestream. Instead, she felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Tina's divine mirror world was about to undergo another transformation and upgrade. Moreover, this was going to be the most significant upgrade that it had ever experienced. Thus, Tina couldn't allow this secret to be leaked into the outside world. This was an act of instinctive self-protection. Meanwhile, within the divine mirror world, the only remaining members of the enemy camp were the 5 heavenly gods. However, these 5 remaining heavenly gods were the most important targets for Enlin and the others. The targets of slaughter for the god-slaying team were none other than these 5 heavenly gods. Rumble, regardless of whether it was heaven or earth, everything in the divine mirror world began to tremor. All the beings in this small world were deeply startled. The heavenly gods were all extremely sensitive to changes in heaven or earth. Their expressions all changed drastically as they felt the vibrations rippling through the world. The spiritual energy is breaking through some barrier, and the concentration of vital energy is also becoming richer and denser. Moreover, its quality is rising rapidly. This sudden change is taking place around this entire world. The great Tao of heaven and earth has also become more perfect. It feels like it has already developed an aura of eternity. This world is undergoing an upgrade. Fuck. Why is something like this occurring now? Don't worry. This isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. The heavenly gods all wore different expressions at this moment. As they battled, they all pondered over how to turn the tables on the god-slaying team. The upgrading of the world continued in the background, and the intense battles that were raging showed no signs of dying down. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The Celestial the Arch groaned in pain as he was smashed into the ground once again. Heavenly God Long Kue, who had already activated 8 divine halos, stared at the Celestial the Arch expressionlessly. If my divine halos don't require time to activate, you'd already be a corpse on the floor, Heavenly God Long Kue said emotionlessly. The Celestial the Arch stood up slowly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a look of provocation and disdain in his eyes. What's the point of sprouting so much nonsense? If you're able to, why don't you activate your 9th divine halo? A sharp look appeared in Heavenly God Long Kue's eyes. You think that I'm afraid to? Once they activated their 9th divine halos, the divine heaven stage heavenly gods would be able to obtain an extremely formidable power. At the same time, however, they would suffer from an irreversible backlash. This backlash would cause them to immediately die after their divine halos ran out of energy. Right now, Heavenly God Long Kue had already activated 8 of his 9 divine halos. He was already prepared to activate his 9th and last divine halo over at Enlin and the Heavenly Reality God's battlefield. Enlin quickly drew his evil-slaying sword from the scabbard on his back. The pitch-black color of the evil-slaying sword melted into the darkness of the night sky like floating black ink. All of this seemed especially natural and refined. Countless black-colored veined patterns formed into a net shape beneath him. Like a growing cobweb, this net rapidly expanded through the void. Yet, unlike most cobwebs, this black net appeared extremely exquisite and beautiful. Each strand of black-colored veined pattern possessed an immensely profound true Tao intent. And Lin had clearly activated the 5th technique of his 6 strikes of the war god Tao sword. The tens of millions of strands of veined patterns were independent yet intertwined. At the origin and intersection points of countless Tao, and Lin stood tall and proud. His pure white Tao robe billowed behind him, and he appeared much like the ruler of all Tao. This technique was the technique that Enlin had used to kill the heavenly mountain god. Now that his cultivation base was much higher, the might contained within this strike had also become far more terrifying than before. During that battle, the trapped and weakened heavenly mountain god had been unable to block this strike. Now, the power of the heavenly reality god had also been significantly weakened and reduced. Thus, how could it possibly block Enlin's devastating Tao sword? Your Tao! I can see it now. This is going to be the final strike. An intertwining black and white color flashed through Enlin's eyes. It was as if he could see through heaven and earth, time and space. It was as if he could observe the essence of Tao and witness that singular reality. The heavenly Tao is infinite, and the dermic Tao is boundless. I have one sword that can cut through every Tao in existence. Not only did this sword strike release the full power contained within the 6 strikes of the war god's Dao sword, but it was also infused with the strongest true intent of heaven-crushing aura that Enlin could currently draw upon. An ordinary Dao sword would be unable to sever the heavenly reality god's Dao. However, after imbuing the sword with a heaven-crushing true intent, even the heavenly Dao could be obliterated under its formidable strike. The heavenly reality god finally felt a sense of genuine danger. This was a destructive danger, a danger that could lead to its death. Wu Ming Long Kue, why are you two dawdling about? Hurry up and utilize your full powers. The heavenly reality god couldn't help but yell in panic and frustration. In reality, the battling Wu Ming and Long Kue were already activating their divine halos as quickly as they could. However, after activating 8 of their divine halos, they were still unable to dispose of the enemies before them. As a result, they were unable to head over to assist the heavenly reality god. A brilliant divine light erupted from the heavenly reality god's body. As the white, orb-shaped heavenly god shuddered, a white, crudely formed humanoid object spat out from its body. Then, it spat some saliva onto the crudely shaped humanoid object. The words Enlin appeared on the humanoid object's head. An indescribably beautiful light started radiating from the heavenly reality god's body. This light shone upon the extremely crude humanoid object, surprisingly causing it to become vivid and lifelike. Even Enlin felt that the humanoid object beside the white, orb-shaped heavenly god was another Enlin. No, it felt like it was the same Enlin. Die Enlin. Even if I risk suffering from a severe backlash, I'm still going to kill you. The heavenly reality god's voice carried a wild tone as it spoke, and the power radiating from the divine halo above its head seemed to break through some invisible barrier. And Lin felt as if some intangible connection had suddenly been linked to him. Is this the power of karma? No, this is more terrifying than the power of karma. It's a power that can reverse illusion and reality. It's a power that can turn that which is thought into reality. Without any hesitation, Enlin slashed his sword toward the heavenly reality god. The billions of black-colored veined patterns beneath him formed into billions of different Dao. Then, they all intertwined and viciously rushed toward the heavenly reality god. At the same time, a blade that could cut through all matter landed on the white, orb-shaped heavenly reality god. Ha ha ha! Enlin, accept your death, the heavenly reality god chortled. Then, like a stupid fool, it shot the countless black satellites orbiting around its body toward the white humanoid object in front of it. The humanoid object was instantly riddled with hundreds of thousands of holes. In the next instant, the heavenly reality god's body was sliced into 2 by Enlin's Dao sword. Meanwhile, for some unknown reason, Enlin somehow appeared in the white humanoid object's location. His body was already riddled with tens of thousands of bloody holes. Huge amounts of blood gushed out from his numerous wounds. Everything had occurred far too suddenly. He couldn't find a way to dodge, nor did he have the time to defend. After the heavenly reality god shouted, "Enlin, accept your death," it seemed as though everything had already become a foregone conclusion. An indescribable pain started to shoot through Enlin's entire body. Blood gushed from his wounds like fountains, and not a single inch of his body was uninjured or intact, including his handsome face. Ha ha ha! Weren't you all smug and cocky just then? Do you understand the taste of death now? The 2 halves of the heavenly reality god's body started to slowly stitch back together. Die! 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 The heavenly reality god's exclamations were like heavenly decrees. Each of his utterances severely wounded Enlin's body, causing his bodily functions to quickly deteriorate under the influence of some mystical power. I am the truth and reality. If I want you to die, then you must take on the state of death. The divine halo above the heavenly reality god's head was still spinning around rapidly. An immensely vivid and beautiful light radiated from it and shone onto Enlin's body. However, this light was like a human engulfing sinister devil that wanted to obliterate and swallow Enlin's body. Enlin's body trembled as he used the heaven-crushing true intent to defend against this dazzling yet destructive light. He still gripped the evil-slaying sword tightly, and the vicious power of his Dao sword technique continued to wreak havoc on the heavenly reality god's Dao. Countless black-colored Dao patterns climbed onto the heavenly reality god's white body. They tugged at its body, trying to separate the two halves of it that were currently trying to stitch back together. Although it was supreme, and although it stood at the pinnacle of Dao, the Dao of reality, a Dao that caused billions of other Daos to appear dull and lackluster, had currently become extremely frail. "I can see your Dao already," and Lin had already become a blood person, yet his eyes were still burning with boundless battle intent. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed toward the heavenly reality god with all of his remaining strength. The black blade sliced through the air and cut into an invisible Dao pattern. Crack! The blade hovered to a stop inches from the heavenly reality god's face. As though it was ripping away at something, it released an extremely harsh and grating sound. This was the sound of a Dao pattern being severed. At the same time, under Lin's control, countless other Dao patterns charged and attacked the heavenly reality god's Dao. The heavenly reality god became terrified and flustered. It was stunned by Lin's vigorous life force. It had clearly chosen to suffer a severe backlash in order to unleash one of the Dao of reality's most powerful strikes. Why was Lin able to withstand it and not die? What kind of freakish life force was this? What it didn't know was, Lin was merely pushing through his limits and forcibly maintaining his consciousness. Lin refused to accept this reality. He was clearly much more powerful than his opponent. For what reason did his opponent deserve to almost insta-kill him with a sacrificial technique? This was completely and utterly unfair. The heavenly reality god had to die. The heavenly reality god was also very afraid at this moment. Its Dao pattern had already started to fracture and crumble. If this continued, then it would genuinely be game over for it. Thus, it immediately adopted a new tactic. As if exclaiming new orders, it hurriedly shouted, "Void! Void! Void! Void!" And Lin suddenly felt his powers become empty and void. Moreover, a supreme nomological power was trying to erase his powers from the face of this world. The heavenly reality god commanded reality, yet right now, he was using this heavenly god power to refute the reality of Lin's attacks. This was heaven. This was God. With a few simple utterances, it could do as it pleased. An immensely powerful heaven-crushing true intent coursed through Lin's body. His expression remained unchanging as he forced his evil-slaying sword down without regard for anything else. "Let's see if your voiding is quicker or if my sword strike is quicker." And Lin's veins bulged as he expended the last remaining shreds of his power. The radiance of the heavenly reality god's divine halo was already more brilliant than the sun in the sky. It shone with alluring colors as it swallowed up Lin's body. This was the sight of the heavenly god power being released to its limit. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed throughout heaven and earth. The evil-slaying sword slashed out a jet-black arc in the void before crashing to the ground powerlessly. The Dao patterns in the air vanished. Meanwhile, the separated orb didn't show any signs of stitching back together anymore. Crashed into the ground once more. Its beautiful and perfect divine halo had lost all of its color and luster. Like a beautiful jade that had undergone petrification and weathering, it crumbled into dust and disappeared into the void. "I finally won." And Lin's body swayed slightly before starting to collapse down toward the ground. The evil-slaying sword flashed with a bright glow. A chubby and extremely adorable loli flashed before Lin's body. She caught his body with her delicate arms before lightly placing him onto the ground. "What a lousy victory!" A childish yet cold voice traveled into Lin's ears. And Lin couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the adorable little loli before him. He tried to extend his hands to squeeze her cheeks, yet he found that he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful beam of healing light descended from the sky onto his body. Its power was warm and gentle, and the pain that Lin was suffering decreased exponentially. "And Lin, how did you suddenly become like this?" Su Xiaolin wore an extremely anxious expression as she flew toward Lin. She maintained the healing spell technique with one hand while retrieving several immortal pills with her other hand. Without any hesitation, She stuffed these pills into Enlin's mouth. It was a lengthy process to describe Enlin's battle, yet in reality, the time that it had lasted was in fact quite short. Moreover, the battle had been an extremely dangerous and deadly process. Su Xiaolan had just hurried over from killing the great generals, and what had entered her vision was the scene of Enlin slaying the heavenly reality god. In fact, she didn't even have the chance to launch a supporting attack. Fortunately, she was able to act as a healer for Enlin. After swallowing 3 immortal pills, Enlin's condition finally stabilized. The countless bloody holes on his body started to heal at a speed that was detectable by the naked eye. However, there wasn't any look of joy or excitement on Enlin's face. Instead, there was a look of vacancy. He had just killed the heavenly reality god. So, shouldn't he be receiving the heavenly reality god's heavenly god power right now? But why was there absolutely no reaction from his system? Enlin started to panic. He still wanted to use the power of reality to increase his combat capability. However, he had received nothing so far. It felt like his battle just then had been fought for nothing. Of course, his battle wasn't genuinely fought for nothing. At the very least, he had helped the humans erase a very powerful enemy. How could one claim that such a battle was fought for nothing? Right at this moment, a mystical power that possessed a supreme Tao pierced through the sky and attempted to return to the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao. However, it was held back by the divine mirror world. That power was relentlessly violated, and it was also relentlessly analyzed. In fact, it was even injected into and filtered through the boundless sky. Only after all this was it reluctantly let go. The divine mirror world initially didn't want to let it go. However, it eventually chose to let it free as it was afraid of receiving backlash from the Taichu continent. The heavenly gods, as well as Enlin and the others, all didn't know about this. The only person who knew about this was Tina. Right now, the members of the god-slaying team were all reveling in the joy of killing a heavenly god. Ha ha ha, as expected of the heavenly court's war god. What a brilliant display of our heavenly might. The celestial the arch chortled in joy as he spat blood and endured a pummeling at the hands of heavenly god Long Kuei. Very well, the first heavenly god has been executed. I'm certain that this won't be the last heavenly god to be executed either. The chaotic element martial lord was full of killing intent as he charged toward heavenly goddess Wu Ming. As expected of the god-slaying team's team leader, this monkey also needs to hurry up. The battling Buddha's battle intent soared through the sky as he brandished his golden-banded staff and swept through the terrifying illusions that relentlessly poured toward him. The morale of Enlin's teammates climbed dramatically. On the other hand, the heavenly gods had all descended into a state of fury due to the heavenly reality god's death. Ninth Divine Halo activate. Heavenly god Long Kuei's eyes became crimson red as a new divine halo suddenly materialized above his head. Enlin and the others all became quite grave upon seeing this. The ninth divine halo had finally appeared. A divine halo imbued with a boundless white light appeared above heavenly god Long Kuei's head. Wait, why was it white? Enlin's pupils contracted slightly as a sense of confusion welled up in his heart. The ninth halos of heavenly god Jordan and heavenly goddess Lin Yu were clearly black. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura burst into the heavens. The celestial the arch was situated the closest to heavenly god Long Kuei, and he was blasted back several thousand meters. A peerlessly holy light erupted from the divine halo, radiating to every corner of heaven and earth, bringing with it vast benevolence and hope, as if it were the origin of all things. Heavenly god Long Kuei's face had been twisted by rage after witnessing the heavenly reality god's death. But the emotion gradually drained away from his face as he stood silently upon the earth. The celestial the arch wasn't going to give him the chance to flex, and he stepped forward before charging toward heavenly god Long Kuei at an extremely fast speed, unleashing over 10,000 punches in an instant. Heaven-crushing lotus explosion fists. The golden fists fell and lotus flower projections were formed. When the lotus flowers blossomed, terrifying destructive power erupted to engulf heavenly god Long Kuei. Each punch created a lotus flower, and each lotus flower was imbued with the celestial Thearch's extremely terrifying heaven-crushing true intent. The celestial Thearch was a man of exemplary aptitude, and if he was to join the heaven-crushing sect, he would be guaranteed the position of a heavenly disciple. Even though he hadn't joined the heaven-crushing sect, the heaven-crushing techniques had been bestowed upon him, and he was capable of unleashing power comparable to a heavenly disciple after unleashing his heaven-crushing techniques. All of the lotus flowers blossomed one after the other, rocking heaven and earth with their devastating power. Just as heavenly god Long Kuei was about to be inundated by destructive lotus flowers, the muscles on his right arm suddenly bulged and heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. No, to put it more accurately, all of the light flowed into his right arm. Fist of light. Long Kuei turned around before launching a fist toward the celestial Thearch. This was a fist-on-fist battle. In that instant, a boundless light erupted forth from heavenly god Long Kuei's fist. There was no earth-shattering collision as one would expect. Instead, all of the lotus flowers that had blossomed from the celestial Thearch's punches wilted at the same time. The celestial Thearch's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately unleashed a defensive heaven-crushing technique. Heaven-crushing armor. Boundless white light then inundated the celestial Thearch. The celestial Thearch's armor instantly crumbled, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as he flew back for several dozen kilometers. Even though heavenly god Long Kuei had been brutally bashing him earlier, he had not sustained any injuries. However, now, he felt like all of the meridians within his entire body had been destroyed by the fist of light, and even his vital energy had been sucked dry. No, it was more accurate to say that the vital energy within his body had detected the power outside, and it had immediately flowed out of his body without any hesitation before rushing toward that power. The celestial Thearch was the master of that vital energy, but heavenly god Long Kuei had somehow managed to make his vital energy concede to him. Everyone's flesh crawled upon seeing this. Fist of light. And Lin murmured to himself as he thought back to the two heavenly gods at the southern heavenly gate. Those two heavenly gods had black ninth divine halos. But heavenly god Long Kuei's ninth divine halo was white. To everyone's surprise, after heavenly god Long Kuei wounded the celestial Thearch, he didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he turned toward another direction. He was now looking directly at Enlin. Enlin's body was riddled with wounds, and he almost swore out loud as chills ran down his smile. Fuck off. The celestial Thearch was still alive, and well, why was he looking this way? You're completely vulnerable, so now is the best opportunity to kill you. Heavenly god Long Kuei looked at Enlin with a cold expression before charging toward him. So he was being targeted again. Enlin was very depressed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Why did he have to be so badass? Help! Heavenly god Long Kuei is coming to kill me. Someone come and protect me. Enlin yelled at the top of his lungs. Su Xiaolan stationed herself firmly in front of Enlin. However, Su Xiaolan alone would not be enough to keep heavenly god Long Kuei at bay. Mr. Enlin, let me help you too. A divine tree over 100,000 feet tall flew to his rescue. Its massive canopy obscured the entire sky, and its countless vines transformed into huge green dragons that swept toward heavenly god Long Kuei. Primordial demonic bear was in very high spirits after having just swallowed the primordial demonic bear. Heavenly god Long Kuei didn't even look at it as he launched another simple punch. Fuck off! A boundless light erupted from his fist, and the vines hurtling toward him instantly wilted before dissipating into green particles of light. The light from his fist continued onward with unstoppable force, smashing a massive hole into the divine tree's thick trunk. Everything in its wake was reduced to specks of light. Ah! Patriarch Xintang's gargantuan tree trunk had been snapped in half, and he howled in agony. This was the first time he had ever been snapped in half by an enemy. The powerful being who had given nightmares to the primordial demonic bear was not even able to stand up to a single attack from heavenly god Long Kuei. Heavenly god Long Kuei was just about to unleash another punch toward Patriarch Xintang in order to finish him off. However, right at this moment, a white figure radiating boundless battle intent flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. This was one of the three founders of the Holy Martial Clan's Holy Palace, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord. Maximal Holy Sun Fist. The Chaotic Element Martial Lord unleashed his most powerful technique from the get-go. His fist rose into the sky like a golden sun, creating a scorching explosion that was also intermingled with a peculiar holy power. Heavenly God Long Kuei's brows furrowed slightly, and he finally stopped in his tracks to unleash a punch toward the Chaotic Element Martial Lord charging toward him from the side. Bam! An earth-shattering collision took place. The golden sun was blasted flying by Heavenly God Long Kuei, but Heavenly God Long Kuei was also knocked slightly off course, having clearly been affected by the enemy's attack. He had done it. The Chaotic Element Martial Lord had delayed his enemy. At this moment, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Emperor Ziwei also charged toward Heavenly God Long Kuei in an attempt to hold him off with all their might. And Lin had truly been touched upon seeing this. His comrades did care for him after all. All they would have to do was to stall for time. No matter how powerful Heavenly God Long Kuei was right now, once the time was up, he would inevitably perish from the backlash from the Heavenly Tao. However, before Enlin had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, extremely terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly erupted forth from another direction, along with white light that threatened to engulf everything between heaven and earth. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were both knocked flying by the terrifying sword strike. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming also had a white divine halo above her head as she looked at Enlin with a cold expression. Enlin, you're not getting out of this alive. I'm going to end your life right now. She also began to charge toward Enlin as she spoke. What the fuck? Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming is also sacrificing herself. Enlin shuddered upon seeing this. Two heavenly gods had both unleashed their ninth divine halos, and both of them were trying to kill him. Enlin had been targeted by two extremely terrifying opponents. On this battlefield, no one could compare with Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming and Heavenly God Long Kuei in terms of combat prowess. Not even the ancient Dragon Empress. Even at full health, Enlin would be in a bit of trouble against two heavenly gods who had both summoned their ninth divine halos, let alone his current state. He was simply completely vulnerable right now. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake created a combination of yin-yang formation to try and trap Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming, only for her to slice through the formation with a slash of her sword, and even the residual sword intent was enough to send both of them flying. She was unstoppable. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming tapped a foot to the ground, and her body shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward Enlin. In comparison to killing White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake, she would much rather kill Enlin. In her eyes, Enlin was the most dangerous one here, and she absolutely could not allow him to recover. Enlin immediately began to call for help again. Thankfully, he had many comrades. Phoenix Little Huang and the Dark Thunder Emperor immediately arrived on the scene to try and hold off Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming. All 9 of Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's divine halos lit up at once. In contrast with the Darkness Divine Halo, the Light Divine Halo did not engulf the other divine halos. Instead, it made the other 8 divine halos shine with an even more dazzling light and enhanced their powers at the same time. The twisted long sword in her hand transformed from a green color into a shimmering rainbow color as she sliced through the sea of flames unleashed upon her by the phoenix, and she even managed to sever one of the phoenix's wings in the process. And Lin suddenly saw a rainbow sword projection tear through the earth with extreme sharpness for 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Holy fuck! She's attacking me! And Lin's expression shifted drastically. Not only had Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's sword strike broken through the phoenix's sea of flames and severed one of its wings, but it was also en route to striking him as well. Su Xiaolan instantly appeared on Enlin's other side before lashing out with her dragon sparrow sword. Ding! Boom! Violent sword intent surged, pulverizing the earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Enlin remained completely unscathed. Su Xiaolan had managed to block Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's attack. Her body swayed slightly as blood trickled down from the corner of her lips. The power behind Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's sword strike had been blunted significantly due to the vast distance it had to cover, but Su Xiaolan still had trouble keeping it at bay. And Lin did not have a good feeling about this, and he immediately spoke in an urgent voice. Xiaolan, carry me to Xiaofu. Su Xiaolan immediately cradled Enlin in her arms and went on a 1,000-kilometer sprint. The best way for Enlin to defend himself now was to use the 2 spell formations from his 2 discs. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming was not about to let Enlin go so easily. She immediately unleashed her spatial skipping ability to cover a distance of hundreds of kilometers before slashing another sword strike toward Su Xiaolan. Sword of Light. An extremely dazzling sword projection flashed the air. This sword strike was not targeting the Dao integration stage Little Huang. In fact, it was quite far away from the sword projection, but its feathers still stood on end from horror. Everything had been sliced in half by this sword strike. The rainbow sword strike presented the only color in this heaven and earth. This was a true god of creation stage attack. Even if her enemies were thousands of kilometers away, she was going to cut them down. And Lin knew from the moment Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming unleashed that sword strike that Su Xiaolan would not be able to defend against it. This sword strike was vastly more powerful than the previous one that Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming unleashed, and it was most definitely her most powerful attack. You're our only hope, and Lin yelled before pulling an item out of his storage ring. Hold on tight, Xiaolan. A black brick appeared behind Lin and Su Xiaolan, like an inky black yet completely mundane wall standing before the Sword of Light attack. An extremely terrifying collision erupted. The Sword of Light was capable of slicing through all things, but a sharp screeching sound suddenly erupted as it struck the black brick and was unable to slice into it even a single inch. However, that didn't mean that Enlin and Su Xiaolan were safe. The black brick could block the sword strike, but the power behind the attack blasted the black brick towards Su Xiaolan and Enlin, knocking them flying for several hundred kilometers and sending them straight into Xiao Fu's formation. They blocked that. A hint of surprise appeared on Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's cold features, and her brows furrowed as she charged toward Enlin again. Enlin and Su Xiaolan fell into the formation and were immediately enveloped by an extremely gentle power of stars that cushioned their fall. Master, the formation has been fully charged. Leave the rest to Xiao Fu. A little girl in a blue dress stood at the center of the formation with a serious expression on her face. Enlin had gotten carried away during his battle against the heavenly reality god and had come out of the formation. Now that Enlin was back, the formation was fully charged and ready for action. Xiao Fu's tender hands quickly formed seals as she spoke in a crisp, pleasant voice. Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Alioth, Alcade, Mizar, form the 7-star galaxy. The 7 dazzling stars tremored violently as boundless light burst forth. It was also at this moment that Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming broke through Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and Little Huang's defensive line and unleashed another sword strike toward Enlin from less than 500 kilometers away. Master, I'm going to have to borrow your brick. Xiao Fu gently tapped a foot down upon a certain spot in the formation. The black brick instantly expanded drastically before being positioned at the forefront of the formation, upon which boundless power of stars surged into it. Boom! The sword projection exploded violently. The brick tremored. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's Sword of Light was kept at bay by the brick once again. Badass. And Lin's respect for Xiao Fu increased again. Xiao Fu can use all available resources. She really is very resourceful and reliable. Su Xiaolan was also full of praise as she said, "She may be small, but her power belies her size." A smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face. Don't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Fu. Stalling for time is the way to go. And Lin tried to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible as he instructed. Xiao Fu patted her little chest. Leave it to me. Su Xiaolan stayed by Lin's side and injected her vital energy into the formation. This was their final fortress, and it could not be broken. At this moment, change suddenly struck again in the distance. A blood-curdling cry erupted throughout the heavens. This was Patriarch Shentang's voice, and Lin turned toward the extremely far distance as an expression of shock and rage appeared on his face. Heavenly God Long Kuei had torn Patriarch Shen Teng into countless pieces with his bare hands before the power of light erupted from his mouth, to reduce Patriarch Shen Teng's massive body into pure specks of light. Rumble, heaven and earth wailed with grief. Another Dao integration stage supermighty figure had fallen, and that Dao integration stage supermighty figure was Patriarch Shen Teng. Mr. Shen Teng. The Celestial the Arch flared up with rage and charged toward Heavenly God Long Kuei. The two of them exchanged punches, and the Celestial the Arch was blasted flying again. Long Kuei crushed the final remnants of the wilted vines beneath his feet with a cold expression. I didn't want to deal with ants like you, but you've provoked me over and over again, so I have no choice but to kill you. This was the first Dao integration stage supermighty figure to have fallen among the god-slaying team. Divine Dao true intent imbued with life and the four seasons encompassed the entire divine mirror world. Countless beings hadn't even recovered from that last wave of grief, and they wanted to cry again. The mighty figures hadn't even come to their senses from the last wave of divine Dao true intent, and another wave of exquisite and profound divine Dao true intent was upon them. Even though they were very happy, there was simply too much to process. All living beings, regardless of whether they were mortals or possessed advanced cultivation bases, were experiencing the same thing. All of the mortal living beings cried out for their goddess, trying to alleviate her grief. However, the mighty figures felt like something extremely fortunate must have happened to their goddess today, and all of them were in celebration. The divine mirror world continued to transform. Within a vast expanse of chaos, matter continued to expand, and the land area of the world had already swelled to over 3 times its original size, but it was still quickly expanding. Everything within the divine mirror world, even the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thinking back to when the divine mirror world was first created, its landmass was only about as large as Asia. Now, after a series of upgrades, the landmass had swelled considerably. Soon, the divine mirror world was as large as the earth. Not long after that, the divine mirror world was several times the size of the earth and was comparable to the size of the Xianxia continent. After that, the divine mirror world became countless times larger than the Xianxia continent. After the expansion today, the divine mirror world had even outstripped the divine source continent in terms of land mass. No one knew where the upper limit for the divine mirror world was. And Lin didn't know, and even Tina herself didn't know. At this moment, the battle within the divine mirror world had reached a peak in intensity. The fall of Patriarch Shintang spurred on the Celestial the Arch, the chaotic element martial lord, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the others as battle intent surged from their bodies. Not only were they not scared, but they were instead charging toward Heavenly God Long Kuei with renewed vigor. Heaven-crushing techniques, Kirin claws. Dongfang Zhuangshi transformed into his demonic blood Kirin form and pounced toward Heavenly God Long Kuei with a massive sea of blood in his wake as his blood claws threatened to rip the heavens apart. Heavenly God Long Kuei raised a hand and managed to catch the massive Kirin claws in a vice-like grip before chopping down with his other hand. Whoosh! Blood splattered into the air. The demonic blood Kirin howled in pain as one of his arms was severed. Immediately afterward, a fist enshrouded in light began to expand in his field of vision. Boundless light engulfed his body and quickly depleted him of all of his energy. Dongfang Zhuangshi knew that he was most likely going to die if he was struck by this punch. Chaotic element extreme heavenly fist. Golden symbols flashed all over the chaotic element martial lord's body as he unleashed spatial skipping to appear in front of Dongfang Zhuangshi. Before unleashing an almighty punch of his own. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision took place. Dongfang Zhuangshi and the chaotic element martial lord were both blasted flying at the same time. In the instant Heavenly God Long Kuei had lashed out, the Celestial the Arch had already appeared behind. He guided the power of the heavens into his fist, significantly elevating its power, before also injecting incomparable heaven-crushing true intent into his fist. His heaven-crushing power contradicted with his power of the heavens, but they were like yin and yang. Even though they were completely opposite powers, if they were managed correctly, they could form a symbiotic relationship and produce terrifying power. Fist of the Heavenly Tao. Boundless golden light erupted from the celestial Thearch's fist, as if he were going to pulverize the entire heavens. Boom! Heavenly God Long Kuei didn't turn around, and he didn't have time to turn around either. However, he was not panicked or alarmed in the slightest, as his divine halos had already created 9 layers of indestructible barriers around his body. Each divine halo corresponded to 1 layer. In the next instant, bam 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 bam, one barrier after another quickly crumbled. Heavenly God Long Kuei's expression shifted drastically, and he was just about to react when the celestial Thearch's fist crashed through all of the barriers before imprinting itself heavily upon Heavenly God Long Kuei's back. Indescribable power punctured his body, crushing his muscles' bones. Boom! Heavenly God Long Kuei's chest exploded, and he was blasted flying for several dozen kilometers by the celestial Thearch. Everyone was astonished to see this. This was a heavenly god with all 9 divine halos summoned. In his current state, Heavenly God Long Kuei could easily destroy super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, but he was blasted flying by the celestial Thearch. Dongfang Zhuangshi and the others turned toward the celestial Thearch to discover that he was holding a pure white jade pestle in his hand. This jade pestle released a peculiar energy fluctuation, and a certain special power seemed to be constantly being injected into it. Dongfang Zhuangshi had some recollection of that jade pestle. The celestial Thearch seemed to have been holding this jade pestle back when Enlin had been surrounded by the 5 heavenly gods. Heavenly God Long Kuei was finally stopped by the celestial Thearch. On the other side, the battling Buddha had already transformed into a divine monkey over 10,000 feet tall. He was clad in iridescent armor, and clouds of fortune revolved around his body, making him appear as if he were a peerless god. He swung his massive golden banded staff through the air and rained attacks down upon the heavenly illusion god, bashing its body into an extremely insubstantial state. The heavenly illusion god was very depressed. After being weakened by the divine mirror world, it was unable to drag the battling Buddha into one of its illusionary realms, and could only use its illusions to create objects in order to attack the divine monkey. As such, it had been forced decidedly onto the back foot. The heavenly soul god wasn't faring much better. It struggled with all its might and finally managed to drag the ancient dragon empress into its soul realm. This was a murky gray world where only souls could exist. In the soul realm, it was the paramount god. It had thought that victory had been secured. However, it had severely underestimated how terrifying the ancient dragon empress consciousness was. The ancient dragon empress divine Tao was the divine Tao of the entire evil dragon race. It was a divine Tao imbued with the will and hope of all evil dragons, and with this power of the divine Tao, the ancient dragon empress was even able to break through the walls between the ancient Taichu dragon realm and the Taichu continent when she was only at the return to void stage. She was a true heaven crusher, and her divine Tao was the true heaven-crushing divine Tao. Furthermore, her divine Tao just so happened to be a spiritual-type divine Tao. As such, it could be said that the power of her consciousness ranked among the very best in the heaven-crushing sect. Thus, within the murky gray soul realm, the heavenly soul god's anguished wails rang out incessantly. The ancient dragon empress was crushing the heavenly soul god in what was supposed to be its home court. And Lin quickly surveyed the battlefield and was feeling much more assured. The heavenly illusion god and heavenly soul god were getting the crap beaten out of them, and even though heavenly god Long Kuei and heavenly goddess Wu Ming were very powerful, they would perish once the time was up. And Lin could already envision their imminent victory. And Lin! Wu Ming let loose a loud cry from several hundred kilometers away before unleashing another sword strike. Block! Xiao Fu let loose a loud cry of her own in response, and her hands danced through the air as she poured forth the power of stars within the formation into the brick. She didn't need to enhance its insane defensive properties. She just had to make sure that the brick did not retreat. Boom! The sword projection exploded. The chaotic alloy brick kept it at bay once again. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming was completely enraged upon seeing this. How had her attack been blocked again? Just what was that massive black brick? At this moment, a black figure and a white figure hurtled toward her once again at an extremely fast speed. A yin-yang formation instantly expanded for over 10 kilometers with heavenly goddess Wu Ming situated at its very center. A series of earth-shattering sword projections swept toward her with absolute killing intent. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake had attacked once again. Both of them were already severely wounded, but they refused to give up and continued to try and impede heavenly goddess Wu Ming. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming turned and unleashed another sword of light, upon which the boundless sword intent within the yin-yang formation was instantly vanquished. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake flashed through the air within the formation like extremely fast streaks of light, making it very difficult for their opponents to track their location and to know when they were going to attack again. However, heavenly goddess Wu Ming didn't even have to consider those things, as her sword strike was a large-scale attack. The entire yin-yang formation, as well as the two pesky little snakes flashing through the air within the formation, were all vanquished and blasted away by her sword intent. Thus, Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were dashed into the distance again. However, their efforts were not completely useless. At the very least, they had bought a few more seconds of time for Enlin. Die! Heavenly goddess Wu Ming unleashed her fourth sword strike. The terrifying sword projection parted heaven and earth. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful, but anyone could sense the vast killing intent and sharpness radiating from within. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming's swordsmanship was the most exquisite he had seen in his entire life. The might behind this sword strike was also the most powerful he had ever seen among all sword techniques. If he had to take on this attack, he really wouldn't be able to keep it at bay. However, he didn't have to do that, as he had Xiao Fu and his black brick. Xiao Fu was just about to do the same thing again as she positioned the chaotic alloy brick at the forefront of her formation. However, right at this moment, heavenly goddess Wu Ming's sword projection split into two, and they descended upon the formation from two different directions. The chaotic alloy brick was extremely badass, but heavenly goddess Wu Ming had learned her lesson. She was not going to blindly attack that black brick again. Instead, she was going to attack from two different directions at the same time. The main flaw of the black brick was that it could only block attacks from one direction. Xiao Fu's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this strategic change. She was only able to block heavenly goddess Wu Ming's attack using the chaotic alloy brick. If she was unable to do that, then she would be in a very dangerous situation. Xiao Fu, use this. And Lin pulled something else out of his storage ring. Xiao Fu's adorable face fell completely blank after seeing what it was. And Lin was tossing a frying pan at her. It was one of those black, mundane frying pans used for cooking. What the fuck was he thinking? Using a frying pan to block heavenly goddess Wu Ming's attack? Was he insane? 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over Xiao Fu's heart. But she did as she was instructed and injected the power of stars into the frying pan to use it in order to block the sword strike coming from the other direction. In this dire situation, she could place her faith in her master. Boom! Boom! Another two explosive booms erupted. The frying pan really did manage to block heavenly goddess Wu Ming's attack. It worked! Xiao Fu blinked with astonishment. It worked! And Lin was also in shock. Xiao Fu, you gave me the bloody thing? Why are you so surprised? Su Xiaolan was also completely incredulous as she stared at the indestructible frying pan. Who would have thought that the frying pan I've been cooking with all this time would be so hard? And Lin nodded in agreement. This is the best frying pan in the world. It's black and hard, and it's resistant to impact and heat. It's perfect. This was the first time Lin had praised the frying pan with such vehemence. He had always felt like the frying pan and the black brick were made from extremely similar materials. Both of them were so black and so ugly. The only difference between them was that food cooked on the frying pan became extremely delicious. But that was not the case for the chaotic alloy brick. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were quite shocked that the frying pan was able to keep that sword strike at bay. But their shock was nothing compared to the shock surging through heavenly goddess Wu Ming's heart. She could accept the fact that that brick could block her attacks. But even that frying pan could block her attack. Was she a fake heavenly goddess? Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming was starting to suffer from severe self-doubt. At this moment, a lightning python fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Heaven engulfing lightning python. The massive lightning python opened its cavernous mouth, which appeared to be capable of engulfing all things, and violent lightning power crashed down from the heavens. In that instant, purple golden lightning consumed the entire heavens, each and every bolt brimming with terrifying heaven-crushing true intent. The divine lightning python fell from the sky, and its mouth had gaped open to a radius of several dozen kilometers, leaving Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming nowhere to hide. The Dark Thunder Emperor had been preparing this technique for a long time in order to vanquish Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming in one fell swoop. It had never conceded to any living beings in its life. It had swallowed true dragons, it had swallowed divine monkeys, but it had never swallowed a heavenly god before. This time it was determined to swallow the heavenly goddess before it, and if it succeeded, it could possibly even be able to take that final step. This was the Dark Thunder Emperor's confidence as a candidate to become a heavenly disciple. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming was located right at the center of where the gargantuan mouth was falling. A cold light flashed through her eyes, and she laid the blade of her long sword upon her arm before slicing through her own skin, upon which white blood began to flow and was quickly absorbed by the sword blade. The sword blade shuddered violently and transformed into a pure white color. Terrifying sword intent began to proliferate outward, striking everyone with a sense of asphyxiation. A white feather cloak had draped itself over Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's body, making her appear more holy and dazzling than ever before. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. He recalled back to when Heavenly God Jordan had attacked Qin Chen, and at that time a feather cloak seemed to have been draped over his body as well. "Look out, Dark Thunder Emperor! She's trying to kill you!" And Lin yelled in an urgent voice. The Dark Thunder Emperor was well aware of this. It even knew that Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming had prepared this attack for Enlin and was going to unleash it after getting a few hundred kilometers closer to him. What it was doing now was taking this sword strike in Enlin's stead. However, it was not about to back down, as those two words did not exist in its dictionary. If it was going to fight, then it was going to advance without looking back. The Dark Thunder Emperor crashed down upon Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming with its massive mouth gaped open in a fearless manner. No matter what attack its enemy was going to unleash, it would just have to swallow it. Anyone who dared to stand against it was going to die. Even the heavens were no exception. Die! The Dark Thunder Emperor's gargantuan mouth crashed down violently. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming finally made a move. Heavenly God Technique, World Creation Sword, Light of Origin. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming attacked. The purple golden lightning had transformed the space within a radius of over 150 kilometers into a lethal realm of lightning. The air was lightning, the sky was lightning, and the earth was also lightning. Even if a return to void stage mighty figure was to enter this area, they would be instantly reduced to nothingness. However, Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's sword was like a spot of light within chaos and nothingness, and it was able to instantly pierce through infinite space and transform the entire heaven and earth. The lethal realm of lightning was sliced apart by her sword projection. The gargantuan python's cavernous mouth fell and attempted to swallow that sword projection. Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth tremored violently and lightning exploded. The gargantuan python swallowed Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming along with her sword projection, and a strange destructive power of engulfment attempted to quickly digest the woman in her entirety, including her body, her power, and her sword strike. The Dark Thunder Emperor's divine Tao was the divine Tao of engulfment, and in order to make it more powerful, it used the power of others to enhance its genes and bloodline. Life was basically a game of snake for it, where it became more powerful the more it ate. It had a premonition that if it was able to completely engulf the heavenly goddess in its mouth, it would be able to progress to the God of Creation stage. However, the Dark Thunder Emperor didn't even get a chance to experience the joy of swallowing Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming. Its entire body suddenly began to shudder, and its scales stood up on end, as if it had eaten something extremely terrifying. No! It let loose a cry of panic. Light imbued with the vast power of creation and hope erupted from its mouth. The light began as a tiny, insignificant speck, as if it were the origin of all things, containing infinite possibilities. After that, it expanded further and further, regardless of whether it was the massive, abyssal mouth, or the boundless expanse of lightning. Nothing could stop this light. In the end, the light became the only thing between heaven and earth. Howl! The Dark Thunder Emperor's gargantuan body thrashed and struggled frantically before being pulverized by that light. The light was like the sharpest sword blade, slicing its entire body into billions of pieces. Boom! An explosion of light erupted throughout heaven and earth. Everything was enshrouded by that light, which was imbued with boundless creation. The light shone upon an area in a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, transforming the ground, which had been ravaged by battle and was now a bleak and desolate wasteland, into a vast set of grasslands from which boundless vitality blossomed. To the living beings of this world, that light was extremely gentle and wonderful, as if it were the light of creation. However, this light was incredibly terrifying to its enemies. This was because the light did not acknowledge enemies. What would happen if they weren't acknowledged? They would be transformed into light. The Dark Thunder Emperor struggled frantically and unleashed all of its heaven-crushing power, all to no avail as its body quickly disintegrated before transforming into infinite specks of light that disappeared from heaven and earth. The lightning disappeared. Everything fell silent. A set of vast, lush grasslands lay in the wake of that calamitous scene. A massive crater had been bitten into the ground by the Dark Thunder Emperor, creating a bleak and desolate land at the center of the lush grasslands. Wu Ming stood at the center of the massive crater with her dress billowing out around her. She was still holding her sword-wielding pose, but the sword in her hand had already disappeared. This scene was as beautiful and still as a piece of artwork. As for the Dark Thunder Emperor, there was no trace of it to be seen. It had already been reduced to nothingness, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Just how powerful was this world creation sword heavenly god technique? The Dark Thunder Emperor was at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. For God's sake. Boom! Heaven and earth began to wail with grief. The fall of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. All of the countless living beings within the divine mirror world no longer had any more tears to shed, but a wave of boundless sorrow surged forth again, making them howl with tearless sobs. This was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In contrast, all of the cultivators within the divine mirror world shuddered. More divine Dao true intent had descended. This was the 5th time already. This time it was the divine Dao true intent of evolution by engulfment. This divine Dao true intent was more powerful and more perfected than the previous waves of divine Dao true intent that had swept over the world. The Dark Thunder Emperor was at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, so it could be said that its divine Dao reciprocation was a reciprocation of the highest caliber, and it was the most profound and advanced wave. Not only that, but the true intent was also imbued with an extremely prideful Dao intent, broadening the horizons of countless living beings and making their Dao hearts more resolute than ever before. Boom, 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 boom. One living being after another in the divine mirror world broke through their bottlenecks and began to transcend their tribulations from the enlightenment they had attained. Each time a phenomenon emerged as a result of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure's death, a huge amount of divine mirror world living beings would attain enlightenment and make breakthroughs as a result. However, this latest wave of divine Dao reciprocation created the most significant effect by far. Wind and clouds began to surge in the divine mirror world. The battlefield had also become extremely treacherous. The god-slaying team was astonished by the Dark Thunder Emperor's death. They were much more shocked by this than by Patriarch Xintang's death. The Dark Thunder Emperor was a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and as a candidate to become a heavenly disciple, it had a supreme aptitude. As such, its ability to fight the heavens should have been much more powerful than that of a normal super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Even the Dark Thunder Emperor, Emperor Ziwei, was in disbelief. A cold light flashed through the celestial Thearch's eyes. Dark Thunder Emperor, I'll be sure to avenge you. With the Dark Thunder Emperor now dead, and Lin is going to be in some danger. A concerned expression appeared on the ancient dragon empress face as she fought within the soul realm, but her attacks did not let up. She wanted to kill the heavenly soul god immediately, but heavenly gods were not so easy to kill. Even though she had gained the absolute upper hand, she was still unable to kill it in a short period of time. Following the death of the Dark Thunder Emperor, and Lin was once again placed in a very perilous situation. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming leaped into the sky like a graceful bird flying out from the massive crater in the ground. Her body remained completely unscathed, and even her dress was not damaged or disheveled in the slightest. Overall, she looked exactly the same as before. The only cause for consolation to Lin was that heavenly goddess Wu Ming's once powerful aura was now beginning to diminish, indicating that she had overexerted herself by unleashing that previous sword strike. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming was destined to die soon anyway, so if it wasn't for the fact that that sword strike required massive energy expenditure to unleash, she would have attacked Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake with it a long time ago instead of going through the trouble of knocking them back over and over again. As such, Lin speculated that heavenly goddess Wu Ming was no longer able to unleash that world creation sword, or perhaps she would only be able to unleash it once more if she expended all of her remaining energy. Right at this moment, heavenly goddess Wu Ming began to charge toward Lin at extremely terrifying speed, and Lin's flesh crawled upon seeing this. What could he do now? Above the Karma Star Protection Formation, divine flames plummeted from the sky. Phoenix Little Huang rushed over to Su Xiaolan's side while trembling uncontrollably. It didn't dare to face heavenly goddess Wu Ming directly anymore. Even the Dark Thunder Emperor had been slain by a single sword strike from heavenly goddess Wu Ming, so it was clearly no match for her. The Phoenix's life force and recovery abilities were still quite powerful. At the very least, the wing that had been severed by heavenly goddess Wu Ming had already completely healed. However, Little Huang knew that if it was to be struck by that world creation sword, it would most definitely die, and it might not even be able to be reborn again. Su Xiaolan turned to the cowering Little Huang with a kind expression. Just stay behind me, Little Huang. Inject your energy into the spell formation, and we'll defend against the enemy together. Little Huang was so touched that it almost cried upon hearing this. Master Xiaolan was a little violent and strict at times, but she was quite gentle and reliable when it mattered. Right at this moment, a man in a purple imperial robe flashed through the air. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, let me help. Emperor Ziwei also rushed into the Karma Star Protection Formation. Xiao Fu welcomed him with open arms. Quick, give your energy to me. This adorable little formation spirit naturally had her own plan. If fighters with a common combat prowess rating of 5 tried to battle a powerful being with a combat prowess rating of 10 one after the other, they would be crushed one by one. However, if those fighters ran into a spell formation and injected all of their energies into the spell formation, then their powers would be used in the most efficient way, and that would perhaps allow them to combat Wu Ming. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake had also realized this, and they were already rushing toward Lin's formation after heavenly goddess Wu Ming insta-killed the Dark Thunder Emperor. They weren't going to admit that they had shit themselves upon seeing that. They were just choosing the best course of action to combat this enemy. Senior Lin, we're here to protect you. White Spirit Snake wiped the blood from the corners of her lips before speaking with an elated smile on her face. Black Spirit Snake harumphed lightly and did not say anything, but she was readily injecting her energy into the Karma Star Protection Formation. The Karma Star Protection Formation was now being supported by Su Xiaolan, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake, making a total of 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. In addition, Xiao Fu's power as a pinnacle divine tool erupted forth, and the 7 stars of the Big Dipper glowed with unprecedented light. Xiao Fu still didn't seem to be satisfied with this, and she looked up into the sky. Xiao Pang, this is a vital battle. Master is about to die, so I'm going to need your power. The heavens shuddered slightly. A galaxy of stars with no end in sight appeared in the sky above. It was clearly still daytime, but a starry sky appeared overhead, and even heaven and earth abruptly fell dark. the starless sky of slaughter formation finally began to operate again. However, this time, it was no longer a bunch of red stars of slaughter falling from the sky, but instead, a fair, chubby baby. This was the formation spirit of the starless sky of slaughter formation, and Lin's heart jolted upon seeing Xiao Fu allow Xiao Pang into her formation. These two formation discs absolutely detested one another and always fought on sight. However, these two sworn enemies were going to combine their powers. What was going to happen next? Xiao Pang curled up into a ball before becoming smoother and rounder until he transformed into a literal ball. To put it more accurately, he had become a small, white star. Right at this moment, Wu Ming had already reached within 150 kilometers of the formation. And Lin, this time, your death is sealed. An insane expression appeared on her face as her hand pulled out a sword glowing with extremely pure light from thin air, and boundless sword intent rocked heaven and earth. Blood poured into the sword blade. A white feather cloak draped itself over her body again. And Lin swallowed upon seeing this. So she really could unleash that attack once more. Was it finally time for him to face the terrifying sword strike that was powerful enough to slay the Dark Thunder Emperor? Countless cracks had already appeared all over Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's divine halo. However, she couldn't fall yet. She had one final mission, and that was to kill Lin as well as everyone beside him. Now that everyone had gathered in one place within the formation, Wu Ming could strike all of them down at once. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming quickly hurtled toward Lin and the others as her sword of light continued to accumulate power. And Lin knew that this next attack was going to be a 360-degree attack with no blind spots. So the black brick and frying pan would be ineffective. The battle had finally progressed to its most perilous moment. Xiao Fu kicked the white star formed from Xiao Pang's body to the forefront of the formation. Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Alioth, Alcade, Mizar, heed my call. Create the lawless 8 extremes desolate star realm. Countless starry veined patterns appeared on Xiao Fu's body before spreading to encompass the entire formation, then spreading further to encompass the entire earth. Everything before Lin's eyes transformed. The heaven and earth around him had become a boundless starry sky with a series of galaxies presenting a majestic and spectacular scene to behold. The most dazzling 7 stars of the Big Dipper flashed in different locations, and it was as if they were injecting all of the power of stars in the entire starry sky into Xiao Pang's body, making him the brightest star in the sky. And Lin was astonished. Xiao Fu was currently creating a very strange formation. No, it couldn't even be referred to as a formation because it had transcended beyond what a formation should be. This was a lawless realm that could dispel all powers of laws. The 8 extremes desolate star realm. Heavenly God technique, world creation sword, light of origin. A clear cry sounded, and Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's sword had already fallen. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming didn't care what techniques her enemies were using. All she knew was that no one would be capable of blocking her sword strike. A beam of light shot forth directly toward the 8 extremes desolate star realm. It was imbued with the vast power of creation and hope. The light began as a tiny, insignificant speck, as if it were the origin of all things, containing infinite possibilities. After that, it expanded further and further. Even though its beginning was insignificant, its conclusion was infinite. It was also at this moment that the Xiao Pang star's power had accumulated to a peak, and light broke through the starry sky before crashing directly toward the sword strike. An instant of deathly silence suddenly settled over heaven and earth. What followed was a devastating explosion. Boom! The light erupting from the collision temporarily blinded the Celestial the Arch and the others who were fighting in the distance. Destructive energy instantly proliferated for several hundred kilometers, annihilating all things and pulverizing the earth for tens of thousands of meters. The Dark Thunder Emperor didn't even come close to resisting this attack, so it had perished without creating much of a commotion. However, this time, Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's world creation sword had encountered a worthy opponent, and the destructive might created by the collision was truly terrifying enough to destroy an entire world. At the center of the explosion, the two powers were still clashing violently with one another. and Lin had never experienced any powers like the type that was emanating from the center of the explosion. A boundless expanse of light lay before his eyes. It looked very harmless and even quite enticing. However, it could deprive one of everything they had, and merely approaching it would reduce one to dust before making them disappear from the face of this world. This was an extremely terrifying power. It was using the extreme power of hope to inflict the most terrifying hopelessness and despair. It was bestowing upon one light, but also transforming them into light at the same time. Thankfully, Lin was situated outside of the lawless 8 extremes desolate star realm and was protected by a vast starry sky, which prevented him from being affected by that power. The Xiaopang star absorbed the power of the entire formation and stood resolutely at the forefront of the formation, keeping all oncoming powers at bay. The 8 extremes desolate star realm could keep all powers of laws at bay, but it was being attacked by a paramount power of laws of the heavenly Tao, so it could still be unable to defend against it. Sure enough, the Xiaopang star began to crack open very quickly. Boundless light swept toward it in a frenzy, and Lin's heart had leaped into his throat. Bam! A dull explosion erupted. The Xiaopang star exploded. He transformed back into that chubby little boy. Everyone's pupils contracted upon seeing this. At this moment, the little boy extended his arms forward. Boundless light had already penetrated the entire starry sky and encompassed heaven and earth. The only place that was safe was where Lin and the others were situated, as there was a barrier around them, keeping the light at bay. However, the barrier was already trembling violently, and it looked like it could be broken at any moment. However, the light before their eyes continued to sweep forth relentlessly, as if there was no end to it. The creation of heaven and earth had always been a process for creating something from nothing, then creating infinity from something. The more obstruction it encountered, the more devastatingly powerful it would become, and it would keep on going until it destroyed all obstacles in its way. The special nature of this spell technique sent Lin and the others plunging into despair. Cracks began to appear on the 8 extremes desolate star realm. The lawless realm was unable to stand against an invasion from the paramount laws of the heavenly Tao in the end. A wisp of light snuck through into the formation, and the formation tremored violently. Su Xiaolin, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake had poured forth all of their powers into the formation and were already one with the formation. Now that the formation had been broken, the 5 of them suffered severe backlash injuries as blood gushed from their mouths. However, that was not the worst thing to happen. The most terrifying thing was when the light that had snuck into the formation enshrouded everyone. At that moment, everyone felt their breathing slow down by half a beat. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. We're screwed. However, the anticipated scene of everyone being swallowed by the light did not eventuate. Instead, the boundless light before them suddenly disappeared. And this was a very spontaneous disappearance without any hint. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into darkness, as if a very bright light bulb had suddenly been snuffed out, making everything appear very dark in comparison. It wasn't actually the case that night had fallen, it was just that the contrast with the incandescent light from before made it appear as if night had descended. Xiaopang had already fallen to the ground before Lin. Xiao Fu was also lying on the ground at the center of the formation, looking as if her body was going to crumble. As for the enemy, heavenly goddess Wu Ming, her entire body was riddled with cracks, and the divine halo above her head had been reduced to dull scraps of light. How could this be? I was so close. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming's expression was a little dazed as she spoke in an indignant voice. She wanted to draw upon more power, but her body refused to listen to her. She was now just a vulnerable woman who looked like she could be blown over by a stiff breeze. And Lin immediately shot forth and gave her an almighty slap. Slap! Boom! Heavenly goddess Wu Ming was slapped to the ground. You! Heavenly goddess Wu Ming exploded with rage as her eyes widened with shock and fury. Die, heavenly goddess Wu Ming! And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword. How can mere candlelight compare with the light of the moon? Arrogant fools like you are bound to die when standing against me. And Lin, you shameless fuck, where was all your spunk earlier? You were always cowering behind others, but you're the first to come out when I'm in a completely vulnerable state. You're a shameless pig. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming was unable to fight, but she was still hurling abuse at Enlin. You are accusing me of being shameless? Don't forget that you also tried to kill me only after I was completely vulnerable following my earlier battle. Enlin chuckled coldly with a frosty expression on his face. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming shuddered and had no response to this. Enlin's eyes roamed over the Wu Ming. Her white robe was pressed tightly to her curvaceous body, accentuating her flawless figure, while her green hair spilled over her snowy white neck in a disheveled manner. She was clearly a little tense and enraged, and her chest rose and fell with her violent breathing. What are you looking at? Kill me already if you're going to. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming gritted her teeth with rage. Being looked down on by Enlin like this while she was in such a vulnerable state filled her with unprecedented humiliation. She was one of the most powerful beings in the heavenly human tribe and the most regal living being who had been acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. How could she be treated like this by a lowly human? How could she be stomped into the dirt by Enlin? And then she really was stomped on. Enlin stepped onto her soft and slender waist before hoisting her head up by wrenching on her hair as he laid the blade of his sword on her neck. My apologies. I haven't quite recovered enough to unleash any spell techniques, so I'll have to use the crudest method in order to land the killing blow. Enlin, you piece of shit. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming gritted her teeth as tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes. She was like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered by having her neck sliced open and having her blood drained. Enlin didn't say anything as his evil-slaying sword sliced through Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's neck. At that moment, it was as if something had been severed. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming shuddered as her body crumbled at an even faster speed. A few seconds later, she had completely transformed into specks of white light before disappearing from this world. Sigh. It's finally over. Enlin heaved a faint sigh. He turned to look at all of his comrades nearby, who were lying on the ground after suffering severe backlash injuries from the formation, and he was both elated and fearful at the same time. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He was going to have to reevaluate the combat prowess of Divine Heaven Stage heavenly humans. During that battle with Heavenly Goddess Linyu, she hadn't unleashed her full power, perhaps due to some coincidences and also perhaps due to his identity as the Heavenly Darkness God. As for Heavenly God Jordan, he had tried to attack Chen Chen and was crushed as a result, so no one managed to gauge his power. It was exactly because of this that Enlin was a little unfamiliar with exactly what Divine Heaven Stage heavenly humans were capable of. However, he wasn't going to make that mistake again, as he knew just how terrifying a Divine Heaven Stage heavenly human could be. Enlin shook his head. This was a lesson that he almost had to learn at the price of his life. Thus, the God-slaying team successfully managed to execute Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming. Enlin returned to Su Xiaolan's side. Xiaolan, are you all right? I'm fine. I just need some rest. Su Xiaolan shook her head and swallowed an immortal pill before sitting down to meditate. Emperor Ziwei was extremely elated. Haha, we just got rid of another powerful enemy. Little Huang was also flapping its wings with joy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. We were quite lucky as well that Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming's backlash just so happened to strike when it did. Black Spirit Snake smiled and said, "Of course, she should have anticipated this situation when she made the reckless decision to use that type of spell technique twice in a row. We finally avenged the Dark Thunder Emperor." White Spirit Snake crossed her fingers over her chest and looked up at the sky before muttering a string of unintelligible words before coiling her snake tail and sitting down to meditate. Everyone had been severely wounded, and they all gathered to recover together. And Lin had recovery buddies now. Xiao Pang was the most severely injured, and he immediately transformed back into a disc before returning to Enlin's storage ring. Xiao Fu was barely holding on, but she still transformed the Karma Star Protection Formation into Healing Formation, using the power of stars to help speed up everyone's recovery in an extremely thoughtful gesture. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming was dead, and the God-slaying team was in extremely high spirits. In contrast, the morale of the heavenly gods' camp had reached an all-time low. Even though they were expecting heavenly goddess Wu Ming to die as she had used her 9th divine halo, they were very disappointed that heavenly goddess Wu Ming wasn't able to kill Lin and the others before she died. If things continued like this, they were probably going to lose. The heavenly illusion god felt like it wouldn't be able to defeat the battling Buddha. The heavenly soul god's chances against the ancient dragon empress were even slimmer. They could only place their hopes on heavenly god Long Kuei. And Lin and the others were all severely wounded and had temporarily lost the ability to fight. If heavenly god Long Kuei could take care of the celestial the arch, the chaotic element martial lord, and Dongfang Zhuangshi, then killing Lin and others would be a piece of cake. After that, heavenly god Long Kuei could help them kill their enemies. In other words, the outcome of heavenly god Long Kuei's battle would determine whether they would win or not. It's all up to you now, Long Kuei. The heavenly illusion god and heavenly soul god, who were both getting pummeled, turned their eyes upon heavenly god Long Kuei. Heavenly god Long Kuei was clearly also aware of his importance in this battle, and he decided against targeting Lin and focused on killing his 3 enemies first. However, this was certainly no easy task. The Celestial the Arch, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, and Dongfang Zhuangshi were all super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and none of them were easy opponents. The Celestial Thearch's Jade Pestle was clearly an extremely valuable treasure that was able to maximize his ability to resonate with the power of the heavens in order to explosively elevate his combat prowess. If heavenly god Long Kuei didn't unleash his most powerful attacks, then he wouldn't even be able to kill the Celestial the Arch, let alone all 3 of his enemies. Should I use that technique? Heavenly god Long Kuei clashed with the Celestial the Arch as a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He then recalled back to the tragic fate that heavenly goddess Wu Ming had just suffered, and he shook his head. No, he couldn't use a cannon to blast mosquitoes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough firepower left to help the heavenly gods, even if he could destroy the Celestial the Arch as well as Lin and the others. Heavenly god Long Kuei's current condition was slightly worse than heavenly goddess Wu Ming's condition at that time, so he could only unleash the world creation sword once at most. As such, he had to reserve that for the ancient dragon empress. Heavenly god Long Kuei clashed with the Celestial the Arch again, and the space around them within a radius of over 50 kilometers cracked open from the force of their clash. Heavenly god Long Kuei's arm also cracked slightly from the immense force, and his body flew backward. The Celestial the Arch was not in very good condition either, and blood began to trick from the corners of his lips while the hand he was holding the jade pestle with trembled slightly. Heavenly god Long Kuei was much more assured upon seeing this. There should be a time limit to how long the Celestial the Arch could use the jade pestle. It looked like the Celestial Thearch's time was almost up, and he would only have to hold on for a while longer. At this moment, a gargantuan ball of blood appeared above the heavens. A sea of blood proliferated forth as terrifying waves erupted. Heaven-crushing great blood ball. The demonic blood Kirin abruptly hurled the ball of blood. The great blood ball plummeted from the sky with astonishing killing intent, and it was as if the surrounding heaven and earth had been transformed into an infernal hell where countless dead spirits wailed with grief. Any mythological beasts would be absolutely horrified by this attack. However, heavenly god Long Kuei didn't think much of it. He merely unleashed a fist toward the ball of blood. An explosive white light purified the killing intent in the air, destroying the gargantuan ball of blood in the process. In the next instant, the demonic blood Kirin saw heavenly god Long Kuei charging toward him. Crap! The demonic blood Kirin shuddered, but his claws were already streaking through the air like crimson lightning. Heaven-crushing Kirin claws. However, before his claws could strike their target, heavenly god Long Kuei's fist had already fallen. Bam! The fist of light exploded. The Kirin's massive head was instantly pulverized. The demonic blood Kirin didn't even get a chance to cry out before his body plummeted to the ground. Mr. Dongfang. The Celestial Thearch's expression shifted drastically as he rushed over to provide help. Heavenly god Long Kuei's brows furrowed slightly. What a tenacious life force! He finally knew why heavenly goddess Wu Ming had chosen to use her world creation sword. Against enemies like these, even if she could easily crush them, it would still take a very long time to kill them. Unfortunately, what they lacked the most right now was time. The decapitated demonic blood Kirin was enshrouded by a mist of demonic blood, upon which he grew a new head. His aura had diminished significantly, but he was still alive. Heavenly God Long Kue felt like he would at least need to decapitate him twice in order to actually kill him. At this moment, the celestial Thearch's attacks fell again. Heavenly God Long Kue could only meet him in battle. Ha ha ha! I can do this all day! The celestial the Arch roared with laughter as he continued to rain down attacks upon Heavenly God Long Kue, as if he really could keep this up for a long time. At this moment, the chaotic element Martial Lord also rushed over. The chaotic element Martial Lord was just like Heavenly God Long Kue in that they both liked melee fistfights. Furthermore, he seemed to become more and more powerful the more he fought, making him an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. They were all so annoying. The more Heavenly God Long Kue battled, the more Heavenly God Long Kue was tempted to unleash his world creation sword attack. However, after a short while, heaven and earth suddenly tremored, and a peculiar silence ensued. The phenomena triggered by the deaths of the 5 Dao integration stage supermighty figures had already disappeared. Their divine Dao true intent had benefited the countless beings of the divine mirror world as their final reciprocations. Heaven and earth had become vast and boundless. The air was clearer and seemingly more enjoyable to breathe in. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly God Long Kue, the Heavenly Soul God, the Celestial the Arch, or the battling Buddha, all of their battle intent suddenly drained away, as if fighting at a time like this would be extremely blasphemous. They were going to welcome this grand moment in peace. An expression of elation appeared on Enlin's face. The divine mirror world has successfully leveled up. The divine mirror world had welcomed a grand moment. The entire heavens were celebrating. No fighting allowed. Peace must reign. This was a command issued by the subconscious will of the Heavenly Dao. Heavenly God Long Kue's lips twitched, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. When the upgrade first commenced, the world was spurring them on so that more deaths could take place, thereby allowing it to make a breakthrough using the reciprocation of the fallen Dao integration stage supermighty figures. Now that the upgrade was complete, it was asking for peace? What a shameless world! Of course, there was no point in trying to reason with this world. This was not something decided by Goddess of Creation Tina. Instead, this was the will of the Heavenly Dao in the Divine Mirror world. You can fight, just not now. Heaven and earth were no longer in mourning. Instead, it was very much celebrating as exquisite music of the great Dao rang out across the entire world. This indescribable music cleansed the countless beings within this world as if it were a pair of gentle hands caressing their bodies. And Lin was also struck by this feeling. His entire body felt warm and extremely comfortable. Even the rate at which his injuries were healing had enjoyed a marked increase. Right at this moment, iridescent light enshrouded the entire sky of the divine mirror world, entrancing all of its onlookers. And Lin could see the history of the divine mirror world flashing in the sky. He saw the rise of many races and also the pursuit of Tao that countless beings embarked on. The iridescent light was displaying the entire culture of the divine mirror world. Everyone was greatly touched by this scene. This experience was undoubtedly going to help them greatly by improving their understanding of Tao. However, Heavenly God Long Kue was gritting his teeth in rage. He didn't have much time left, and he did not want to see all of this random crap. All he wanted was to destroy his enemies as quickly as possible. However, if he was to attack now, he would most definitely suffer a backlash from the Heavenly Dao. In this grand moment, the divine mirror world wouldn't allow any battles to take place. Everyone was still admiring and observing the scenes that were taking place following the upgrade of this world. Time passed by slowly, and Heavenly God Long Kue was on the verge of tears. He was going to die if things continued like this. When was this going to end? The more time passed by, the closer he would be to death, and there was no going back for him. It would be an absolute travesty if he was to die from the backlash without taking anyone down with him. Why was he so unlucky? Heavenly God Long Kue almost threw up blood from rage. However, the worst had yet to come. Two holes suddenly opened up in the iridescent light overhead. Immediately afterward, golden pillars of light fell from the sky like two massive beams of energy imbued with boundless hope, and they shone down upon Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Enlin and Su Xiaolan faltered initially before an expression of ecstasy appeared on their faces. There was a blessing ceremony that took place every time the world upgraded. This was a blessing imbued with the luck and fortune of an entire world. Last time, when the realm core was repaired, the divine mirror world went through an upgrade. After that, Tina was able to bestow everyone with blessings, which took Xiao Hong straight from the soul formation stage to the return to void stage. Dabai and Little Goose cultivation bases also benefited greatly as a result. This time, the divine mirror world had upgraded once again, and as the goddess of creation, Tina bestowed the blessings upon Enlin and Su Xiaolan without any hesitation. At that moment, countless observations instantly flooded into Enlin and Su Xiaolan's minds, allowing them to see life in a completely different light. They could see the world as a whole and cast their eyes across every corner of the world. This was the perspective of a god. Every single insignificant life form or exceptional mighty figure, every gust of wind, every mountain, river, ocean, the flow of vital energy, the essence of life, the existence of Tao, the light of the sun, the vast night sky, everything was revealed to them. How wide a living being's horizons were could influence their observation of Tao. Everything that Enlin and Su Xiaolan were experiencing now was of indescribably immense benefit to their pursuit of Tao. It could be said that this was an unprecedented opportunity. Both of them were immersed in this wonderful, mesmerizing experience. They didn't even notice that the wounds on their bodies were healing at an extremely terrifying rate. Enlin and Su Xiaolan's external injuries were already fully recovered, and their internal injuries were also quickly healing. Following the conclusion of the blessings they were receiving, they would be back to full health. Not only that, but the energy was also being replenished extremely quickly, so they would be back to peak condition very soon. However, all of this was unbeknown to Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Of course, none of this had escaped Heavenly God Long Kuei's notice. He almost exploded with rage upon seeing this. Fuck off. First, you prohibit us from battling, and now you're giving Enlin and Su Xiaolan hacks. This was going too far. Heavenly God Long Kuei's rage was constantly building. He couldn't keep stalling any longer. If he did, the heavenly gods were going to lose. Bam! A streak of light flashed past, and Heavenly God Long Kuei hurtled through the air toward Enlin. So what if the heavenly Tao prohibited battle? He was almost dead anyway, so he wasn't afraid of things like the backlash from the heavenly Tao. If he could kill Enlin and the others before the backlash arrived, then they still had a chance for victory. Heavenly God Long Kuei was taking a gamble. He was gambling that he was going to strike faster than the backlash of the heavenly Tao could strike. He had to turn the tables during this limited period of time. Whoosh! Heavenly God Long Kuei tore through space and descended at an extremely terrifying speed. Everything had happened far too spontaneously, and no one expected Long Kuei to strike at a time like this. The Celestial the Arch reacted first, and he tried to stand in Long Kuei's way. However, his impromptu defensive line was no match for Long Kuei, who had already built up significant momentum, and the Celestial the Arch was blasted flying by a punch as blood gushed from his mouth. Heavenly God Long Kuei broke through the impediment posed by the three super mighty figures in an extremely brutal manner before charging wildly toward Enlin as he pulled out a pure white longsword from space. The power of light instantly illuminated heaven and earth. Blood gushed forth from his palm for the sword blade to absorb, and a white cloak of light settled over his body. Enlin and Su Xiaolan only came to their senses now, and they were greeted by the sight of Long Kuei wielding a terrifyingly powerful sword in his hand. Holy fuck! Enlin's expression shifted drastically. He dares to attack at a time like this? Su Xiaolan was both in shock and extremely remorseful. They had been too complacent and were too intent in immersing themselves in the blessings of the divine mirror world, causing them to forget that there was a heavenly god here who was going to suffer from imminent backlash anyway and was not afraid to die. Die Enlin! Heavenly God Long Kuei chortled like a madman as his sword fell. Heavenly God technique, world creation sword, light of origin. The sword blade imbued the paramount power of light slashed down upon Enlin. The power within the formation had been completely depleted, and the other Dao integration stage super mighty figures were still yet to recover from their severe injuries. As such, this attack was definitely going to be able to end Enlin's life. Heavenly God Long Kuei roared with laughter. He had this in the bag. And then, a thin, seemingly fragile finger appeared before him. Ding! A crisp sound erupted. It was as pleasant as metal gently tapping against jade. Heavenly God Long Kuei's expression froze on his face. His sword had been blocked by a single finger. A flawless woman wearing a green dress appeared out of nowhere. She was the epitome of perfection, and she was standing directly before Heavenly God Long Kuei. She had a pair of dazzling, emerald eyes, a delicate nose, thin, soft lips, pointy little ears, and a pair of semi-transparent golden wings on her back. Heavenly God Long Kuei knew who this was. She was Enlin's little fairy. However, this fairy was now the size of a normal human, and she was outrageously flawless. Furthermore, her aura was so profound now that he was completely unable to gauge her power. However, the fact that she was able to block his most powerful attack with a single finger was a sufficient indication of her power. Was this god of creation stage power? No. Not even a god of creation could block his attack so easily. The fairy was not fighting alone. Instead, she was drawing upon the power of the entire divine mirror world, and she was absolutely unfathomably powerful. Heavenly God Long Kuei couldn't gauge just how powerful she was, but in her current state, she might as well have invincible tattooed on her forehead. Little Na! And Lin exclaimed with elation. In the divine mirror world, he had the protection of the goddess of creation. How foolish of Heavenly God Long Kuei to attack right now. Tina's arrival instantly sent waves of shock surging through everyone's heart. Her miraculous feat of blocking Heavenly God Long Kuei's world creation sword with a single finger had everyone completely astonished, as everyone knew just how terrifying that world creation sword was. Nice one, little Na. Su Xiaolan heaved a long sigh of relief. However, Tina was currently in a slightly strange state. Her expression did not change in the slightest in response to everyone's words. No, to put it more accurately, she had remained completely expressionless ever since she appeared, as if there was nothing in this world that could evoke an emotional response within her. She was a true goddess, surveying all things in her world with cold detachment. I asked for peace. Why do you still attack? Tina spoke in a cold, indifferent voice. Heavenly God Long Kuei wanted to bring his world creation sword down, but the sword was unable to move even a single inch, as if it had struck some sort of indestructible wall. Not only that, but the power of light imbued within the sword was being compressed relentlessly before being snuffed out like an ember. Bam! The sword shattered. The world creation sword had been shattered by a single finger from Tina. Heavenly God Long Kuei shuddered as despair appeared on his face. He had lost. This attack had been a gamble from the very beginning. He was gambling that he would be able to kill Enlin and the others before the backlash of the divine mirror world arrived. He had lost. The divine mirror world had attacked before his attack could land. Disregarding the will of the divine mirror world is a cardinal sin. For that, you must die. Tina pointed a finger toward Heavenly God Long Kuei. An expression of indignation and remorse appeared on Heavenly God Long Kuei's face. But before he had a chance to do anything, his body was pulverized by a burst of paramount power. Bam! Heavenly God Long Kuei detonated. Yet another heavenly god had fallen. Tina withdrew her hand expressionlessly before turning toward Enlin, upon which a warm smile appeared on her face before her body dissipated into specks of light again. Thus, an extremely perilous crisis had been averted. Tina did not dare to attack the heavenly gods unless they attacked the divine mirror world. Otherwise, the backlash from the Taichu continent would lay waste to the entire divine mirror world. However, if a heavenly god went against the will of the divine mirror world, then the divine mirror world had the right to inflict backlash upon them. This was the reason why the heavenly gods did not wreak havoc upon the divine mirror world. They were afraid of the backlash from the divine mirror world. And Lin and the others were all ecstatic. They had eliminated another powerful enemy, and this time, he didn't even take anyone down with him. This was very much worthy of celebration. The Celestial the Arch, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the chaotic element martial lord had all gone into battle already mentally prepared to lay down their lives. However, who would have thought that heavenly god Long Kuei would insist on indirectly killing himself? In contrast with the god-slaying team, the heavenly illusion god and the heavenly soul god were in complete despair. Their biggest hope was gone. How were they supposed to fight now? They couldn't win. At this moment, the pillars of light bestowing blessings upon Enlin and Su Xiaolan were slowly beginning to disappear, indicating that the blessing ceremony had concluded. Oh wait, this was only the first course of a multiple-course meal. A massive boom erupted, and another pillar of light fell upon Su Xiaolan. This time, Enlin was reduced to becoming a spectator. He knew what kind of blessing this was, and as such, his heart was filled with a sense of loss. Why am I a fake cultivator? Even the omnipotent Tina couldn't help him improve his cultivation base. This was a blessing that was known as the inheritance of Tao. To put it more simply, it was a blessing that helped one make breakthroughs. Back when the Divine Mirror World last upgraded, Dabai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu had all benefited greatly from this. Now that this blessing had fallen upon Su Xiaolan, what did you think would happen? Crack. This was the sound of a certain shackle being broken. Su Xiaolan's aura elevated explosively as it rose into the heavens. Rumble. The great Tao of heaven and earth began to rumble. She had accumulated for several decades and was finally advancing to a higher level. Su Xiaolan stood up, and her jade dress danced around her. Transparent, golden dragon scales appeared all over her body, along with a pair of exquisite dragon horns on her head, and a pair of white vermilion bird wings on her back. In that instant, she was both a true dragon that reigned supreme over the heavens, as well as a holy beast vermilion bird that had been born from chaos. Her true dragon Divine Tao and vermilion bird Divine Tao were unleashed without any reservation. These were two of the most regal and rare bloodlines, and they fused together perfectly as her aura continued to soar. And Lin and the others felt like they could see an azure true dragon stretching with no end in sight above the clouds, and even one of its simplest motions could slice through the heavens. At the same time, they saw a vermilion bird, which transcended beyond heaven and earth. Just an ethereal cry erupting from the distance struck everyone with the urge to kneel and concede. The true dragon and vermilion bird have both appeared between heaven and earth. This is a manifestation of the divine Tao. Su Xiaolan is making a breakthrough. She's progressing to the Tao integration intermediate stage. The Celestial the Arch exclaimed with excitement. All Tao integration stage super mighty figures would trigger divine Tao manifestation phenomena following successful breakthroughs. As for tribulation transcendence, Tao integration stage super mighty figures were beings acknowledged by the great Tao of heaven and earth, so why would the heavens strike them with lightning for no good reason? As such, progression in the Tao integration stage was very safe, but it was also very difficult to come by. The only way for them to improve in their cultivation bases would be to continue to elevate their Tao to greater heights, to progress further and deeper in their Tao. There were no shortcuts. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the other Tao integration stage super mighty figures present were all looking at her with envy in their eyes. Progression in the Tao integration stage was extremely difficult. Some Tao integration stage super mighty figures could remain stuck for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. A freak like Su Xiaolan, who was making a breakthrough several decades after progressing to the Tao integration stage, truly made one jealous. To Su Xiaolan, this was an immensely fortunate event. Of course, this also applied to the god-slaying team, as her breakthrough made their victory even more assured. The Tao realm manifestation entranced everyone present. The true dragon and vermilion bird circling the sky above was simply unmissable. I've heard that the divine Phoenix Maiden is the only prodigy to possess two complete divine Tao at the same time and succeeded in Tao integration. I had always been a little skeptical, but seeing her with my own eyes now, I can see that even the legends about her do not do her justice. The chaotic element martial lord sighed with emotion. Indeed, the Celestial the Arch nodded. The Tao of the true dragon and the Tao of the vermilion bird are both extremely powerful Tao. To think that she was able to attain both Tao and walk both to such a degree of perfection. Within the soul realm, the ancient dragon empress looked up into the sky and heaved a faint sigh. What an enviable aptitude! Little Huang was also flapping its wings excitedly and chirping with glee, clearly extremely proud of Su Xiaolan, as if to say, "Look, this is the woman who beats me up every day. Is she badass or what?" And Lin was obviously extremely elated for her as well, and his expression was absolutely beaming as if to say, "Look, this woman is my Tao partner. Is she badass or what?" After Su Xiaolan successfully made her breakthrough, the Tao realm manifestation began to disappear. Her aura had soared explosively and had reached an extremely astonishing level. As for just how badass she was now, no one would know until she engaged in battle. The light of blessings was still raining down from the heavens. She took this opportunity to fortify her cultivation base and truly became a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure. "Thank you, little Na." Su Xiaolan looked up with a smile. She then turned toward the man beside her with a warm smile on her face. "And Lin, I've made a breakthrough. Congratulations!" And Lin enveloped her in an excited hug. Perhaps it was because Su Xiaolan had just made a breakthrough, but her body was quite warm. And Lin felt like he was holding a soft, curvaceous furnace in his arms. "Oh!" White Spirit Snake's mouth gaped open as she stared at the embracing Lin and Su Xiaolan with sparkling eyes. "Tch." A disdainful expression appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face. "We still have enemies to take care of." Su Xiaolan blushed slightly, and Lin held onto her for a moment longer, basking in her warmth, before releasing her and nodding with a serious expression. "All right, let's get down to business. Our celebration can wait." "Huh? There's going to be a celebration?" Su Xiaolan blinked, and Lin turned to look at her with a passionate, meaningful expression. "Xiaolan, after this battle, I'll allow you to do whatever you want of me." Su Xiaolan. Was there something wrong with this mode of celebration? The iridescent light in the sky began to disappear. The urge to strive for peace and cease all battles also disappeared at that moment. It was quite clear that the world's upgrade had well and truly passed. The divine mirror world still remained and was mightier than ever, but it was no longer going to force any living beings to do anything for now. This meant that everyone could fight again. The Heavenly Illusion God and Heavenly Soul God clearly figured this out as well, and they immediately began to panic. Were they about to keep getting bashed? What should they do? They discovered that there were already many pairs of eyes staring intently at them, as if they were predators hunting down their prey. "Damn it! What do we do?" The Heavenly Soul God was trembling. It wasn't from fear. Instead, it was because it had been pummeled too many times by the ancient dragon empress that its soul body was a little unstable. "No, this is not the end. We have a chance to turn the tables." The Heavenly Illusion God suddenly yelled. "This world has upgraded, but as a result, the restriction it placed on our powers has been lifted slightly. Check how much power you can unleash now." A dazzling light erupted from the divine halo above the Heavenly Soul God's head, and it immediately yelled with excitement. 90%. I can wield 90% of my power now. Me too. This is great. The Heavenly Illusion God was elated and hope reignited in its heart. The weaker the world was, the more powerful its self-preservation mechanisms. Otherwise, a heavenly God would be able to destroy the world in one blow, and it wouldn't even exist anymore, let alone be able to inflict backlash upon the heavenly gods in retaliation. Now that the divine mirror world had upgraded to a higher level, the restrictions it placed upon the heavenly gods were eased instead. We would not have been reduced to this state if we were in the Tai Chu continent. The Heavenly Illusion God's eyes flashed with a cold light. Now is the time we exact our revenge. Let's show them the true power of us heavenly gods. The Heavenly Soul God was very angry, and its silver soul power surged along with its terrifying aura. Right at this moment, a black figure swept toward it, and a long, powerful leg appeared, shining with extremely piercing golden light, as if it could stomp on the very heavens. Foot of the Heavenly Tao. Boom! The heavenly soul god let loose a wail of anguish as it was kicked into the ground. Crack. Another crack appeared on its divine halo. Arg! I'm going to kill you. The heavenly soul god had just been revitalized and delivered a few badass lines before it was kicked straight into the ground. What sheer and utter humiliation. The heavenly soul god crawled up from the ground before spreading its hands open, upon which a gray domain quickly expanded with it as the center. The space and everything it came into contact with were transformed into a vast expanse of gray murkiness, as if it were a completely different world. This was the heavenly soul god's signature technique, the soul realm. This was the space where it reigned supreme. If it could drag the ancient dragon empress into its soul realm again, it had the confidence to kill her with its newfound power from the easing restrictions. Heaven-crushing armor. The ancient dragon empress didn't dare to rush recklessly into the soul realm this time. Instead, she chose to defend. The heavenly soul god's battle intent surged even more vehemently as its gray divine halo lit up even further. Its soul realm continued to expand, making heaven and earth tremor as if it were going to engulf the entire heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, you want to keep my power at bay? What a joke. I am no longer as weak as I once was. The boundless soul realm transformed everything it came into contact with into a gray world. The ancient dragon empress donned her shiny, golden heaven-crushing armor, which instantly began to show signs of cracking as she rushed into the soul realm. Thankfully, it managed to barely retain its color, thereby indicating that she was not completely trapped in the soul realm. The heavenly soul god immediately rushed toward the ancient dragon empress as quickly as a wisp of smoke upon seeing this. At the same time, two murky gray scimitars appeared in its hands, exuding frosty soul power. It was also at this moment that a ball of white holy flame suddenly fell from the sky, tearing its soul realm in a violent manner with the heaven-crushing true intent imbued within. A woman in a jade dress rushed toward the heavenly soul god from the side at an extremely fast speed with what appeared to be a true dragon and vermilion bird revolving around the dragon sparrow sword in her hand. Dragon sparrow, heaven-crushing strike. A voice as beautiful as the cry of a vermilion bird erupted. However, the killing intent imbued within the voice sent chills down the listener's spine. Boom! An extremely terrifying sword projection fell. The heavenly soul god was caught off guard and was sliced in half. The heavenly soul god knew that it had made the mistake of celebrating too early. It was indeed able to use 90% of its power now, but it had forgotten that it was also no longer battling just the ancient dragon empress. Instead, the ancient dragon empress also had many comrades that could join her. Su Xiaolan was now a Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure. She had fully recovered from her injuries, and her power had increased drastically. Thus, the heavenly soul god was sliced in half just as it dropped its guard. Ah! The heavenly soul god wailed with anguish, and its severed body quickly twisted to transform into gray soul mist before disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, Su Xiaolan turned toward a certain direction. There, a gray mist suddenly materialized to form an unscathed heavenly soul god. The soul realm was the heavenly soul god's home court, and it was near unkillable here. It was exactly because of this that the ancient dragon empress had been pummeling it for so long but was still unable to kill it. As such, she could only continue to use heaven-crushing techniques to wear it down until it eventually died. Huff huff, divine phoenix maiden. I'm going to kill you. An enraged expression appeared on the heavenly soul god's face as part of the power within its soul realm crashed down upon Su Xiaolan. As a result, visible cracks instantly began to appear in her true dragon wall. However, she was not fearful at all. Instead, she charged directly toward the heavenly soul god. The dragon sparrow sword in her hand was imbued with the power of her dual divine Tao as well as her heaven-crushing true intent. Dragon sparrow heaven-crushing strike. The dragon sparrow sword fell at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly soul god was already prepared this time and was not going to be struck for a second time. Its body instantly twisted into an extremely bizarre Z shape in order to evade Su Xiaolan's sword strike. However, all of a sudden, a dark shadow appeared behind her. The soul realm was torn apart again. A a fist as dazzling and golden as the sun fell from the sky. At the same time, boundless heaven-crushing true intent surged forth like a massive wave. The heavenly soul god shuddered. This was another heavenly disciple-level opponent. Fist of the heavenly Tao. And Lin tore into the soul realm, and his fist fell as if the sun had crashed down upon the world. He had meticulously planned the timing for this strike, so the heavenly soul god had no chance of evasion. In the end, it could only materialize layers of black soul power armor on its body in a frantic rush to defend itself against Lin's attack. Unfortunately for it, Lin's fist of the heavenly Tao was far too powerful for some impromptu defense to be able to keep it at bay. The golden fist exploded upon the heavenly soul god's body and quickly destroyed its armor before smashing it into the ground, upon which the soul realm tremored violently. At this moment, a tall and slender woman in a colorful imperial robe flashed through the air before swinging a hand toward the heavenly soul god. Palm of the heavenly Tao. Boom! The earth caved in from the massive impact. The heavenly soul god howled in agony under her palm. The entire soul realm was tremoring even more violently now, as if it could shatter at any moment. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the ancient dragon empress combined attacks had it completely reeling. It was thinking that it could turn the tables with its newfound power, only to find that it seemed to be in an even more dire situation. A crater with the shape of a massive palm appeared on the earth. At the center of the massive palm crater, the heavenly soul god's body shuddered violently, and it crumbled before materializing over and over again, appearing to be in an extremely unstable state. Its long gray robe had already disintegrated, revealing its thin, semi-transparent body. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the ancient dragon empress were not going to give the heavenly soul god a chance to catch its breath. Thus, the three of them continued to rush toward the heavenly soul god without any pause or delay. Burning soul bodies. The heavenly soul god let loose an enraged roar as its body suddenly expanded to over 10,000 feet in height. Countless green ghostly flames revolved around its body like snakes. At the same time, its aura soared explosively. It opened its mouth, from which countless extremely powerful soul warriors wielding weapons emerged. All of them were soul bodies, and they charged toward Lin and the others extremely quickly. All of their weapons exuded a peculiar energy fluctuation, and even Tao integration stage super mighty figures would perish upon being struck by them. In the face of the oncoming army of soul warriors, Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had become pure golden in color, and at the same time, a paramount aura erupted from his body. He had an attack to target spirit bodies. This was his great divine might technique. Golden ripples proliferated through the air. All of the soul warriors abruptly froze in midair. They felt as if they were being confronted by a paramount god, and the only thing they could do was to kneel at his feet. Thus, Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the ancient dragon empress easily bypassed the defensive line of soul warriors before charging toward the heavenly soul god again. Blue lightning erupted from Su Xiaolan's sword, which she slashed relentlessly toward the heavenly soul god. All of her sword strikes were astonishingly fast, as if she had spammed all of her skill points on sword speed. The heavenly soul god wielded its dual gray sabers and clashed with Su Xiaolan for over 100 times per second. And Lin was just about to unleash his finger of the heavenly Tao when a silver sword suddenly shot forth from the heavenly soul god's stomach. It was also at this moment that the soul realm instantly froze, and everything within this space was forced to a standstill. And Lin was able to fight this power, but his speed was still drastically blunted. The only thing moving at its original speed was the silver sword, which was imbued with astonishing killing intent. And Lin, die! The heavenly soul god knew that Lin would take this opportunity to try and finish it off, so it had prepared the special move in order to bait Lin into attacking before countering and killing him instead. A smile appeared on Lin's face, and a green light suddenly erupted from his entire body before spreading outward. Come on out! Xian Wu Heaven Sealing Shell. A shiny, green turtle shell appeared on Lin's body, releasing an aura of indestructibility. At the same time, he unleashed his evading turtle technique, which had been enhanced by his heaven-crushing true intent. The Xian Wu heaven-sealing shell's defensive prowess soared once again. The heavenly soul god's silver sword also descended at this moment, but it struck the shiny green shell, upon which a sharp screeching sound erupted. The heavenly soul god was dumbstruck. How could it not be able to penetrate? Just as it was stunned into inactivity, and Lin knocked the silver sword back with his shell before charging toward the heavenly soul god and pointing a scintillating golden finger at its head. Finger of the heavenly Tao. Boom! The golden finger punctured the heavenly soul god's head with unstoppable force. Not only that, but the power imbued within the finger continued onward and tore the soul realm in half. Su Xiaolan took this opportunity to inflict over 1,000 sword strikes upon the heavenly soul god's body, each of which made the heavenly soul god's soul body tremored violently. The ancient dragon empress hand exuded a peculiar energy fluctuation as she clamped it down over the headless heavenly soul god's chest. Heaven-crushing technique, palm heaven. One of the ancient dragon empress hands transformed into a set of dragon claws that clamped together viciously. Crack. Boom! The heavenly soul god's entire body exploded. The murky gray soul power within the soul realm surged and roared like a tsunami, as if it were howling with rage and resisting. It was struggling very wildly and vehemently, but it was only a short-lived struggle before it fell away like the receding tide. The soul realm shattered, and warm sunlight fell again as colors returned to heaven and earth. And Lin could see that the heavenly soul god's body was dissipating like smoke. Its battered gray divine halo had been reduced to dust before transforming into specks of light and disappearing from this world. He had yet to come to his senses, but he knew one thing, which was that the heavenly soul god had fallen. "Hey, what are you blanking out there for?" A warm, enticing voice sounded. Su Xiaolan poked Lin on the cheek with an amused expression, and Lin immediately came to his senses, but he was still in disbelief. The heavenly soul god died just like that. I feel like the victory was too simple. The ancient dragon empress rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Simple? Did you not see my epic battle with it before this? Epic battle? I only saw you giving it an epic one-sided beating. And Lin chuckled. The ancient dragon empress had no response to that, as it seemed to be true. The heavenly soul god was just about to turn on the heat, only to be beaten to death by the ancient dragon empress, Su Xiaolan, and Lin. Thinking about it, it was quite a tragedy. Su Xiaolan patted Lin's chest with a sympathetic expression, only for her hand to rest on a shiny green turtle shell. And Lin, does it not feel right for you to win without being abused by the heavenly soul god first? Of course not. And Lin immediately denied this. However, after thinking about it, he discovered that she seemed to be right. Holy crap, was he developing some sort of reflexive masochism? The fall of the heavenly soul god plunged the heavenly illusion god into despair. The heavenly illusion god was the only heavenly god left, and it was being beaten senseless by the celestial the arch, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the chaotic element martial lord. Back when it was plotting to kill Lin, never would the heavenly illusion god thought that the end result would be it getting killed instead. On this bleak and desolate battlefield, a peculiar illusionary space existed. This space contained the most lethal temptations, the most terrifying lethal realms, and the most powerful life forms. The heavenly illusion god was the ruler of this domain, and after receiving newfound power from the eased restrictions, this domain became even more powerful. However, the heavenly illusion god was still unable to kill the battling Buddha. The battling Buddha was like a war god that would never fall. His piercing eye could see through all illusions. His golden-banded staff could vanquish all nightmarish monsters, and he only seemed to be getting more powerful as the battle wore on. He didn't care about how badass the heavenly illusion god's illusionary domain was, or how badass the life forms it summoned were. In any case, they weren't as badass as him. Come on out, chaotic nightmare monster. The heavenly illusion god had been forced into a truly dire situation, and it began to unleash its power without any consideration for the consequences. A crisp crack erupted from its divine halo, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted forth. An abyssal wind swept past, making everything icy cold. A dark, sinister figure appeared within the illusionary space. It had no shape or form. One moment, it was a monster with countless sharp claws and a massive, cavernous mouth. The next moment, it became a black hole monster exuding a vast aura of terror and destruction. This was the most powerful life form the heavenly illusion god could create after exhausting all of its imagination. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A voice that sent chills running down the listener's spine erupted. Dongfang Zhuangshi felt like his head had been torn at over 10,000 times, and his body shuddered. He felt like this chaotic nightmare monster was a being many levels higher than he was, and his body began to tremble from instinctive fear. Right at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the chaotic nightmare monster's face. Dongfang Zhuangshi's body was split in half, and blood splattered throughout the entire illusionary domain. The battling Buddha's eyes widened, and golden holy flames capable of incinerating heaven and earth erupted from his eyes, trying to incinerate this horrifying being. However, the chaotic nightmare monster's body suddenly began to expand amid the golden flames, as if the stronger the flames burned, the more badass it would become. It was still smiling when it slashed its dark claws lightly through the air, upon which the battling Buddha's iridescent armor was instantly sliced open. Blood splattered through the air once again. The battling Buddha was astonished, and he hurtled back in retreat. One had to realize that he possessed an indestructible diamond body. Even if he was to stand rooted to the spot and allow someone to hack at him with a divine tool, he would still not sustain any damage. After battling the heavenly illusion god for so long, he had only sustained some very minor injuries. But now, the chaotic nightmare monster was able to break through his defenses with just a casual swipe of its claws. Even the Celestial the Arch and the chaotic element martial lord were feeling an immense amount of pressure from this being. The chaotic nightmare monster was engaged in a 1-on-4 battle, and it had decidedly gained the upper hand. Ha ha ha! Die! All of you must die. All those who try to stand against the heavens will inevitably perish. The heavenly illusion god looked as if it had gone insane, and the divine halo above its head glowed with an even more dazzling light. Dongfang Zhuangshi, who had been sliced in half, crashed violently into the ground. Demonic blood enveloped his entire body, allowing him to regenerate, but his body was significantly smaller than before, reducing him to a demonic blood Kirin only about 100 feet tall. The miniature demonic blood Kirin wore a horrified expression as he tried to race out of the illusionary domain. He was down to his final life, and if he was killed again, he would actually die. Even though he was prepared to die, he didn't want to just give his life like this. Dongfang Mengjie had not been resurrected yet, so he didn't want to die. However, the chaotic nightmare monster was not going to give up on this opportunity to land the killing blow, and it extended its demonic claws again with a ghastly smile on its face. Right at this moment, the Celestial the Arch, the battling Buddha, and the chaotic element martial lord's attacks all fell upon it at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. After a period of intense battle, all three of them were knocked back by the chaotic nightmare monster with new wounds on their bodies. How did the heavenly illusion god become so powerful? The Celestial the Arch was astonished. The battling Buddha threw up a mouthful of blood and spoke in a cold voice. It hasn't actually grown more powerful, but this illusionary life form is very difficult to deal with. The heavenly illusion god must have paid a heavy price to unleash this being. Otherwise, it would not have saved it until now. If the price it has to pay is to go insane, then that makes sense. The chaotic element martial lord observed with a cold expression. The heavenly illusion god was still laughing like a madman, looking as if it no longer cared if it died and was going to take everyone down with it. The heavenly illusion god is the key. Let's find a chance to kill it, and the chaotic nightmare monster will disappear. The Celestial the Arch turned toward the heavenly illusion god. I'll go grab that ghostly thing. You guys take this opportunity to kill the heavenly illusion god. The battling Buddha volunteered to take on the most powerful enemy. However, just when everyone settled on a course of action, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the chaotic nightmare monster's face, and it picked up the heavenly illusion god with one of its black feelers. What are you doing? Let me go. Release me at once. The heavenly illusion god's expression shifted as it struggled. However, the heavenly illusion god was no match for the chaotic nightmare monster, and just that one black feeler had completely immobilized it. The chaotic nightmare monster then opened its cavernous mouth before swallowing the heavenly illusion god. Gulp! Before that, it had carefully chewed on its prey. The heavenly illusion god's blood-curdling cries rang out across the illusionary domain. The celestial, the arch, the battling Buddha, and the chaotic element martial lord were all dumbstruck. Alright, there was no need to kill the heavenly illusion god as it had been eaten by the chaotic nightmare monster. What were they supposed to do now? They had thought that killing the heavenly illusion god would make the chaotic nightmare monster disappear, but the chaotic nightmare monster had used its actions to tell them that this plan would not work. The heavenly gods possessed the paramount powers of the heavenly Tao. They were a part of the heavens and were supreme beings. No living beings dared to offend them, let alone eat them. However, the chaotic nightmare monster had done just that, and it had done so without any hesitation. Theoretically, no one had the right to eat a representative of the heavenly Tao. However, the chaotic nightmare monster was something born from the heavenly illusion god's imagination. It was a fictional monster that transcended beyond reality. It was something that had been created after exhausting the power of the heavenly illusion god's imagination, and it could not be judged according to common logic. In other words, the representative of the heavenly Tao had created something that went beyond its extreme limits. As such, it was going to suffer a backlash. That backlash came in the form of the chaotic nightmare monster swallowing the heavenly illusion god. The madman had created a demon, upon which the demon swallowed the madman. It made so much sense that it was almost poetic justice in a way. However, those who had to battle the demon found nothing poetic about this. The celestial, the arch, the battling Buddha, and the chaotic element martial lord's flesh felt as if there were things crawling on it. They discovered that the chaotic nightmare monster's aura was soaring explosively once again after swallowing the heavenly illusion god. Had it just converted the heavenly illusion god's power into its own? How did it do that? I don't understand. This is like a life form that is not bound by the powers of laws. We appear to be in a slight pickle here. They had thought that the heavenly illusion god would be bashed to death by them. They never would have seen something like this coming. The heavenly illusion god seemed to have created something unimaginable before its death. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the ancient dragon empress also tore through the illusionary domain and arrived on the battlefield. They had also witnessed the heavenly illusion god being swallowed alive by the chaotic nightmare monster, and their expressions had become extremely grave. Crack! The illusionary domain shattered like a pane of glass, revealing the real world outside. The heavenly illusion god's power had truly disappeared. However, before everyone had a chance to be elated about this, a new domain enshrouded them. This was a domain filled with insanity and horror. Within the darkness, there seemed to be countless demons attempting to engulf all intruders, drawing them toward depravity. A relentless stream of demonic music reached directly into one's soul, striking terror into one's heart. In that instant, and Lin could even see images of Su Xiaolan being brutally slain over 100 times. Those images were extremely realistic, and they imprinted themselves deep into his mind, almost driving him insane. Everyone immediately unleashed their heaven-crushing true intent to protect themselves, upon which the feeling of horror diminished slightly but could not be alleviated in its entirety. Everyone felt like a demon had been planted into their heart, and it would slowly eat them from the inside out. This was an instinctive sense of horror. There was a shapeless black blob within the domain, but Lin knew that it was the source of all of this terrifying power. A braided black divine halo appeared above its head, presenting a bizarre and terrifying sight to behold. At the same time, a paramount aura began to proliferate forth, as if it were the supreme being in this heaven and earth, as if it were the very heavens. And Lin was astonished upon seeing this. What the hell was going on now? The chaotic nightmare monster had swallowed a heavenly god, so it had become a heavenly god itself. At this moment outside the domain, within the Karma Star Protection Formation, The demonic blood Kirin and little Huang were trembling uncontrollably as they hugged each other for warmth. Black Spirit Snake looked at them with a disdainful expression. "You are the first deserter from the god-slaying team. Coward," the demonic blood Kirin retorted. "If I didn't run away, I would have been the first suicidal member of the god-slaying team." Black Spirit Snake's lips twitched, and she had no response to this. "Is Senior and Lin going to be all right in there? Should we go help them?" White Spirit Snake looked at the vast expanse of opaque darkness before her with a concerned expression. "You're all too severely wounded. The enemy is extremely terrifying, and you'll only weigh and Lin down if you go in your current state." Dongfang Zhuangshi gave an honest opinion. He had to bolster his spectator team. Little Huang also chirped in agreement. At this moment, within the black domain, the chaotic nightmare monster unleashed even more terrifying power. It only had to sing in a gentle voice to shake everyone's soul. It slashed a casual hand through the air, and Lin's turtle shell cracked. It could even engulf the vast majority of attacks hurled at it with joy on its face. This was a true nightmare. It was a nightmare born from chaos and was afraid of no one. The chaotic nightmare monster had gained the upper hand from the beginning of the battle, and it only grew stronger as time passed by. It was like a bottomless pit, dragging Lin and the others closer and closer into the abyss. This monster is even more terrifying than a heavenly god. If we allow it to live, it could result in catastrophic consequences. We can't hesitate any longer. Let's all attack at once to end this battle as quickly as possible. And Lin, the ancient dragon empress, Su Xiaolan, the celestial the arch, the chaotic element martial lord, and the battling Buddha knew that this battle could not be settled easily, and they all unleashed their most powerful attacks. Su Xiaolan unleashed her dual buff spell techniques to elevate her power to the Dao integration pinnacle stage. The celestial the arch activated his strange jade pestle once again. The chaotic element martial lord's chaotic elemental power rose to a peak, granting him the power to topple mountains and destroy oceans with a single punch. The battling Buddha's golden banded staff became massive, like a gargantuan pillar extending into the heavens, before crashing down upon the chaotic nightmare monster over and over again as it tried to completely crush it. And Lin and the ancient dragon empress were also hurling all sorts of paramount heaven-crushing techniques toward the enemy. The combined powers of all 6 super mighty figures were extremely terrifying, and their attacks presented devastating might that was comparable even to heavenly goddess Wu Ming's world creation sword. Even though the chaotic nightmare monster was extremely terrifying, its inky black body was still in tatters after being bombarded by so many attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Within the black domain, earth-shattering energy exploded, as if it was trying to pulverize everything. The chaotic nightmare monster was beaten slightly senseless by everyone's attacks, and it was blasted into patches of things that looked like black rags, and its braided divine halo also dimmed significantly as a result. It was also at this moment that the ancient dragon empress appeared before the chaotic nightmare monster. Her hand transformed into a set of dragon claws, and an extremely peculiar power converged toward her palm as she stabbed her claws into its body. Heaven-crushing technique, palm heaven. The ancient dragon empress let loose a clear cry as a sense of unparalleled heaven-crushing true intent erupted forth. This was the attack she had unleashed to kill the heavenly soul god, and she was trying to use the same attack to kill the chaotic nightmare monster. However, she regretted her decision as soon as she unleashed this attack. She discovered that her palm heaven was completely unable to grasp the chaotic nightmare monster. The chaotic nightmare monster's structure was simply far too bizarre, and it had transcended beyond her spell technique's realm of comprehension. How could this be? A dazed expression appeared on the ancient dragon empress' face. At this moment, countless dark swords had appeared on the chaotic nightmare monster's battered body, and they pierced through space before instantly puncturing the ancient dragon empress' body. All of the paramount heaven-crushing techniques were extremely powerful, especially when unleashed upon the heavens. However, the ancient dragon empress had encountered something she couldn't comprehend. Her palm heaven wasn't working. Countless black swords punctured her body, destroying her meridians and bones, and even threatening to tear apart her consciousness as well. Ancient Dragon Empress. Su Xiaolan immediately arrived on the scene. She sliced through those black swords with a single sword strike. She then cradled the severely wounded Ancient Dragon Empress in her arms and quickly hurtling back in retreat. Meanwhile, the Celestial the Arch, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, and the Battling Buddha continued their insane offensive output. The Chaotic Nightmare monster's body was in tatters, but its aura was gradually recovering. This was very bad news. Everyone had just unleashed their most powerful spell techniques and had been significantly weakened as a result. That last barrage of super high-intensity combined attacks was probably not something they could even use a second time. In contrast, the Chaotic Nightmare monster hadn't sustained any lethal wounds and was quickly regenerating. This meant that if things continued like this, they could very well get completely wiped out. And Lin's brows were tightly furrowed as he tried to think of a way out of this situation. He didn't have much energy left either. Palm Heaven didn't work, so what power could he use to inflict a lethal blow upon the Chaotic Nightmare monster? And Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as a series of Dao patterns appeared beneath his feet. He wanted to see what the Chaotic Nightmare monster's Dao was. If he could unleash his Dao sword to sever his enemy's Dao, then victory would be secured. However, Lin was completely dumbstruck a second later. The Chaotic Nightmare monster had no Dao. That made sense. This was a life form created from the heavenly illusion god's imagination. It was a fictional character and something that didn't exist, so how could it possess its own Dao? Even the paramount Dao of the heavenly illusion god had been twisted into an unrecognizable state by the Chaotic Nightmare monster. Could no longer even be referred to as Dao anymore, and God knew what the hell it was now. This was just like the divine halo above the Chaotic Nightmare monster's head. It exuded the energy fluctuations of a heavenly god, but no one knew what it was. It has no Dao, and it even managed to get rid of the heavenly illusion god's Dao. How could there be a life form in this world capable of this? And Lin was astonished. He gave up on trying to kill his enemy using his Dao sword attack, as doing so could make him follow in the Ancient Dragon Empress' footsteps. Not only would he have to expend energy for nothing, but he could also get countered and sustain severe wounds as a result. What could he do? Through what other ways could he deliver a lethal blow upon this creature? And Lin quickly yet meticulously looked for a way in his mind. It had no Dao, but it had energy. Its energy was its foundation. In essence, it was the technique unleashed by a heavenly god. But it had now swallowed that very same heavenly god and taken its power. However, no matter what, it was just a technique. And Lin's eyes gradually lit up again. Cudgel of the heavenly Dao. The battling Buddha unleashed an almighty roar. Boundless golden light erupted from his massive golden banded staff, which he sent crashing down to strike the Chaotic Nightmare monster. Boom! Golden heaven-crushing energy shook the murky gray space around them. The battling Buddha's pupils contracted slightly. He discovered that there were countless black feelers supporting his golden banded staff from below, so he hadn't even struck the Chaotic Nightmare monster's body. Even my most powerful heaven-crushing technique was blocked? The battling Buddha was in disbelief. If he had unleashed this technique upon the heavenly illusion god, it would have definitely been able to wound the heavenly illusion god. But the Chaotic Nightmare monster was able to block it with its bare hands. The Celestial the Arch, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, and Su Xiaolin quickly closed in on the Chaotic Element Martial Lord. Celestial chains. The Celestial the Arch waved a hand, and chains imbued with absolute sealing power, upon which were carved countless divine symbols, shot forth to bind the Chaotic Nightmare monster's body. Mountainous Dragon Fist. The Chaotic Element Martial Lord launched both fists into the ground, and massive power came crashing down from the sky to weigh upon the Chaotic Nightmare monster's body, as if gravity had been enhanced countless times. Su Xiaolan swept a hand through the air, and countless bolts of lightning punctured space to paralyze the Chaotic Nightmare monster's body. These three attacks were not meant for killing. Instead, these were their most powerful ensnarement spell techniques, and the purpose behind them was to make the Chaotic Nightmare monster lose the ability to resist and counterattack for a short time. They had to create a perfect attack environment for someone else. and Lin flashed through the air and arrived directly before the chaotic nightmare monster. Golden veined patterns appeared on his forehead, which constructed a golden eye, upon which golden ripples proliferated through the air. Divine Plunder Technique. This was Lin's special spell technique, which could plunder an enemy's power or technique. Back when Lin was in the stomach of the heavenly void beast, he had used this technique to accidentally absorb the body of chaotic essence into his sea of vital energy. The body of chaotic essence was actually quite a peculiar life form. It was a spell technique, and it was also energy, but it also had its own thoughts and sentient will. This made it very similar to the chaotic nightmare monster. And Lin was able to use the divine plunder technique to absorb the body of chaotic essence into his body. So could he do the same thing to this terrifying being? He had to take a risk. Golden ripples surged from his forehead. The power to plunder all things enshrouded the chaotic nightmare monster. The chaotic nightmare monster's twisted body shuddered violently, and an expression of horror appeared on its face for the first time as it struggled frantically to try and run away. However, the battling Buddha was not about to let it get away. He swung his golden-banded staff down again, further enhancing the gravitational force and making the ground cave in for a further several dozen meters. The Celestial the Arch, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, and Su Xiaolin strengthened their ensnarement spell techniques again. The chaotic nightmare monster was locked in place and unable to get away from Lin's spell technique. At this moment, an indescribable suction force erupted from the golden eye on Lin's forehead. The chaotic nightmare monster shit itself upon seeing this. It was not flustered in the slightest after being confronted by 8 extremely powerful beings, but now it was struggling frantically. However, it was all too late. Its dark, irregular body was compressed by an irresistible force, quickly shrinking it before it was transformed into a twisted vortex, which was then absorbed into Lin's golden eye. Bam! The peculiar dark domain instantly shattered. The light of the sun shone down upon heaven and earth again. A figure that seemed to exist in a state between reality and illusion lay on the ground. It appeared to be on the brink of death, and it had a divine halo above its head, which was completely dull and colorless and riddled with cracks. "Wah, what happened?" the heavenly illusion god muttered. It then caught sight of a familiar figure. "You lost," and Lin said in a cold voice. "The heavenly illusion god. I used a power beyond my capabilities, and it still wasn't able to kill you." And Lin rested his evil-slaying sword on the heavenly illusion god's neck. "All those who stand against our human race must die. Heavenly illusion god, it's time for you to go to the afterlife." The evil-slaying sword sliced through the heavenly illusion god's neck. Fierce heaven-crushing power instantly shredded its body. The heavenly illusion god had fallen. The heavenly soul god and heavenly illusion god had both already fallen. 2 indetectable bursts of energy rose into the sky, trying to return to the Tai Chu continent, only to be cut off by the divine mirror world along the way. They joined the heavenly reality god, and all of them were ravaged by the divine mirror world and put through all types of analysis and experiments, as if the divine mirror world were trying to understand them and see through them. In the end, the heavens meticulously ravaged them one last time to make sure that they no longer had any value to be exploited before throwing them out like trash. Of course, Lin and the others did not know about this. However, Tina witnessed the entire process, and through doing so, she developed a deeper understanding of the representatives of the heavenly Tao. On the battlefield, all 5 heavenly gods had fallen. All enemies had been eliminated, and the god-slaying team erupted into cheers of elation. And Lin and Su Xiaolan held each other in tight hugs with tears in their eyes. This had been such an arduous battle, and it was quite a feat that they were able to make it out alive. Heavenly Goddess Wu Ming, Heavenly God Long Kuei, Heavenly Illusion God, Heavenly Reality God, and Heavenly Soul God. We executed 5 heavenly gods at once. Ha ha! The battling Buddha chortled. What a hard-fought victory. I thought I was going to die on many occasions. Dongfang Zhuangshi still had fear lingering on his face. It's a shame that Patriarch Shintang and the Dark Thunder Emperor fell. White Spirit Snake sighed. That was a thoroughly satisfying battle. I still have many improvements to make. The chaotic element martial lord's muscles bulged as white chaotic elemental power began to gather around his body, within which seemed to contain a hint of heaven-crushing power. The celestial the arch clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. This is a victory for the kingdom of the 9 states, for the human race, and for the entire Tai Chu continent. Living beings of the Tai Chu continent, have you witnessed our victory? He was speaking to the living beings who were watching the live broadcast in the Tai Chu continent. They actually haven't. A pleasant voice sounded from the sky. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. Ahem, when I was upgrading the Divine Mirror world, I had to focus and concentrate, so I cut off the live broadcast. Tina's voice sounded again. Everyone was a little disappointed to hear this. This was a chance for them to flex in front of countless beings across the entire world. But they didn't even see it. The sense of achievement from completing such a legendary feat was significantly diminished as a result. Furthermore, the morale boost they were trying to provide also wouldn't come to eventuate. The reason why the god-slaying team had chosen to broadcast the execution of the heavenly gods was to boost morale for allies and send out a message to their enemies. Tina's voice sounded again as if she knew what Lin and the others were thinking. However, you don't need to be too disappointed. I've already recorded the moments when you guys killed the heavenly gods. Plus, I've made a highlight reel photo album as well and can send them to Big Sister by as high-definition 3-dimensional photos. Even though she couldn't provide a live broadcast, taking a few photos was still within her abilities. Everyone was elated to hear this, and all of them clamored to see the photos. One image after another appeared in the sky depicting Lin, Su Xiaolan, the Celestial the Arch, White Spirit Snake, Black Spirit Snake, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, the Battling Buddha, and the others. All of the images were extremely clear and defined, and all of them were captured at perfect moments, right when they were pummeling the heavenly gods. The moment the ancient dragon empress killed the heavenly soul god, the moment Tina killed heavenly god Long Kuei, and the moments Lin killed the heavenly reality god, heavenly goddess Wu Ming, and the heavenly illusion god. All of them had been perfectly captured. Everyone was entranced. White Spirit Snake turned toward the man beside her with looks of worship and adoration in her eyes. Senior Lin is the best. You killed 3 heavenly gods on your own. Everyone came to their senses upon hearing this, and they turned to Lin with astonishment, as if to say, 3 kills, no deaths? That's badass. And Lin puffed out his chest slightly with pride. He had scored those kills through his own powers and not stolen any of those kills, so he deserved such praise. Tina sent those images to Bai Ling, upon which Bai Ling broadcasted them to the rest of the world. The poor Tai Chu continent living beings had been standing like idiots before the black crystal screen for a long time, and there were finally images appearing now. One badass super high-definition image after another appeared on the large screen, drawing raucous cheers and applause. They were here to watch a live broadcast, but it had now turned into a slideshow. Many living beings were still a little depressed, but they could still accept it. After all, having photos to look at was better than a black screen. War God Lin slew the heavenly reality god. He's so cool. Crap, he was injured in the process. Who's going to come and save my Lin? The Celestial the Arch is so powerful. He blasted heavenly god Long Kuei with one punch. Patriarch Shenteng, why did you have to die? Wah, Patriarch Shenteng. All of the images created massive stirs across the Tai Chu continent. All of the living beings gained a good understanding of how the battle had progressed according to these photos. At the same time, they grasped just how arduous and hard-fought this victory was. Many of them were still quite disappointed. How awesome would it have been to be able to see the live broadcast of all this? This was the first time so many Tai Chu continent living beings had gathered to watch a slideshow. One image after another was displayed in sequential order, and the slideshow only came to a conclusion after a long time. All of the living beings were won over by the badassery of the likes of the Celestial the Arch and the Battling Buddha. They were also shocked by Lin's 3 kills 0 death record and were also mourning for Patriarch Shintang and the Dark Thunder Emperor. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect elders and disciples heaved long sighs of relief upon seeing Lin and Su Xiaolin emerge unscathed. Thus, the battle drew to a perfect conclusion. 3 Dao integration stage mythological beasts, 7 heaven pioneer stage great generals, and 5 heavenly gods had all been slain in the divine mirror world. The members of the god-slaying team had completed their mission to perfection. This event sent another massive wave of shock through the entire Taichu continent. The god-slaying team instantly dominated all mainstream headlines. The human race and all other living beings who opposed the heavenly gods were celebrating. As for the living beings who had pledged their allegiance to the heavenly gods, they felt like they had been stabbed in the heart, and some of them were already beginning to feel fearful and uneasy. The god-slaying team was way too terrifying. What if this terrifying team was to target them? How were they supposed to defend themselves? The battle had already ended, but its influence upon this world was only just beginning to take effect. The entire Taichu continent was in shock. In contrast, the divine mirror world began to slowly quiet down. The members of the god-slaying team meditated in order to recover from their injuries before returning to their original world. And Lin had some time to inspect his sea of vital energy, and he found out that it was now a very lively and bustling place. The body of chaotic essence within the heavenly void beast had become a small whale after being absorbed using the divine plunder technique. The chaotic nightmare monster was also engulfed by the divine plunder technique, and as expected, it also formed a special life form within the sea of vital energy. The only difference was that this life form was an illusionary creature anyway, so it entered the sea of vital energy in a special way and became even more special. Within the vast sea of vital energy, an irregular black shadow suddenly enshrouded the heavens like a dense layer of dark clouds. Wind and clouds instantly began to surge. The whale riding in Kirin instantly opened his eyes as his red t-shirt flapped in the wind. Behind him, holy flames erupted violently. They sensed danger. There was an enemy present. Wah! The little whale let loose an excited cry. No battle had taken place in the sea of vital energy for a long time, so it was wondering what kind of enemy it would be this time. Last time, a lizard dragon at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage had ended up in here, and they had a lot of fun abusing it. At times like those, the little whale selectively filtered out the dark memories of being abused by the holy flame vermilion bird, and in Kirin when it had first arrived in the sea of vital energy. The holy flame vermilion bird was still flying proudly in the sky, as if no enemy was a threat to it. Right at this moment, countless sharp claws and mouths appeared on the black shadow, and it roared as a massively terrifying aura erupted from its body. It was the most powerful life form. It was the life form that was going to bring nightmares to this world. It was the absolute king no matter where it went, so everyone had to concede to it. However, all 3 of the other living beings within the sea of vital energy exploded upon hearing its roar. What? This bastard dared to act so cocky in this sea of vital energy? It wanted everyone else to concede? What a reckless young buck. Reckless young bucks like this had to be taught a lesson. It didn't take much to set Kirin off, and the little whale was bored out of its mind. Meanwhile, the holy flame vermilion bird always exercised the mantra of, "I won't cross you if you don't cross me. But if you cross me, I'll burn your entire family to ashes." Thus, the chaotic nightmare monster's roar drew hatred from all 3 of them. A golden light instantly lit up the sea of vital energy. Countless bolts of golden void lightning crashed down upon the chaotic nightmare monster's body. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic nightmare monster shuddered as golden lightning tore apart its body, inflicting upon it searing pain. This was no ordinary lightning. This was the first thought that occurred to the chaotic nightmare monster. Not only was this golden void lightning the most essential lightning, but it was also imbued with a paramount power of laws and could vanquish all evil. In reality, Kirin's mastery in the Tao of Lightning was definitely top-notch. Especially in the sea of vital energy, he could unleash the power of the heavenly lightning god without any reservation. He was the one who had swallowed the heavenly lightning god, so how could his mastery of lightning not be badass? In contrast, the chaotic nightmare monster's power was completely restricted in the sea of vital energy, so it could only get pummeled. Howl! The chaotic nightmare monster immediately tried to retaliate. Its unique dark domain instantly enshrouded the entire sea of vital energy, unleashing boundless emotional power of vast horror. It was trying to corrupt Kiran's mind. However, right at this moment, boundless holy flames incinerated the heavens, instantly burning the dark domain into nothingness. Not only that, but the holy flames continued onward, all the way to chaotic nightmare monster's body, making its body writhe and spasm from the indescribably scorching pain. The holy flame vermilion bird had also sprung into action. Its flames were imbued with the essential power of the holy beast vermilion bird, and it was not something a weakened chaotic nightmare monster could stand up to, and Lin was greatly assured upon seeing this. His pets in his sea of vital energy were quite reliable. At the very least, they were invincible in his sea of vital energy. The chaotic nightmare monster was still struggling amid the holy flames and lightning. It was a terrifying life form that transcended even beyond the heavenly gods, so it would not be so easy to subdue. It immediately charged through the holy flames and lightning and slashed its claws down upon Kiran. Whoosh! Kiran's body was sliced into 6 pieces by those lightning-fast claws. His body was then annihilated by the power of darkness. The chaotic nightmare monster's body surged with elation, seemingly quite pleased with itself. So what if Kiran was badass? He was still no match for its unparalleled power. All enemies who flexed before it had to die. The chaotic nightmare monster turned toward the holy flame vermilion bird flying in the sky. Now that Kiran had been taken care of, that was going to be its next target. However, before it had a chance to attack, countless bolts of lightning suddenly pierced through its chest. Golden void lightning fell from the sky and almost destroyed its entire body. The chaotic nightmare monster turned back and almost exploded with rage. How was Kiran alive again, and how was he completely unscathed? The battle erupted again. Kiran was just as powerful as he was before being annihilated. The holy flame vermilion bird circled the sky, sending devastating blasts of holy flames raining down from above. The chaotic nightmare monster was ravaged over and over again. It finally managed to kill Kiran after extensive effort, only for him to resurrect himself at full health a mere 3 seconds later. Despair welled up in the chaotic nightmare monster's heart for the first time. Hacks! He was definitely using a hack. I want to file a report. A despairing howl of rage erupted from the chaotic nightmare monster's mouth. It swallowed Kiran whole in its thunderous rage. It was going to digest this annoying thing just like what it had done to the heavenly illusion god. And then, Kiran suddenly self-detonated in its stomach, pulverizing its body with destructive golden void lightning. Kiran had become the chaotic nightmare monster's nightmare. This was a battle where Kiran had infinite lives, whereas the chaotic nightmare monster felt like it only had one. After a long and arduous battle, the chaotic nightmare monster lay on the sea of vital energy, on the brink of death, with a suicidal expression on its face. Golden void lightning and holy flames were still wreaking havoc upon its body, inflicting upon it excruciating pain. The chaotic nightmare monster's terrifying life force had now become a hindrance, as it would allow it to endure even more torture. At this moment, a thought occurred to Lin, and he issued a command to the little whale. The little whale had now been completely tamed by Kiran and was just an obedient, adorable little whale now. Kiran was its master and Lin was Kiran's master. As such, it would definitely follow Lin's instructions. After hearing Lin's command, the little whale faltered initially before a hesitant expression appeared on its face. But in the end, it still decided to swim toward the chaotic nightmare monster. The chaotic nightmare monster shuddered upon seeing this. It had almost forgotten that there was still a living being here that hadn't attacked it. Was it finally going to inflict more pain upon it now? The little whale's head was smooth and round, and its inky black body glowed with a faint sheen. Its harmless eyes blinked with friendliness and innocence, striking onlookers with the urge to drop their guard. Despite this, the chaotic nightmare monster didn't dare to get complacent. However, before it had a chance to do anything, it was greeted by the sight of a cavernous mouth opening up and instantly encompassing the entire heaven and earth. No! The chaotic nightmare monster was horrified and struggled to retreat. And then, its world plunged into absolute darkness. The chaotic nightmare monster that could swallow heavenly gods had been swallowed by the little whale. Burp! The little whale's stomach swelled, and it let loose a loud burp. The heavenly void beast's forte lay in engulfment. Could engulf heaven, earth, and even space. The chaotic nightmare monster was on the brink of death already, so it was no problem whatsoever for the little whale to swallow it. In any case, it was unkillable in the sea of vital energy anyway, so it wasn't afraid of any repercussions from swallowing the chaotic nightmare monster. However, Kirin and the holy flame vermilion bird were given a fright by this, and both of them stared intently at the little whale's bulging stomach, as if they were afraid that something would pop out. And then change really did strike. A dense black mist began to waft up from the little whale's body, creating a pair of extremely badass black mist wings. Furthermore, its aura suddenly became extremely terrifying. This was an aura of vast horror and destruction that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings. It was the chaotic nightmare monster's aura. No, it was a combination of the chaotic nightmare monster and the body of chaotic essence's auras. It was even purer, more substantial, and even more terrifying. Not only were Kirin and the holy flame vermilion bird given a fright, even Lin himself was struck by an indescribable sense of fear. At the same time, he suddenly felt like his connection with the little whale became more intimate. This was like the feeling of his connection with Kirin. He could communicate directly with it and even use its power. The little whale had evolved. After swallowing the chaotic nightmare monster, it had undergone a transformation that allowed it to bypass the obstruction posed by the sea of vital energy to communicate directly with Lin. And Lin raised his hand and pointed a finger. The little whale responded within his sea of vital energy, and its power rose from the sea of vital energy initially before flowing along his meridians toward his fingertip. Whoosh! A black spot suddenly appeared on his fingertip. Terrifying engulfment power erupted forth, threatening to engulf everything around him. The power was imbued with a vast aura of horror and destruction, making the surrounding space seem as if it were a ghastly abyss. Everyone was given a fright by this power, and all of them drew their weapons. Calm down. It's just me. And Lin spoke with an apologetic expression. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. And Lin, please make sure to tell us in advance before you experiment with your spell techniques next time. I'm sitting here trying to meditate, and I almost snapped my back after standing up so abruptly. Dongfeng Zhuangshi spoke with an exasperated expression. My heart can't take this. Emperor Ziwei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. That aura was way too terrifying, and it was the chaotic nightmare monster's aura too. Brother Lin, how did you gain control over such power? The battling Buddha's eyes lit up as he paced around Lin in circles while staring intently at the black spot of light on his fingertip. In reality, everyone's reaction would not have been so vehement had it not been for the fact that the technique Lin had unleashed contained the chaotic nightmare monster's aura. Su Xiaolan wound her arms around Lin's arm with a faint smile on her face. Lin has always been gaining power from eating things, so it's nothing to be surprised about. Everyone was a little speechless upon hearing this. Why did she make it sound like that was normal? Lin withdrew his spell technique, but shock still lingered in his heart. He had only unleashed a wisp of that power, and it had already created such a startling effect. He didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if he was to completely unleash the little whale's power. This was the Tao of engulfment. Not only that, but it was also an extremely effective spiritual attack. The power would scare the enemy first before swallowing the enemy with a very high success rate. Furthermore, after swallowing the enemy, many interesting things could happen. Lin was starting to get excited. The powers of the chaotic nightmare monster and the body of chaotic essence had fused together to perfection. He really wanted to find a subject to test out his new power on. However, he repressed his excitement in the end. Everything would have to wait until they got out of here. Within his sea of vital energy, peace and quiet resumed, and Kirin sat down on the little whale's head with a dissatisfied expression. The little whale's body had expanded in size, and it had grown a pair of black wings. Aside from that, there weren't any other differences. Perhaps it had become more powerful, but none of that was important. And Lin fell into deep thought. The little whale was actually a little different from Ankiran and the holy flame vermilion bird. Ankiran was something he gave birth to during tribulation transcendence, whereas the holy flame vermilion bird was something that had been born after he absorbed the essential holy flame of the vermilion bird before absorbing the power of the vermilion bird's essential blood essence. Hence, these two were both beings who were born from his power. However, the little whale was different. The little whale was something that he had plundered from the heavenly void beast. Even though Enlin could keep it in his sea of vital energy, it was very difficult for him to draw upon its power. After that, Enlin instructed the little whale to swallow the chaotic nightmare monster, and their two powers merged to break down this barrier. Hence, this must have had something to do with the chaotic nightmare monster. The chaotic nightmare monster was a life form created by the heavenly illusion god after it went beyond the limits of its power of imagination. This had gone beyond its power as a representative of the heavenly Tao, which was a power that transcended beyond that of the heavenly Tao and was not restricted by the heavenly Tao. A thought occurred to Enlin. A life form and a power that transcend beyond the heavenly Tao. Perhaps the little whale would provide more surprises for him upon further research. He set this new discovery aside for now, and Lin began to meditate in order to facilitate recovery. Soon, an exquisitely beautiful fairy descended from the sky with supreme divine light emanating from her body before arriving beside Enlin. Giant Enlin! An enticing voice sounded. Enlin opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of a smiling fairy. Tina was now brimming with divine energy and was even more captivating than before. Her emerald eyes shimmered with an enchanting glow, and the slight smile on her face indicated that she was quite pleased with herself. Tina was much more adorable now than when she had slain heavenly goddess Wu Ming. And Lin pinched her delicate cheeks with a smile on his face. Congratulations, little Na. The divine mirror world has upgraded once again. Su Xiaolan also made her way over and latched onto Tina's hand with a smile. Little Na. It's also thanks to you that I was able to progress to the Tao integration intermediate stage. Big sister Xiaolan, you don't need to be so polite with me. Tina stuck out her cheeky little tongue. Little Huang was quite dejected. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Xiaolan and Enlin had received blessings from the divine mirror world, but it had been completely ignored. This made it feel extremely sad and disappointed. Tina stroked little Huang's head in consolation. Little Huang, your bloodline is so good, and you were once a mythological beast at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. All you have to do is progress as normal, and you'll be as powerful as you were in your past life in no time. I can't use my blessings on you, so it was only right that I bestowed it upon Xiaolin. Chirp, chirp. Little Huang nodded with understanding. In reality, Tina had been a little selfish. She liked Enlin the most and Su Xiaolan was a close second, so she naturally prioritized them when there were benefits to be bestowed. As for all of the other members of the God-slaying team, they were clearly not her top priority. However, they didn't walk away from this empty-handed. After all, the upgrade in the divine mirror world benefited all living beings within this world. As super mighty figures, they had reaped some valuable rewards as well. As such, everyone had benefited from this experience. After a brief period of rest and recuperation, everyone set off to return to the Tai Chu continent. On the 4-9 Immortal Sect Dao Plaza, the massive screen was still broadcasting the battle in the divine mirror world. The battle was actually over already, but there were still countless powerful beings who stayed behind to await the return of their heroes. Let's go, Ian, an ordinary-looking man said in a gentle voice. Huh? Are not going to wait for Enlin and the others to come out. The beautiful young woman beside him turned to him with a confused expression. He tapped his finger playfully on her nose with a smile on his face. We've already seen what we came here to see, and we know the outcome of the battle, so there's nothing to see now. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Li'en wound her arms around the man's arm and nodded obediently. This ordinary-looking man was none other than the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin. He wore a relaxed smile on his face as he stepped forward, upon which both he and Li'en disappeared on the spot without spatial fluctuations nor any living beings that noticed them. I'm quite envious of them, fighting the heavens and slaying heavenly gods. Just thinking about it gets my blood churning. These faint words were like a light breeze blowing past and were quickly drowned out by the commotion in the background. There were still over 100,000 powerful beings present, and all of them were discussing spiritedly among themselves while looking up at the image on the screen with reverence and yearning. None of them knew that the paramount god of the ghost tribe had been standing with them and had also witnessed this epic battle. 1 hour later, a white light suddenly appeared in the air over the Dao Plaza, obscuring everyone's line of sight. This piercing light made all of the powerful beings experience a rush of dizziness. When they came to their senses, a group of beings had appeared on the Dao Plaza. Thunderous cheers and applause instantly rocked heaven and earth. The heroes had returned. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, the Celestial, the Arch, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the Chaotic Element Martial Lord, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, Tina, Little Huang, Emperor Ziwei, the Ancient Dragon Empress, and the Battling Buddha. Their names were being chanted by over 100,000 powerful beings and countless living beings watching the broadcast from all over the Taichu continent. These names had become the most renowned names across the entire Taichu continent. And Lin looked around at the powerful beings who had gathered all over the world, and he spoke in a voice that was warm and gentle but not without majesty and prestige. The god-slaying team has successfully completed their mission. All of the heavenly gods had been slain. Anyone who dares to offend the kingdom of the 9 states and the human race will meet the same fate as those heavenly gods. A tsunami wave of cheers erupted once again. And Lin's popularity and influence had reached new, dizzying heights. Even if he was flexing, none of the powerful beings felt disdainful toward him for it. In fact, they felt like it was quite reasonable. If an exceptional hero like him did not have the right to flex, then no one in this world had the right to flex. And Lin had also brought back the remains of the Dark Thunder Emperor and Patriarch Xinteng. Patriarch Xinteng at least had some vines as his remains. However, the Dark Thunder Emperor had been reduced to specks of light and had left no remains. And Lin and the others decided to bring back some soil from the location where it had fallen in the place of its remains. All of the descendants of these 2 emperors and the powerful beings who had pledged their allegiance to them were all howling tearfully as they held the remains of their emperors. These 2 were both heroes of the human race and even the entire continent, and Enlin had organized grand funerals for them. Following the passage of this debacle, 9 days had already passed. During this period of time, the situation on the continent was quickly changing. In the past, many living beings thought that the human race was going to be destroyed inevitably and that nothing they could do would prevent this fate. However, many living beings across the entire continent changed their minds now. Perhaps, just maybe, the human race could turn the tables? The fact that the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army did nothing even after such an earth-shattering event spoke for itself. At the 4-9 Immortal sect, the god-slaying team went through a period of rest and recuperation before returning to their posts. And Lin ate spirit fruits and sunbathed every day and was finally back in peak condition. After everything that had happened, the Heavenly Human Tribe forces had staged a tactical retreat, and the world became a wonderful, peaceful place. I'll leave everything to you then, Fanny. And Lin tossed a storage ring toward the shiny woman before him. Fanny accepted the storage ring with an extremely solemn expression. Leave it to me. Even though my father is neutral, the Heavenly Human Tribe won't be able to prevent him from doing business. Her father was the #1 pill refinement master of the Ghost Tribe and one of the best pill refinement masters on the entire Taichu continent, Pill Sage Dominic. The storage ring that Enlin had given her contained 600 million spirit stones. He was spending such an astronomical sum in order to request 2 divine pills from Dominic. The Pill Sage was a very busy and important man. When requesting pill refinement services from him, one needed not only money, but he also had to be in a good mood. Even if he was in a good mood, one would still need to provide their own ingredients sometimes. Furthermore, he would pick and choose among his clients to refine pills for. During sensitive times like these, It would be next to impossible to convince him to refine pills for a human. And Lin was doing exactly that, but he was not stupid enough to tell the pill sage the truth. He had given the money to Fanny and asked her to request the pill refinement services of her father. The daughter suddenly had money and was asking for pill refinement help from her father. That was acceptable, right? The pill sage was refining pills for his daughter. Surely no one could stop him from doing something like that. As for who his daughter gave these pills to, that was none of his business. Fanny accepted this mission and immediately began her journey to the opposite shore realm. And Lin looked on with an expression of anticipation as she left. 600 million spirit stones was already half of his net worth. Hopefully, the divine pills refined would live up to his expectations. After enduring so many life and death battles, he no longer held such a strong attachment to things like money. The spirit stones weren't going to do anything in his storage ring anyway, and their value would only be redeemed if he was to spend them. And Lin was going to spend. If it wasn't for the fact that all of the divine rank materials in the pill tower could only support the refinement of 2 divine pills, and Lin would have likely spent all 1.2 billion of his spirit stones on divine pills. Xianxia had once refined a divine pill for Lin, which cost 100 million. That was actually only one of the lowest tier divine pills. Now, Lin was requesting high-rank divine pills from the pill sage, each of which was comparable in value to a divine tool, so their effectiveness would be just as extraordinary as well. One of the divine pills was for recovery, while the other was for short-term explosiveness. There was probably no one on the entire continent who would use divine pills as disposable items like Lin did. This was the equivalent of someone sacrificing a divine tool right at the start of a battle. However, Lin had the money and the vision. He was very much looking forward to seeing how badass he would become after taking those divine pills. Now, he had something very important that he had to do. Giant and Lin, are you ready? Tina asked with a dainty smile. I'm ready. And Lin took a deep breath before standing up from his lounge chair with a determined expression on his face. Let's go help me eat a sun. And Lin's mission to progress to the return to void final stage required the consumption of a sun. Furthermore, he had to swallow a real sun. Things like the fake sun created by Xiaohong didn't count. That was a little terrifying. One had to realize that just the true flames of a real sun would be able to easily melt the stomach of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and that wasn't even taking into account the other explosive forms of energy contained within a sun. Thankfully, Lin had Goddess of Creation Tina, who was a living, walking hack, with him. Tina could create a new sun for him, and it was going to be a sun with the least amount of power. The entire 4-9 Immortal sect was in an uproar again upon hearing Lin's plan of eating a sun. All of his friends within the 4-9 Immortal sect insisted on entering the divine mirror world with him to watch him eat a sun. Lin rejected their request at first, but they continued to nag him until they wore him down, and he conceded in the end. In the divine mirror world, this was a set of boundless plains. A bunch of spectators looked on with scorching eyes at the man in the distance. I knew all along that Big Brother was a man who was going to fuck the heavens someday. He's already starting to claim his birthright now by eating a sun. Woof! Dubai was full of excitement. Master is omnipotent and unfathomably powerful. Eating the sun is just an entree. He's going to swallow the entire heavens as his main course. Xianxia flapped his little wings with excitement. He was then smacked in the head by Tina. I am the heavens here. Tina glowered at Xianxia. Xianxia recoiled upon seeing Tina's displeased expression, and he immediately corrected himself. I just woke up, so I'm still a little drowsy. I was referring to the heavens of the Tai Chu continent. Su Qinyun looked at Tina, and her dreamy blue eyes were wide with excitement. Why would classmate Lin eat a sun? Are suns delicious to eat? How does it feel to eat one? Don't ask me, I have no clue. Goddess of Creation Tina was unable to answer this question. Right at this moment, Lin began to shout and wave his arms in the distance, indicating that he was ready. Tina waved back before rising into the sky. It was now nighttime in the divine mirror world, and many of the living beings were probably going to be frightened if a new, miniature sun appeared in the sky. However, that didn't really matter. The heaven and earth phenomena that took place a few days ago had also given them a massive fright, so they should have been desensitized. I'm going to create a sun now. An unparalleled aura erupted from Tina's body. This was the aura of a god, the most regal aura between heaven and earth. Everyone was struck by the urge to bow and kneel to the fairy in the sky. Bai Ling's eyes were shimmering with excitement. This world is fantastic, as is Tina. She stroked the coffin beside her as she spoke. This coffin had been prepared for Enlin. However, it was not the blood soul jade coffin, but a real coffin instead. After analyzing all sorts of data, Bai Ling determined that if Enlin was to swallow a sun, he would be dead for sure. Hence, as a thoughtful gesture, she prepared a coffin for him in advance. The coffin had great insulation and had a self-updating playlist. Furthermore, it had preservation properties, which should theoretically prevent the corpse from ever decaying. Of course, this was assuming that a corpse of Enlin would still remain after he swallowed a sun. Bai Ling and the others were situated over 500 kilometers away from Enlin. In order to get the best high-definition images of Enlin swallowing the sun, Bai Ling created a large screen to facilitate a live broadcast. In some ways, Bai Ling was still very reliable. Soon, Tina began to create a sun. Extraction, refinement. Tina waved a hand, and the essential power of Yang converged from every corner of this world. The sun was the epitome of the power of Yang. The essential power of Yang was compressed into a ball of light, which appeared to be a shimmering star from a distance. The ball of light grew brighter and brighter, as if the star was constantly drawing closer. Boom! All of a sudden, the ball of light exploded and began to expand at an insane speed. Incredibly dazzling light almost blinded Dubai. Heaven and earth suddenly transitioned from night to day. That's right, it was clearly nighttime, but a brand new sun had appeared in the sky. All of the living beings within the divine mirror world were astonished. One powerful being after another turned hesitant eyes toward the sun in the distance. In the human territory, a series of telescopes and satellites began to operate, quickly determining the location of the sun. However, no matter how they tried to ascertain the location, that place was isolated by a peculiar power, as if it was shrouded in mist, and they could only faintly catch sight of a sun rising in the night sky somewhere in the east. The sun wasn't actually very big. In fact, it could be said that it was tiny, but it appeared to be quite big as there was very little distance. Tina's eyes reflected the entire world, and her hands danced as she secured everything she required from this world. The essence of Yang has already been prepared, now injecting the essence of the golden crow, the essence of matter, heavenly Tao enhancement, life enhancement, karma enhancement, reality enhancement. At that moment, she was a truly omnipotent goddess of creation. Everyone looked on with blank expression, unable to comprehend what she was doing. In contrast, Xiao Hong was so excited that dew was gushing from her petals. This process of sun creation was awesome. She had been infinitely inspired and enlightened. She even felt like after witnessing this sun creation process, she could prepare herself to progress to the Tao integration stage. Soon, a complete sun appeared in the divine mirror world. Creating a sun was quite taxing, even for a goddess of creation. Tina's features had paled significantly following the completion of the sun. Giant and Lin, I'm done. What do you think? Tina turned toward the white-robed man in the extremely far distance as if she was looking for praise. And Lin looked up at the sun in the sky, and his legs almost gave out from under him. I told you to create the least powerful sun possible. That's what I've done. I used the least amount possible of each and every fundamental element. If I were to make it even weaker, it would be a fake sun, Tina explained in a loud voice. And Lin continued to look up at the sun and fell into silence. The sun was boundlessly massive, looking as if it had encompassed the entire sky. From a rough estimate, it looked like its diameter was at least over 100 kilometers. Its terrifying high temperature was already creating streams of scorching lava in the ground. The scorching energy on the surface of the sun pulsed like a heartbeat, and each time it brightened, the heat waves sweeping from it could even set leaves alight from over 10,000 kilometers away. Even the spectators from over 500 meters away were struggling to handle the heat and were unleashing spell techniques to keep the heat at bay. And Lin was standing even closer to the sun, and if it weren't for his cultivation base, he would have been reduced to a puddle of liquid already. This is a small sun. You call this a small sun? And Lin's teeth chattered, and his flesh crawled at the sight of the terrifying sun. If he was to swallow that, he really would die. This was a scorching sun with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. And Lin was very flustered. In fact, there was even a hint of horror in his heart. Anyone would be struck by this feeling when faced with a scorching sun. He was simply far too insignificant compared to the sun, just like an ant. But now, this ant was going to swallow the sun. I believe in you, Master. You're the best, Xianxia yelled. The sun is so adorable, why would you eat it? Wah. Xiaohong was sobbing with distress. I have to capture this on video. Bai Ling tossed an automatic video recording flying ball into the air in order to secure 360-degree footage with no blind spots. Holy leader, you're going to be roasted by the sun, right? Your blood will evaporate as a result, right? Why don't you leave your blood in my body? I'll keep it safe for you. Cassidy licked her lips with scorching desire in her eyes. And Lin was greatly encouraged by his friend's kind words, and he flew toward the sun. In order to progress to the return to void final stage, swallowing the sun created by Tina was the best way. He would never be satisfied until he tried it. So, how am I supposed to swallow such a massive sun? And Lin was completely dumbstruck as he looked up at the sun. Maybe a different position would work better. With the sun on top and him on the bottom, he didn't know where to put his mouth. He wanted to be on top this time. Thus, and Lin flew above the sun and looked down at it. But it was still difficult for him to figure out where to put his mouth. It was too big. The gargantuan sun was like a boundless fiery continent, and he didn't even know where to start. The air around him was already shimmering and warping from the scorching heat waves erupting from the sun, as if it were laughing at him for attempting something so outrageous. Giant and Lin, you can slowly absorb it, Tina reminded. She couldn't reduce the power of the sun any further, but she could provide some suggestions. And Lin's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded as he activated his engulfment cultivation method to suck at the sun below him as if he were sucking at a cup of fruit juice. The sun shuddered, and scorching flames flowed like a river into Lin's mouth. Glug, glug. An indescribably scorching sensation erupted in his mouth. Extreme energy flowed through his throat and into his entire body, drastically increasing his temperature. The exterior of the sun wasn't very hot. It was only about a few thousand to around 10,000 degrees. It could melt iron and steel, but it was nowhere near enough to melt his body. He was a man with the body of the war god. However, even though the energy couldn't melt his body, he still felt like his entire body was on fire. Scorching yang energy crashed into all parts of his body, and if things continued like this, he was going to explode from energy overload. No, this was not the way to go, and Lin was still sucking in scorching flames, but the mass of the sun wasn't even changing. Boundless golden flames converged into a river before gushing into Lin's mouth. It looked like a lot, but it was actually only an extremely insignificant part of the sun. He had to think of another way, or he was literally going to explode soon. This had always been an impossible mission, and anyone would back down in his situation. However, Lin refused to give up. He was going to complete this mission no matter what. Glug, glug, glug. And Lin continued to engulf the energy of the sun. Just the energy on the outer layer was making his body feel like it was on fire. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen once he reached the inner layers. 10 minutes later, and Lin's skin had already become extremely crimson in color. His musculoskeletal structure and his meridians were completely filled with the essential energy of the sun, and he was very close to his limit. What can I do? What can I do? And Lin looked down at the sun and was starting to get quite concerned even as he continued to suck in flames. Even though his body was nearing its limit, he was still engulfing the energy of the sun. Right at this moment, an extremely peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. The energy of the sun seemed to have broken through a certain shackle and was reaching deeper into his body. His sea of vital energy surged, and some sort of resonance appeared within his body. Within his sea of vital energy, the little whale raised its head, and its round eyes seemed to have pierced through the sea of vital energy as it exchanged a meaningful glance with Enlin. In the divine mirror world, Enlin's mouth opened wider and wider, and within it, a hole of absolute darkness even more terrifying than a black hole appeared. It seemed to be able to engulf all things, to destroy all things, and even the laws as well as heaven and earth would not be exempt from its power. An aura of vast horror and annihilation began to proliferate. Wah! An ethereal voice sounded from within Enlin's mouth. Boom! Enormous suction power suddenly erupted, and the sun below began to shudder as it was sucked bald by Enlin. At the same time, the rate at which the energy of the sun was flowing into Enlin's mouth had increased by tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, and it was still increasing. All of his spectating friends in the distance were given a fright upon seeing this. Holy fuck! What's going on with the holy leader? Is he really not going to explode? He has gone insane. What a powerful engulfment spell technique. This is the power of the chaotic nightmare monster. Who would have thought that he would be able to use this ability already? I knew my Enlin wouldn't take undue risks. This rate of engulfment is way too quick. Where is all of that energy going? Everyone stared at Enlin with amazement and concern. In contrast, Enlin was slowly finding his groove. He used the little whale's engulfment power to suck the energy of the sun directly into his sea of vital energy. Thus, the energy of the sun would be unable to hurt him. A massive ball of golden flames was converging and being compressed high in the sky of his sea of vital energy. The sun in the divine mirror world was becoming smaller and smaller, while the ball of fire in his sea of vital energy was growing bigger and bigger. His body couldn't contain the entire sun, but his sea of vital energy could, and Lin almost shed tears of excitement and elation after seeing this. He had finally cracked his impossible mission. However, he quickly discovered that he had been too naive. The energy on the outer layer of the sun was completely engulfed by him, and Lin began to lick the core of the sun. However, the core of the sun was over 10 million degrees in temperature, and if it was to be revealed, it would be able to incinerate heaven and earth and melt all things. Boundless light and peerless heat flowed toward Lin in liquid form, before the stream of liquid even reached him. His hair and clothes had all been incinerated into nothingness, and his skin was beginning to resemble charcoal. The essence of the sun was white-hot, and even if it didn't come into direct contact with a living being, it could still destroy them. However, Lin refused to give up as the engulfment spell technique was keeping most of the heat at bay. If he was to stop, he would have to face the terrifying heat of the sun's core in its entirety, and the situation would be even more perilous for him then. There was no backing out for Lin, and he could only persevere with his engulfment. At this point, he had to continue whether he liked it or not. All of his friends were getting increasingly concerned upon seeing this. Su Xiaolan was about to rush toward Lin when Bai Ling slapped a hand onto her coffin. Lin had never been in such a farcical situation. He was about to be burned to death, but he had to keep persevering. He was on the verge of tears, but those tears were evaporated by the sun before they could be shed. Instead of him swallowing a sun, it was as if someone were roasting him on the sun. Lin was still sucking in the energy of the sun, and a black light flashed in his eyes, exuding boundless engulfment power. The sun became smaller and smaller, but it also became more and more dazzling. After the outer layers had been swallowed by Lin, the core that was revealed was the true essence of the sun. This essence was scorching to the extreme, and the power of Yang was also concentrated to the extreme, making it flow into Lin's mouth like a viscous paste. Glug glug glug. And Lin was still being forced to swallow, as if he were drinking the strongest alcohol in this world. Alcohol that could set him on fire. His sea of vital energy was already bubbling and churning, and was even beginning to evaporate from the scorching power of the sun. And Kiran was shitting himself. With all his might, he blasted the sun with his lightning, all to no avail. In contrast, the holy flame vermilion bird was inspecting the sun with a curious expression. But it didn't do anything aside from swallow with a hint of yearning. The large ball of flames above the sea of vital energy rose higher and higher, expanding the space within the sea of vital energy as a result. As the energy from the sun's core was being absorbed into the sea of vital energy, the ball of fire gained the essence of yang, the essence of the golden crow, and the essence of matter. An aura of pure yang began to erupt forth. In the divine mirror world, and Lin was barely holding onto consciousness through sheer force of will. He was really afraid that the sun would reduce him to a piece of charcoal before he managed to swallow the sun. And Lin wasn't even hurting anymore. He had been completely cooked, and there were no longer any nerves in operation that could transmit the signal of pain to his brain. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally swallowed the last bit of viscous white paste, and the world fell dark again. Classmate and Lin, master, holy leader, all of his friends rushed toward him. Bai Ling's coffin was at the ready, and she charged forward at the forefront of the group before aiming a kick at the coffin in front of her. The transparent white coffin rose into the sky, and the coffin lid opened automatically to catch in Lin before closing over the coffin again, upon which the coffin landed onto the ground, seemingly all in one motion. Everyone surrounded the coffin and looked at Lin with tears in their eyes. Su Xiaolan's hand was clasped over her mouth, and her eyes were filled with incredulity. Lin's entire body was charred black, and he was completely unrecognizable. Burns covering 99.999% of the body, remaining bodily functions 0.1%, signs of life extremely feeble. The coffin's cold, mechanical voice sounded, as if it was announcing Lin's death. Su Chenyun, Shen Yuanchang, Dabai, Shui Zhantian, Cassidy, and everyone else immediately unleashed their most powerful healing spell techniques upon Lin. Su Xiaolan had pulled out an immortal pill from her storage ring and was about to feed it to him. However, Bai Ling stopped her from doing so. In this situation, even consuming an immortal pill will do nothing as his body is no longer capable of absorbing the immortal pill's energy. What do we do then? Su Xiaolan was in extreme distress. Don't panic. I have some specially formulated divine fluids here. Even if Lin has stopped breathing, I can take him back from the Grim Reaper. A confident expression appeared on Bai Ling's face as she slapped a hand onto the transparent coffin. All of a sudden, the coffin began to tremor violently. A type of extremely dazzling and beautiful blue liquid gushed forth from the bottom of the coffin, bathing Lin within and healing his injuries at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The Purple Star Life Project has already developed to the stage where it can recall one's soul. I have the confidence to save Lin in his current state, Bai Ling said in a calm voice. Everyone was struck by a profound sense of respect upon hearing this. The Purple Star Civilization's technology was constantly challenging the limits of their imagination. Bai Ling was quite reliable in some aspects, so everyone was quite relieved to have her on the scene. 2 hours later, Lin's external injuries had been completely healed. 1 day later, Lin's internal injuries had also been completely healed. 3 days later, Lin finally woke up. The first thing he saw was a very unfamiliar coffin lid. Then, he was greeted by the sight of everyone gathering around the coffin, spectating him like a tourist attraction. Hey, he's awake! He's awake, woof! Lin, how do you feel now? Master is badass. You really did manage to swallow the sun. Let's swallow the heavens next. Classmate, what did the sun taste like? Explosion is the only eternal truth. It is the meaning of life. The essence of the sun is also an explosion. Classmate Lin, did you attain enlightenment? All of his friends showered him with questions, and all of them were very elated that he was awake. Lin was also quite elated by the fact that he was still alive. When he swallowed the sun, he really did feel like he was about to be burned to death. He never wanted to experience that terrifying feeling again. Immediately afterward, he detected his own aura, upon which his expression froze on his face. What happened? My cultivation base hasn't improved. Lin's eyes widened, and he felt like a sword had been stabbed viciously into his heart. He had already swallowed the sun. He had risked his life to complete this impossible mission, so why had he not progressed to the return to void final stage? And Lin hurriedly turned his attention to his system. There was already a change that had taken place in his cultivation base tab. Return to void final stage. Swallow a sun. Mission progression. 2 out of 100. So swallowing a sun only completed 2% of the mission. He had to swallow 50 suns to complete this mission? Holy fuck. Were the heavens trying to kill him? And Lin's entire body trembled, and he almost fell unconscious from his rage. Wait, something wasn't right. He turned toward his system mission again, upon which he discovered that something was amiss. He took a deep breath before focusing his gaze again. There was something like a progress bar that was slowly lengthening. The mission progression was progressing on its own. And Lin seemed to have figured something out, and he immediately turned toward his sea of vital energy. Above his sea of vital energy, an incandescent sun hung in the sky, releasing glorious light. His dark sea of vital energy was not extremely bright, and Kiran, the little whale, and the holy flame vermilion bird were in extremely high spirits as they played joyfully on the sea of vital energy. Their house finally had a light, and Lin fell into deep thought as he surveyed the lively scene taking place in his sea of vital energy. There was a new strange object in his sea of vital energy, and Lin could even feel that the sun in his sea of vital energy was still growing, as if it was something that was about to incubate and would evolve with sufficient accumulation of time. And Lin carefully surveyed the rate of progression on his system mission and silently calculated the time. In the end, he came to a conclusion that had him jumping for joy. He would be able to progress to the return to void final stage 100 days from now. His sun-swallowing mission had been successfully completed. At the same time, he created a new legend by becoming the first living being to swallow a sun. Just this achievement alone should have been able to strike awe into the hearts of many should word of it spread. All of Lin's friends were also in admiration toward him. Even Xianxia was revering Lin a little. A living being who could swallow a sun demanded respect wherever he went. And Lin emerged from within the coffin and stretched his body. His skin was still trembling and pulsing uncontrollably, clearly still traumatized from that nightmarish experience from earlier. Giant and Lin, are you all right now? Tina flew over with a concerned expression, and Lin nodded. I'm fine now. Let's go back. That's great. You go back first. I still have something I need to do in the Divine Mirror World. The Divine Mirror World will be temporarily closed for 49 days, and I'll see you after 49 days. Tina smiled. What are you doing? And Lin asked. Tina blinked mischievously. It's a secret, but it's something good. When I come out, I'll give you a huge surprise. A hint of anticipation appeared in Lin's heart upon hearing this. Everyone began to exit the Divine Mirror World. Life resumed normalcy. All of them were either cultivating or began going on missions. Dongfang Zhuangshi took his chaotic life core to the City of Time in order to use the chaotic life core to try and stabilize Dongfang Mingjia's life before engaging in all sorts of experiments with the end goal of resuming the passage of time for Dongfang Mingjia. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong stated that she was going into seclusion for the very first time, which gave Lin a massive fright. Xiao Hong had always been super lazy. Why was she suddenly going into seclusion? After that, Lin discovered that Xiao Hong's seclusion was just her engaging in photosynthesis alone atop the full moon mountain. Basically, nothing changed aside from the fact that she had moved to a different location. Lin's days were spent fighting with Dabai, discussing heaven-crushing techniques with Little Tian, devising some spell technique combinations with Xiaolan, and sampling some of the pills Su Qinyun created. Good times always passed by quickly, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin's sun-swallowing mission progression bar had progressed to 12%. Aside from that, the 4-9 Immortal sect welcomed another major event. Yi Ling was making another breakthrough. As Lin's second disciple, Yi Ling's aptitude was absolutely extraordinary. She progressed to the return to void stage at just over 20 years of age, shocking the kingdom of the 9 states and even the entire Taichu continent. She was rated as the #1 young prodigy of her generation. Missing and celestial immortal, the #1 goddess of the United University of Cultivation, the #1 immortal assassin of the Kingdom of the Nine States. All of these titles and accolades rained down upon her, making her an extremely dazzling figure to the public eye. Just as everyone thought that she was going to continue in the same vein, her cultivation base suddenly stalled for several decades. This would have been normal for other return to void stage mighty figures. For them, a stall in their cultivation bases, even if it was for tens of thousands of years, was within expectations. However, Yiling's aptitude defied the natural order, and she had only taken just over 20 years to progress to the return to void stage, so it didn't make much sense that she would be unable to progress to the return to void intermediate stage even after 80 years. Some said that the heavens were jealous of her aptitude and cut off her path of cultivation. Some said that Yiling's aptitude had all been spent in the earlier stages of her development, and she would remain at the return to void initial stage for the rest of her life. There were even some malicious individuals who speculated that Yiling had only reached her current cultivation base through the use of a massive amount of pills. Normal prodigies could never progress so quickly, and she only reached the return to void initial stage due to good luck, but this was the extent of her abilities. Of course, all of those negative opinions were going to be quelled today. Yiling's eyes were tightly closed as she sat with her knees folded upon the Dao Plaza. Her long, flowing hair had been tied into a neat ponytail, and she wore her usual tight-fitting black Taoist robe that accentuated her curves to perfection. Lord of Transcendence and Lin was personally acting as her guardian. He looked up into the sky, as if he was delivering a silent warning to the golden void lightning. "She's my disciple, so you better not hurt her." Dark clouds quickly surged in the sky above, and thunderclaps rumbled as divine lightning crackled. Hopefully, the lightning tribulation isn't going to be too insane. And Lin was a little concerned. "Don't worry. Little Ling's tribulation transcendences have always been quite normal," Su Xiaolan said with a gentle smile. Regardless of whether it was her progression to the soul formation stage or to the return to void stage, all of her lightning tribulations have been very ordinary, as had been the power of the lightning. For a supremely talented being like her, those were just formalities. And Lin was taken aback upon hearing this. That's not right. Shouldn't lightning tribulations be more out of the ordinary the more supremely talented a cultivator was? How could Yi Ling's lightning tribulations have been so ordinary? And Lin was perplexed. Su Xiaolin explained, "Yi Ling is a freak among freaks, so her tribulations should be extraordinary among extraordinary tribulations. Extraordinary among extraordinary is ordinary, so her lightning tribulations are very ordinary." And Lin's mouth gaped open upon hearing Su Xiaolin's theory. Was that a viable explanation? Was this supposed to be a case of two negatives made a positive? Was she serious? Right at this moment, a bolt of golden divine lightning tore through space and crashed upon Yiling's head. Boom! Terrifying lightning might surged through Yiling's body. Yiling took the bolt of lightning, seemingly a little lazily. And Lin? Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation had begun. Bolt after bolt of golden void lightning fell upon Yiling with terrifying might. Yiling's aura continued to climb and become more powerful. Soon, all 49 bolts of golden void lightning had passed. The tribulation clouds dissipated. Yiling opened her bright eyes, stood up, and stretched lazily. Her cheeks were still lightly flushed, making her appear particularly beautiful and enticing. "Master, I successfully transcended my tribulation." An elated smile appeared on her face, and Lin stared at her with incredulity on his face. That was a tribulation transcendence? You call that a tribulation transcendence? And Lin truly felt the unfairness of this world. Those bolts of tribulation lightning couldn't even scratch an itch for him. But that was it? If it weren't for the fact that Yiling's cultivation base really had risen to the return to void intermediate stage, and Lin would have been tempted to think that that was a fake lightning tribulation. How could this be? Didn't make sense. And Lin recalled back to his personal experiences with tribulation transcendence, and he was suddenly struck by the urge to cry. Su Xiaolan was already used to it and didn't have much of a reaction to this. However, the first time she witnessed Yi Ling transcend a tribulation, she felt very much the same way as Enlin. "Master?" Yi Ling called in an expectant voice as she stared at Enlin with her large, bright eyes. Enlin could tell that her eyes were screaming, "Praise me! Fuck off!" He was looking for someone to comfort him. "Little Ling is the best." Enlin praised. He thought to himself for a moment before adding, "Don't get complacent, and keep up the good work." A sweet smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. "Thank you, Master. I'll be sure to keep it up. I'm going to start preparing for my tribulation transcendence to the return to void final stage now." "Enlin?" Wait. What did you say?" Enlin felt like his ears were playing tricks on him. "I'm going to prepare for my tribulation transcendence to the return to void final stage." Yi Ling cocked her head to the side. "Is there a problem?" Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. "Of course there is. There is a massive problem. You've only just progressed to the return to void intermediate stage, yet you're already preparing to transcend your tribulation to the return to void final stage? Even hacks don't work like that." Su Xiaolan was also a little anxious. "Little Ling, I know it has been very hard for you to repress your cultivation base this entire time, but you've already progressed to the return to void intermediate stage and allowed yourself to have some fun, so you should knuckle down now and start the rebuild again. Don't forget what the cow-nosed Taoist priest told you." And Lin's mouth gaped open again upon hearing Su Xiaolan's words. Was his disciple this badass to the point that she had to repress her cultivation base? Yi Ling thought about this momentarily before finally nodding with a resigned expression. All right. Thus, she decided to continue to repress her cultivation base in order to build a solid foundation. That day, the 4-9 Immortal sect held another celebration for Yi Ling's successful breakthrough. Master Enlin cooked a golden dragon flying fish dish for his disciple using his frying pan, and Yi Ling was brought to tears as she issued relentless praise. His title of Heavenly Court Chef God was nothing to be scoffed at. That night, Enlin received some more good news. Fanny informed him via voice transmission that her father had already agreed to refine the divine pills and had already commenced the refinement process. He was clearly prioritizing this job. Enlin also tried to contact the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator via voice transmission talisman to express his gratitude and see how she was going. But no one answered, presumably because she was still fuming. News of Yi Ling's breakthrough to the return to void intermediate stage soon began to spread. Many living beings on the Taichu continent who had once voiced their malicious opinions had been slapped in the face. The Celestial the Arch also dialed a voice transmission to express congratulations, as did Emperor Ziwei, Zhu Shuza, and the Battling Buddha. Even Lan Xiaoni dialed over a voice transmission from the West Sea to express congratulations before chatting excitedly with Enlin for over an entire hour. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had well and truly gone dormant, and as the leader of the West Sea Alliance, she could finally take it easy for a while. Dongfang Zhuangshi also dialed a voice transmission, but he was not expressing any congratulations. Enlin, I have no one else I can turn to. I was wrong, I really was. I've now fallen into the turmoil of time, and you are the only miracle worker I could think of. Please come help me. Dongfang Zhuangshi's despairing and helpless voice sounded from the other side, and Lin was given a fright upon hearing this. He had never heard Dongfang Zhuangshi talk like this before, and he had never seen him beg for help like this. Things had probably progressed to an extremely rotten state. Xiaolan, I have to leave for a while. Dongfang Zhuangshi needs me. And Lin stood up with a solemn expression. All right, make sure to look after yourself. Su Xiaolan didn't try to stop him, but she couldn't disguise the concern in her eyes. And Lin gave Su Xiaolan a kiss before tearing through space and traveling directly toward the United University of Cultivation. Dongfang Zhuangshi had placed the vast land of blood in a sea of clouds near the United University of Cultivation, and it had been there ever since. And Lin quickly found that place. He used his divine inspection technique to break through the restrictions before passing through a spatial gate. A rush of dizziness ensued. A peculiar world appeared before Lin's eyes, a world that had been frozen in time. Bright and beautiful sunlight, graceful, flying birds, lush, diverse flora, and lively streets filled with people. Everything was so serene and tranquil. Unfortunately, everything had been frozen in time. Regardless of whether these were living beings or inanimate objects, everything was frozen. This was like an image that Lin could only step into and admire, but he couldn't influence it in any way. The flow of time had already been severed here, and Lin thought back to the last time he was here in order to find that clinic again. All of a sudden, the sky turned red. The people on the streets disappeared. The beautiful image instantly transformed into a ghastly cesspool filled with countless corpses and rivers of blood. The entire city was in ruins and had been transformed into an infernal hell. And Lin's expression shifted upon seeing this. Wasn't this the scene where the Black Hand tribe had slaughtered the entire city? Could it be that the seal on the flow of time was no longer effective? He quickly advanced onward, and at this moment, the world around him suddenly began to transform again. The corpses around him began to rot and decay, and countless maggots emerged as black energy wafted through the streets. In the next second, all of the decaying corpses disappeared and were replaced by sets of stark, white skeletons. And Lin was struck by another rush of indescribable dizziness. This place was a little strange. Could it be that the Time Divine tool had run out of power? He finally saw the clinic he was looking for and was just about to enter when the world transformed again. The bleak and desolate city returned back to its serene and beautiful state as countless people walked the streets while conversing with one another. The shops along the streets had employees advertising their wares outside or welcoming customers with smiles. There was a little girl in a cream-colored dress, licking on a skewer of sugar-coated haws as she stood outside the clinic and looked out onto the streets. And Lin's heart stirred. This was the clinic. He was just about to go in when his footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He turned toward that little girl standing outside the door, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she felt. All of a sudden, a thought exploded in his mind. Holy fuck! This little girl looked very similar to Dongfang Mengjie. Could it be that this was Dongfang Mengjie as a child? If this was Dongfang Mengjie out here, then inside the clinic. And Lin felt like things were about to get a little difficult, and he took a deep breath before walking into the clinic. He was greeted by a familiar sight. There was an extremely beautiful woman in a cream-colored dress with a warm smile sorting medicinal ingredients. She presented a very enticing sight, but she was completely frozen, as if she were a three-dimensional still image. A middle-aged man was injecting his energy into a white stone in his hand with all his might. Countless dark lines appeared in the air around Dongfang Mengjie, and they were slowly approaching her, presenting quite a strange sight in this completely motionless world. Mr. And Lin, you're finally here. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke in a hoarse voice. What happened? And Lin discovered that Dongfang Zhuangshi was currently in a very bad condition. To put it more accurately, his body was in a state of complete overexertion and depletion. Even so, he was still pouring forth energy that he didn't have frantically into the white stone in his hand. I used the essential time stone to inject a huge amount of time power into this city in an attempt to kickstart the flow of time in one fell swoop, only to draw backlash from this world. The time in this world is now in a complete, non-sequential turmoil, and if it weren't for the fact that the chaotic life core is protecting Mengjie, she would have already been replaced by that little girl outside. Now, the entire world is rejecting Dongfang Mengjie, and I can't hold on for much longer. Dongfang Zhuangshi's face was extremely pale as he gripped tightly onto the white stone in his hand. His energy had already been completely depleted, and he was burning his blood essence as an energy source. And Lin's expression became extremely grave as he looked at the black lines converging toward Dongfang Mengjie. He immediately nodded. What should I do then? How would I know? Help me, and Lin. Dongfang Zhuangshi wailed with helplessness. And Lin knew that he was Dongfang Zhuangshi's final hope. He was the final straw that Dongfang Zhuangshi could cling onto. His final roll of the dice. However, and Lin was also in despair. He didn't even have any idea of what was going on. So how was he supposed to save Dongfang Mengjie? Perhaps he would be able to figure something out if he were given some time. But now, time was something they sorely lacked. If Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't hold on, and the white stone lost its source of energy, then those black lines in the air would instantly destroy Dongfang Mengjie. And Lin, please. Dongfang Zhuangshi gritted his teeth and frantically burned through what little remained of his blood essence as he tried to rectify the situation. But his aura was slowly growing weaker and weaker, and the black lines were constantly converging toward the woman he was trying so desperately to save. And Lin took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with distress. If Dongfang Zhuangshi wanted him to do something, then more background information was required. Information that was not being provided to him. However, and Lin knew that he didn't have time to complain. So he racked his brain for a way to resolve this situation with what little information he had. An enormous amount of time power had been injected into this world in an attempt to kickstart the flow of time, yet it had only triggered turmoil instead of actually kickstarting the progression of time. In the end, this was still all because this city had not been integrated into the current flow of time. However, the only thing worthy of celebration was that time was no longer at a standstill. It was fluctuating up and down in an extremely unstable manner, but that meant that there was at least a possibility for it to flow in a normal fashion. Just as Lin was thinking, he suddenly felt that for an instant, the Dongfang Mengjie before his eyes was different again, as if something had overlapped with something. His line of sight passed through the window of the clinic out to the throng of people on the streets. His pupils contracted drastically. This scene was the exact same scene as when the time had first come to a standstill in this world. Time could jump back to that original point. However, the scenes outside the clinic transformed once again very soon. But that didn't matter as Lin had already seen hope. If the city could return to its original point in time and if he could integrate Dongfang Mengjie with that point in time, then she wouldn't suffer any more backlash. If he could also make that point in time integrate with the absolute flow of time in the real world, then he would be able to save this world from its current state of limbo. But the flow of time was jumping erratically without any rhyme or reason. How could he set it back to normal? Wait, integration. Integration with the absolute flow of time. And Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, Mengjie. Even if you're destined to die, I'll make sure to die before you. All of Dongfang Zhuangshi's energy had been depleted, and his blood essence was also very close to being completely expended. His body was extremely feeble, but his eyes were particularly bright as he stared at the woman in front of him, as if he would never get sick of looking at her. Dongfang Zhuangshi, I have a way to save her. You better hold on for me. And Lin yelled. Dongfang Zhuangshi shuddered upon hearing this, and tears welled up in his eyes. Really? Mr. Lin, are you serious? I'm dead serious, so don't you give up. And Lin replied with a firm expression. I won't give up. This is great. This is fantastic. Dongfang Zhuangshi began to bawl his eyes out like a child. He was already in despair and had prepared himself to die with Dongfang Mengjie after his blood essence ran out. But who would have thought that Lin would really be able to figure out a way to rectify this situation? Time was still jumping around in complete turmoil, and Lin focused on his surroundings with intense attention. He could detect every single change in time. Time was quickly passing by. Dongfang Zhuangshi was trembling uncontrollably. His blood essence really was on the verge of running out now. But the thought of being able to save Dongfang Mengjie spurred him on and kept him from falling into unconsciousness. And Lin knew that time was quickly running out. The flow of time in this world was completely erratic, and he had no idea when it would jump back to its original point. It could revert to that point in time in the next second, or it could never revert back to that point ever again. This was all down to luck now. Sometimes fate really was the decisive factor. There were countless Dao, and there were also countless directions in which fate could go. Every seemingly insignificant action and every fleeting instant could give rise to countless possibilities. And Lin set all other thoughts aside and focused his attention entirely on the fluctuation of time. Finally, for a short second, that feeling he was looking for appeared again. The Dongfang Mengjie before his eyes suddenly overlapped with the rest of this world. Throngs of people milled about on the streets outside. Sunlight passed through the window, shining upon her beautiful features. And Lin focused his gaze, and his aura instantly soared to its peak. Golden ripples suddenly spread through the entire clinic, before proliferating into infinity and beyond, encompassing the entire ancient city and freezing everything in time. Time stop. The erratically fluctuating time suddenly ceased to fluctuate. Everything was motionless aside from a certain white-robed man. At that moment, Enlin was the ruler of the time within this city. Everything was completely motionless aside from one man. He wielded the paramount power of laws, and the black lines converging toward Dongfang Mengjie suddenly disappeared in that instant. The spell technique he had obtained from the River of Time was the key. The time stop technique could stop all time within a certain range, and when the time stop effect wore off, the time within that area would reintegrate with the absolute flow of time of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was a unique property his spell technique possessed, and it was applicable to all situations. In essence, the flow of time in this ancient city was disconnected from the absolute flow of time. If Enlin could use his time stop technique on this world, then following the conclusion of time stop's effects, the flow of time in this ancient city would reintegrate with the absolute flow of time of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In other words, Enlin's time stop had forced the flow of time in this ancient city to reintegrate with the absolute flow of time. 1 second later, sunlight passed through the window, spilling into the room. A light breeze blew past, and the curtain within the clinic waved gently. Tinkle, tinkle. A set of wind chimes created an extremely pleasant sound. Osmanthus cakes. Fresh, delicious osmanthus cakes. $3 per slice. Mommy, I want to eat osmanthus cake. Eat osmanthus cake my ass, you spoiled brat. Eat your skewer of sugar-coated haws first. Bursts of laughter erupted outside. A woman in a cream-colored dress was quickly sorting through medicinal ingredients with her nimble hands. However, her movements suddenly faltered, and she turned around, upon which her expression froze at the sight of the middle-aged man with Kirin horns standing behind her. The middle-aged man was crying like a child. What's wrong, Xianxia? Did you screw up your pill tower trial? So what? Real men shouldn't cry like babies, she scolded before giving him a slap to the face. Mengjie. Dongfang Xianxia wept tears of excitement and elation, and he suddenly felt a little dizzy. I think I'm a little anemic. His head began to ring, and his eyes rolled over as he collapsed to the ground and fainted. The middle-aged man who had been bawling his eyes out a second ago was now falling back with his eyes rolled over into the back of his head. Dongfang Mengjie was given a fright and immediately stood up to steady him. What's going on with you this time? This isn't anemia. You barely have any blood left in your body. Dongfang Mengjie was given another fright as she assessed Dongfang Xianxia's condition. Dongfang Xianxia lay in her warm embrace and inhaled her familiar scent as tears spilled down his face again. He rubbed his head into her warm and soft body, upon which he encountered a soft and bouncy ball. Slap! A loud slap reverberated throughout the entire clinic. You're already in such an awful state, and you still won't settle down? Dongfang Mengjie glowered at him with a blush on her face. Dongfang Xianxia felt the familiar searing pain on his face, and he was moved to the point of tears again. This was the feeling that he had missed so much. Furthermore, all of this was real. After waiting for so long and dreaming about this countless times, his dream had finally come true. All right, stop crying. Lie down. Dongfang Mengjie carried him to one of the beds within the clinic before turning her curious eyes toward Enlin. I am Dongfang Xianxia's friend, Enlin. Enlin smiled. Even though this was the first time he was communicating with Dongfang Mengjie, he was already extremely familiar with her from experiencing Dongfang Xianxia's memories. As such, it was quite a strange feeling talking to her as if they were strangers. Hello, Mr. Enlin. A warm smile appeared on Dongfang Mengjie's face. How did Dongfang Xianxia become like this? Enlin blinked. Was she serious? He had just burned through almost all of his blood essence to save her. Enlin was wondering if he should tell the truth. Perhaps it would be more touching if Dongfang Xianxia told the story in person? Actually, wouldn't it make things more authentic if a bystander told the story? Dongfang Xianxia became like this because of you? Enlin said with a serious expression. Because of me? Dongfang Mengjie's eyes widened. How? You've already died once, and in order to save you, Dongfang Zhuangshi expended countless years and almost gave his life many times before bringing you back to life. And Lin continued. Dongfang Mengjie was astonished. Which mental asylum did you escape from? And Lin. He couldn't blame her for having such a reaction. She had been here sorting medicine this entire time, and to her, Dongfang Zhuangshi had only been away for a very short period of time. How had countless years passed already? Things like the power of time were far beyond her realm of understanding. This was like if you were having a meal and then your friend suddenly came up to you and told you that he had expended countless years and risked his life to save you. You would also treat them like an idiot. My apologies, that was rude. But, Mr. Enlin, are you really okay? Dongfang Mengjie stared at Enlin as if she was trying to analyze whether he was mentally impaired from his expression. Enlin heaved a faint sigh. Stay with Dongfang Zhuangshi. He'll tell you everything after he wakes up. Dongfang Zhuangshi had fainted from extreme blood deprivation, and even though he wore a ridiculously happy smile on his face, his condition was actually very bad, and he required meticulous care. Dongfang Zhuangshi bowed again to express her gratitude before tending to Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Lin made his way out of the clinic again. He looked at the lively and bustling city before him, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This time, the city was finally alive. And Lin raised his head to look up at the sun in the sky. The fake sun had disappeared, and it was time to welcome the new sun. Soon, someone wanted to make their way out of the city, only to be impeded by a massive enchantment barrier, upon which the entire city erupted into turmoil. Why was there an enchantment barrier around the city? Alarms were raised, and the entire city was on high alert. One powerful cultivator after another gathered to discuss strategy. Some people were in despair and knelt down to the sky, asking whatever immortal had set up this enchantment barrier to spare their lives and forgive them for whatever they had done wrong. This was a massive enchantment barrier that enshrouded the entire city, so it would have been set up by an exceptionally powerful mighty figure. None of the cultivators stood a chance against a mighty figure of this caliber, and that mighty figure would decide whether they lived or died, which was why some of the cultivators were in such a state of panic. Soon, a powerful man in a golden battle robe flew over to the center of the city before bowing respectfully to the sky and speaking a loud and clear voice. I am City Lord Chan Dian. May I please ask why Senior has set up this enchantment barrier here? We will be happy to offer our services should they be required. So please spare us, Senior. And Lin was a little taken aback upon hearing this. The senior they were talking to was still crying in Dongfang Mengjie's arms and had no time to respond to them. However, this enchantment barrier seemed to have seriously petrified the cultivators within this city. Cultivators were always very fearful toward power that was beyond them and incomprehensible to them, so this reaction made sense. And Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding against revealing himself. So what if they were scared? They would settle down after a while. The sky remained completely silent, and that mysterious senior did not say anything. Chun Dian's eyes were filled with despair upon seeing this. This was most likely a senior who viewed them as mere ants. Countless cultivators were extremely distressed, as if doomsday were coming. Some of them were even embracing their family and friends to make final goodbyes. And Lin felt like this made for some rather interesting viewing. A few hours later, Dongfang Zhuangshi woke up. He then recounted everything that had happened in the past however many years to Dongfang Mengjie. This story had completely transcended beyond Dongfang Mengjie's imagination, and she felt like she was listening to the most absurd fictional story. During the process, she interrupted Dongfang Zhuangshi many times in order to verify if he really wasn't insane. Dongfang Zhuangshi led Dongfang Mengjie out of the enchantment barrier. Dongfang Mengjie exited the ancient city to find that she was situated above the clouds. The light of the setting sun had colored the sea of clouds below red, making for an extremely spectacular view. This ancient city was situated on a floating continent. My city is really in the sky? Dongfang Mengjie murmured in disbelief. It has been in the sky since a long time ago, Dongfang Zhuangshi verified. Have tens of thousands of years really passed? Dongfang Mengjie continued. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a serious expression. That's right. This world has changed a lot. I've been sorting medicine here, and tens of thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye? Dongfang Mengjie was still in disbelief. This was like the most absurd transmigration story. Tens of thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye, as if she had been detached from the outside world. And Lin could see why she was in so much shock. After all, it would be a very interesting experience for one's flow of time to become disjointed from the absolute flow of time. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Dongfang Mengjie expressed earnest gratitude toward Enlin again. If it weren't for Enlin, Dongfang Mengjie would already be dead right now. Enlin was very elated to see the loving couple finally reunited. He had done another good deed, and he was feeling very good about himself as a result. He bade them farewell gracefully before returning to the 4-9 Immortal sect. The enchantment barrier around the city was suddenly lifted. The horrified cultivators within the city finally felt relieved. All of them celebrated with elation and bowed toward that senior in the sky before making their way out of the city, upon which all of them were dumbstruck. Holy fuck! What is this place? City Lord Chundian looked around at his surroundings with confusion on his face. My city is in the sky? He was being greeted by the sight of a boundless sea of clouds. His city was situated above the clouds. A cold wind blew past. Chundian shivered, but he still somewhat recovered his composure. Did that senior launch our city into the sky? It's very much possible. But why would they do that? What did we do to deserve this? Chen Dian was on the verge of tears. As the city lord, he was responsible for the safety of the entire city, but he was in complete despair and was at a loss for what to do. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful here, but Chen Dian was not in the mood to look at any scenery. Right at this moment, two people appeared before him. The man was quite unfamiliar and had a pair of strange horns on his head, but the woman was very familiar. She was the #1 beauty within their city and a top-notch doctor as well. City Lord Chen, the middle-aged man said as he extended a polite salute. Greetings, you are. Chundian spoke with a cautious expression. The middle-aged man pulled out a map. Chundian was a little disgruntled. He was not in the mood to be looking at any maps right now. The middle-aged man smiled. Where would you like your city to be located in the Kingdom of the 9 States? I can place it anywhere you want. Chundian? At the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin returned to his living quarters. And Lin, is Dongfang Zhuangshi all right now? Su Xiaolan asked with a tense expression. A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face. You think there's something that your Dao partner can't fix? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Enlin. Yes, Enlin is the best. Does that mean you saved big sister Dongfang? Yiling skipped over to Enlin with excitement on her face. She had heard the story between Dongfang Zhuangshi and Dongfang Mengjie from Su Xiaolan and had been very touched by their story. She's fine now. I can take you to meet her someday. Enlin smiled. Dongfang Zhuangshi's wish had been granted, and as the figurative genie in the lamp, Enlin was feeling very good about himself. You want to fight? I'm super strong. A voice message arrived from the distant western paradise. The battling Buddha was inviting Enlin for a battle again. Ever since the heavenly human tribe and its armies retreated into their turtle shells, the battling Buddha had been bored out of his mind. After witnessing Enlin's extraordinary power, all he thought about every day was to fight Enlin. However, Enlin was not a man that would easily agree to a battle. Little boys had to learn to protect themselves and couldn't just go with anyone who invited them. They had to distance themselves and assess the situation to see if this was a sincere invitation with good intentions. At the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin would play around with little Gu, walk to Bai, beat up little Huang, and enjoy Yiling and Su Xiaolan's massages from time to time. This was heaven on earth here, so why would he go all the way to the Buddhist kingdom just for a fight? Was he retarded? Enlin responded with a voice message of his own. Another day. Thus, his leisurely life continued. Enlin gave his vermilion bird mirror to Emperor Ziwei in the hope that he could repair it. The mirror had blocked heavenly goddess Lin Yu's karma attack for him and had cracked as it was unable to handle the terrifying power of that attack. The artifact spirit, Xiaoke, was fine, but the mirror was the equivalent of her face. Now that Xiaoke had been disfigured, she was in constant misery, and Enlin was determined to fix her. Enlin passed the vermilion bird mirror to little Tian as he instructed in a serious voice. Tell Emperor Ziwei that I can pay any price to fix her. Money is not a problem. Yes, master. Shui Zhantian immediately tore through space to travel toward the heavenly court. Little Xie spoke in her cold voice. Who would have thought that you would be so compassionate toward an artifact spirit? And Lin was speechless. Isn't this something I should do? Is my image really that terrible in your heart? No, little Xie wagged a finger and said, my image of you is even worse than you can imagine. And Lin immediately injected a few bursts of divine weapon origin energy into little Xie, drawing a series of delicate moans. Sometimes action spoke louder than words. Sure enough, after feeding little Xie, she no longer said any bad things about Enlin. Enlin also summoned Xiao Fu and fed her in the same way. These lowly artifact spirits were all very dishonest with themselves, and Enlin had to make them concede their true selves through the use of his divine weapon origin energy. He then attended to Xiao Pang. After satisfying all of them, he was completely exhausted and panted heavily as he sunbathed. Big brother, and have some spirit fluid to replenish yourself, woof. Dabai jogged over with a bottle of spirit fluid in his mouth. And Lin took the bottle of spirit fluid and took a large gulp. The spirit liquid cooled him down, cleansed his body, and filled him with energy. He was feeling very relaxed and carefree after subduing his artifact spirits and drinking some spirit fluid. Su Xiaolan was also relaxing beside him while drinking some fruit juice. Boom! 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 Astonishing pillars of water suddenly erupted over the lake before them. Shenyuan Cheng stood at the center of the lake with his eyes tightly closed, and the water around him surged relentlessly before exploding violently with explosive power. He was trying to make water self-detonate, and it appeared that this spell technique was very close to success. Shenyuan Cheng's #1 retarded superfan, Xu Honglan, applauded with excitement, and her scorching eyes were transfixed upon Shenyuan Cheng, as if he were the center of the universe. And Lin began to wonder again just how long these two nutjobs were going to take to become Dao partners. Sect leader and Lin, I have some urgent news. A disciple hurried over from afar atop his sword, and Lin stirred upon seeing this. Normally, news was reported to the elders. However, this disciple was delivering news directly to him. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe united army was attacking again? The disciple handed him a piece of paper, upon which was drawn a massive map. This was a map of the southern region of the Taichu continent, and there were 3 massive holes annotated upon the map. There was a string of text that was particularly eye-catching. The soul power within the Taichu continent reached a peak. 3 spatial holes have appeared in the southern region of the Taichu continent, through which one can reach the spirit realm, where the spirit patriarch is situated. Many void spirit tribe living beings have already entered the spirit realm to try and find their own opportunities, including 2 of the most powerful beings within the void spirit tribe, the god-engulfing skeleton and Ember. And Lin finally knew why this information was so important. Su Xiaolan's pupils immediately contracted upon seeing this. A conflicted expression appeared on her face. And Lin cut her off. Let's go exact our revenge, Xiaolan. The spirit realm was the holy land of the void spirit tribe. It held a similar meaning to the holy land of the blood tribe. The only difference was that only holy disciples could enter the blood tribe holy land, but the spirit realm was open to the entire Taichu continent, as there were no ancient restrictions, and the spatial holes leading into it appeared at random locations. Even the Void Spirit Tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures were unable to predict the exact location of where the spatial holes were going to appear next. The 3 spatial holes were all situated in the northern region of the Taichu continent, one of which was situated in the Void Spirit Realm, another of which was situated in the Spirit Lake Realm, and the final one was situated within the White Frost Forest near the Creation Realm. Every time the Spirit Realm opened up, countless living beings would enter it to find opportunities. This was not just limited to Void Spirit Tribe living beings, but other living beings from all over the continent would also enter it to look for opportunities. The spirit realm wasn't just the holy land of the Void Spirit Tribe. It was more so an indispensable part of the Taichu continent, and the wealth within the spirit realm belonged to all living beings within the Taichu continent. At least, that was what all of the foreign living beings who went in there to plunder treasures and opportunities said. And Lin felt like they were right. Su Xiaolan's heart jolted upon seeing Lin's firm resolution to help her exact her revenge. And Lin, any living beings can enter the spirit realm, but it's still a very dangerous place. Su Xiaolan was still quite hesitant. The god engulfing skeleton and ember had also entered the spirit realm. This was a world that they had no control over theoretically, so it was an ideal place to hunt them down. However, the Void Spirit Tribe held the spirit realm in extremely high regard, and the spirit realm was always stacked with countless Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings and mighty figures in the past, so it was still an extremely perilous place. How can we pass up on such an ideal opportunity? Even the god engulfing skeleton and ember have entered the spirit realm, so we should take care of both of them at once. And Lin was not fearful at all. Apparently, at the height of the soul power tide, no one can exit the spirit realm. Only after the soul power tide begins to recede can they leave. This equates to a period of 20 days, in which no one can escape, so this is an ideal opportunity. Su Xiaolan was finally convinced to go to the spirit realm upon Lin's insistence. She now had the ability to exact her revenge, so she didn't want to wait any longer. Su Xiaolan drew her sword. Last time, you, Black Spirit Snake, and I surrounded the god engulfing skeleton, but it was still able to get away. This time, I'm going to cut down both the god engulfing skeleton and ember. And Lin also drew his sword. I would love to come on your noble quest and accompany you as you slay your enemies and carve out a path of light and justice. The two of them exchanged smiling glances before devising a plan. In order to make the mission safer, they decided to call on some reinforcements. The powerful beings defending the kingdom of the 9 states were definitely off-limits, but little Huang could come. Aside from that, Lin contacted Black Spirit Snake via voice transmission talisman, asking her if she was interested in going to the spirit realm. Black Spirit Snake's reply was very straightforward. Don't bother me if it's not a battle against the heavenly human tribe. And Lin sheepishly cut off the voice transmission. However, the voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up again a short while later. Senior and Lin, I'll come. White Spirit Snake's excited voice sounded, and it was intermingled with Black Spirit Snake's enraged cries of, "Oh no you don't! And are you out of your mind?" And Lin didn't quite know what to do here, and he turned to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan nodded with a smile. Thus, White Spirit Snake became the newest addition to their spirit realm team. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Little Huang, and White Spirit Snake. This was already quite a formidable lineup, and they were confident that they could hunt Ember and the god engulfing skeleton down. However, right when Lin was preparing to set off, his voice transmission talisman lit up again. Brother and Lin, want to meet up in the spirit realm? The battling Buddha's voice sounded, and Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go kick some Void Spirit Tribe ass. Ha ha ha. Nice. I've been itching for a fight recently, so kicking some Void Spirit Tribe ass sounds fantastic to me. The battling Buddha's bold voice sounded again, and Lin responded in a serious voice. For the kingdom of the 9 states, for the human race, for the entire continent, we must destroy these evil beings. We must uphold justice and act as a beacon of light. Clack. The voice transmission was cut off. The battling Buddha scratched his ears. Geez, he's even more chatty than my master. Wait. I forgot to ask him where we are meeting. In the northern region of the Spirit Lake realm. There was a vast ice lake from which bursts of frost exuded, and there was also a massive blue spatial hole above. It revolved relentlessly like a vortex, sucking at the vital energy and soul power on the continent, while exuding an extremely powerful spatial force at the same time. This was one of the 3 entrances into the spirit realm on the Taichu continent. One powerful being after another had already entered the blue spatial hole. Their mission was not to slay enemies, but instead, They were there to secure treasures and inheritances. The spirit realm was actually an ancient battleground, which was also the place that the spirit patriarch had once ruled over and perished. This was a boundless land with countless valuable remains, strange plants, lost artifacts, and even lost inheritances. If it weren't for the fact that all living beings inside would perish from the backlash of the heavenly Tao after the spirit realm closed, they wouldn't even be able to bring themselves to leave. And Lin and Su Xiaolin rode atop Little Huang and quickly arrived at the spirit realm entrance at the spirit lake realm. My God! Is that a phoenix? It's the 4-9 immortal sex phoenix. All of the powerful beings gathered at the vast ice lake became extremely excited. Some of them were even bowing slightly as a gesture of respect and concession toward the phoenix's higher-level bloodline. Look, it's sect leader Enlin, and the divine phoenix maiden. Enlin was now at the height of his popularity, and the powerful beings gathered at the vast ice lake erupted into a frenetic frenzy. All of them were looking up at the man atop the phoenix with undisguised reverence and fanaticism. This was a true living legend. War God Enlin is coming to the spirit realm. It looks like the Void Spirit tribe is screwed. We have to make sure that we stay out of Enlin's way when we get into the spirit realm. All of the powerful beings were struck by a sense of instinctive fear when they recalled back to the battles of Enlin that they had witnessed. They were quite concerned that Enlin's battles would sweep them up as collateral damage. Senior Enlin, an excited voice sounded. Enlin saw White Spirit Snake waving excitedly at him from a distance away. An extremely pissed-off Black Spirit Snake was standing beside her. Enlin suddenly became excited. Was this a buy-one-get-one free deal? Enlin, I'll be telling Her Majesty Nuwa about how bad of an influence you are on my sister. Black Spirit Snake gritted her teeth as she glared at Enlin. Black Spirit Snake was already in despair and could only bring out Her Majesty Nuwa to try and take Enlin down a notch. What's this about being a bad influence? Enlin spoke with firm expression. I am trying to eliminate the enemies of the human race and even the entire continent. The veins on Black Spirit Snake's forehead bulged, but she repressed her urge to bring out her massive sword. Senior Enlin, let's go in. White Spirit Snake made her way over to Enlin joyfully. Let's wait for a bit longer. There's still someone else coming, Enlin replied. Who? White Spirit Snake was intrigued. The most ferocious fighter in the Buddhist kingdom. Enlin smiled. White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake immediately knew who it was after hearing Enlin's description. It was surely that monkey. The battling Buddha couldn't beat Buddhist Rulai, but he was certainly the most ferocious fighter in the Buddhist kingdom. Humph. Monkeys really do gather in groups. Black Spirit Snake pursed her lips. Enlin responded with a stern expression. Getting rid of the Void Spirit tribe is a good thing for the entire Tai Chu continent. We are fighting for the peace and prosperity of the continent. Senior Enlin, who do we fight once we get in there? White Spirit Snake asked. The god engulfing skeleton and ember. I have a vendetta against them. Enlin replied with a serious expression. Black Spirit Snake chuckled coldly. Heh, as expected, you're just doing this for personal reasons. All right, I'll be sure to fight all out if I see them. White Spirit Snake wore an enraged expression, as if she had a vendetta against them as well. Black Spirit Snake became even more depressed upon seeing White Spirit Snake in her current state. Not long after that, a cloud of white mist rushed over from afar. All of a sudden, a Buddhist halo spread across the entire sky alongside the sound of Buddhist mantras. A handsome monkey king in iridescent armor descended from the heavens. Mr. Enlin, I'm here. Boom! Golden light plunged into the vast ice lake, stirring up massive waves. What a grand entrance! Enlin clicked his tongue in wonder. The team was all here, and it was time to enter the spirit realm. Black Spirit Snake. After we enter the spirit realm, we will be dropped at random locations. There are 3 exits which would be indicated by the colors in the sky. These colors are of the purple extreme, red extreme, or white extreme. The Void Spirit tribe will usually exit from the purple extreme, and we normally take the red extreme. All right, then let's all use the red exit when we leave. Enlin nodded. How should we find one another? Su Xiaolin asked. This was indeed a problem. Everyone was going to be dropped randomly within the spirit realm, so what could they do? Gather at the red exit and go fight the void spirit tribe after that? There might not be enough time. As for landmarks, the spirit realm was a boundless place, and whenever it opened up, only a random section of it was actually available for exploration. It was very much possible that the area they were about to enter was uncharted territory, so no one knew what landmarks would be in there. That's simple. The battling Buddha laughed and said, I'll be fighting as soon as I get in there. So all of you will just need to travel toward the location where the most intense battle is taking place. Everyone was astonished. Was this monkey trying to flip the entire spirit realm on its head? This was a very simple method, but it did seem like it would work. Thus, everyone came to a decision and decided to use this method. And Lin and the others began to fly toward the blue hole before plunging into the vortex. A rush of dizziness swept forth. And Lin could feel an extremely powerful spatial force. It was vast and primordial and was not something any living beings could resist. His vision darkened from the rush of dizziness. When he reopened his eyes, everything had changed. The earth was undulating and colorful with types of indeterminate plants growing upon it, all of which shared one special characteristic, which was that they were very vibrant and enticing, as if they were prostitutes on the streets, seducing all living beings passing by. And Lin looked up at the sky and found it to be quite peculiar. It was like a kaleidoscope full of colors or an abstract painting. However, there were 6 extremely eye-catching colors in the extremely far distance. Red, black, white, purple, green, and gold. Those should be the extremes. There are 6 of them, but only 3 are exits. What could the other 3 be? Apparently, some of them are terrifying lethal realms capable of bringing Dao integration stage super mighty figures to their demise. Some of them are ancient ruins. Some of them are indeterminate battlefields, but all of them appear haphazardly. And Lin murmured. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly began to bulge. And Lin's brows furrowed slightly as he looked ahead. At this moment, countless venomous fangs suddenly erupted from the ground within a radius of over 100 meters like spears before converging toward the center, which was right wherein Lin was standing. There was a massive mouth right beneath wherein Lin was situated. Howl! A colorful and vibrant insect monster's fangs converged toward Lin. Sigh! And Lin heaved a faint sigh before stepping forward, upon which his aura erupted forth. Bam! The venomous monster exploded on the spot, sending blood and flesh hurtling through the air. And Lin didn't even use a spell technique to put an end to this monster. He paused momentarily before discovering a light in the distance, upon which a smile appeared on his face. He then made his way toward that direction. At this moment, in a lethal realm where red light covered the entire sky, the god-engulfing skeleton was bathing in a pool of blood. Countless colorful lost souls hovered through the air, wailing in agony, howling with grief, or screaming in horror. A normal living being would definitely be driven insane in an environment such as this. However, this big-headed skeleton was wobbling its head from side to side and humming lightly to itself, as if it were listening to the most heavenly music in this world. A twin-headed, inky black monster was situated beside the big-headed skull. It was slurping up the blood within the pool with an expression of contentment on its face. The soul power blood essence here really is wonderful. If it weren't for the fact that its effects would disappear if we took it away from here, I would definitely take all of the blood essence in this pool with me. Hee hee, don't worry so much. At the rate we're absorbing, we can absorb all of the essence within this pool in 3 days. The god-engulfing skeleton narrowed its eyes with an expression of contentment. At this moment, a blue bird-like spirit flew over from afar. Urgent news, god-engulfing emperor. The blue bird yelled in a loud voice upon landing beside the god-engulfing skeleton. Roar! What is it? How dare you interrupt us? If this isn't something important, I'm going to swallow you. The twin-headed monster snarled. The blue bird shuddered, but it still delivered its message. According to our sources, Lin of the 4-9 Immortal sect has already entered the spirit realm. Both the twin-headed monster and the big-headed skeleton's expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this. "Who else is with him?" the twin-headed monster asked. "We don't know yet." The bird shook its head. "At the moment, it's just him, and we were only able to discover him as the location he appeared at was right where one of our scouting monsters was situated." The twin-headed monster turned to the god-engulfing skeleton, as if it was wondering what they should do. And Lin had simply been far too active on the Taichu continent lately, making him a nightmare to all enemies. All Void Spirit tribe living beings shuddered when speaking about him. "Ha ha ha ha!" The god-engulfing skeleton suddenly laughed heartily as battle intent exploded from its body. "Good. Does he really think that this is the kingdom of the 9 states? This is the spirit realm. It's our territory. And Lin thinks he can crush the entire world after securing some pitiful achievements. I'm gonna make him regret coming here. This time, I'm keeping him here forever." The god-engulfing skeleton's bold words sent shivers running down the spines of the twin-headed monster and the blue bird spirit. "You're right. That arrogant brat. And Lin dares to encroach upon our Void Spirit tribe territory. Looks like he doesn't know just how terrifying our Void Spirit tribe is." The twin-headed monster chuckled. The god-engulfing skeleton harumphed coldly. "Last time, I only made a tactical retreat when 3 of them were battling me at once. Does he really think that he's a match for me? Perhaps he's good at taking care of heavenly gods. But in a fight against me, he can only kneel before me and call me daddy." The twin-headed monster nodded incessantly. "But there are rumors going around that Enlin's power is already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage." A hesitant expression appeared on the blue bird spirit's face. The god-engulfing skeleton chuckled coldly. "I fought Enlin before, and I know his true power. His power level is at the pinnacle of the Dao integration intermediate stage at most. As for the rumors going around, those are all just exaggerations and hyperbole. I'm confident that I can cut down Enlin." The god-engulfing skeleton was a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage and one of the most powerful beings in the Void Spirit realm. How could it be afraid of Enlin? Especially when this was the Spirit realm, part of the Void Spirit tribe's territory. Even if this weren't the Void Spirit realm, the soul power was extremely rich and abundant here, so it was an ideal battlefield for Void Spirit tribe cultivators. "What should we do now?" The twin-headed monster's eyes shone brightly. "Let's go and make him beg for mercy at my feet." The god-engulfing skeleton spoke in a frosty voice. During their last battle, it was forced to make a disheveled retreat and sacrificed a divine tool. This was massive humiliation, and it was not going to pass up this opportunity to exact its revenge. "All right, let's go destroy him," the twin-headed monster cackled. It was a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and if it could follow the god-engulfing skeleton in stomping the most popular powerful being in the Taichu continent beneath its feet, that would do wonders for its popularity and fame. One had to realize that Enlin was a miraculous man who had broken 2 heavenly gates in succession. If it could contribute to bringing about his downfall, then this would be something to boast about for the rest of its life. At this moment, at a certain place within the spirit realm, Enlin was trudging over the landscape and inspecting this place with curiosity on his face. Wah! Hiss! Hiss! A series of eerie, sinister sounds wafted by his ears. There was occasionally a shrill screech, and the ghastly sound of nails being dragged across a blackboard seemed to be ever present. This was not a friendly place, but Enlin was very interested in it as there was a massive carcass of over 50 kilometers in size up ahead. What kind of concept was this? This meant that this carcass was as big as a large city. It appeared to be a butterfly, but its 2 wings were illusionary, upon which hung countless struggling, twisted heads numbering roughly in the tens of millions. All of them were of different colors as well, and they bunched together an extremely dense formation, creating a trypophobic's nightmare. Is this a deceased spirit body? Generally speaking, deceased spirit bodies would disappear from this world in the form of energy. But this butterfly is different. Its spirit body did not dissipate following its death. Instead, it has become a spirit body corpse with no signs of life. And Lin stared at the massive carcass with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This is definitely a valuable treasure. I have to take it? And Lin took a deep breath with a scorching light in his eyes, and he planned to put this carcass into some supreme-grade storage rings for future research. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a ding-dong sounded in his mind, and Lin shuddered upon hearing this. This was a system notification. What the fuck? Was the system going to screw him over again? Who let this system off its leash? Don't let it come biting people like this. Tears immediately welled up in Lin's eyes. He was still traumatized by his near-death experience from eating a sun, but the system was already rearing its head again. Couldn't it just settle down for a while? The system was always screwing him over, and if it was possible, and Lin really didn't want it to make another appearance, couldn't it just leave him to exact his revenge in peace? And Lin turned his attention toward his system, detected that the host is in close proximity to the remains of a demigod, now assigning the following special mission. Absorb all of the soul power essence from the remains of the demigod within an hour. Mission success. Receive stage 3 of the God cultivation method. Mission failure. Host is a stupid cunt. Note: after successfully absorbing the remains of the demigod, the host's consciousness will go into a dormant state, and the body's self-preservation mechanisms would be activated. As a result, 60% of the host's cultivation base will be sealed for the duration of a day. And Lin's eyes widened as his mind went blank. He ignored all of the mission content as his eyes lingered on the words, "Host is a stupid cunt. Host is a stupid cunt. Host is a stupid cunt. Host is a stupid cunt." There was no echo, but he felt like he could hear these words echoing beside his ears. What the fuck? The system was insulting him? Not only was it assigning missions, but it was also insulting him as well now. Why? Was it just trying to screw him over even further? Was it an expression of its true feelings? And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. If I die, it will either be because I get screwed to death by the system, or I die from rage evoked by the system. And Lin immediately retaliated in kind, calling the system every name under the sun and also giving Lord Luya the same treatment just for good measure before finally turning his attention to the system mission. The remains of the demigod being referred to by the system here was most likely this butterfly spirit body carcass. As for what a demigod was, and Lin didn't really know, but he had some guesses. The mission looked very simple. He had to absorb all of the soul power essence from the carcass before him, and if he failed, the system would call him a stupid cunt. That made sense. However, was this really not a mission that was simply the system's attempt to give it an opportunity to call him a stupid cunt? Or perhaps this host is a stupid cunt was not an adjective but a verb instead, which meant that if Lin was to fail the mission, the system would turn him into a stupid cunt. This was very much possible as well. So, which one was it? And Lin became even angrier the more he thought about it. After a while, he just decided to forget about it and just do it. He only had a 1-hour time limit, so he had to hurry up. This mission wasn't very difficult, but it was risky. The risk was that his consciousness would remain dormant. In addition, 60% of his cultivation base would be sealed for an entire day. In this spirit realm, which was fraught with peril, this was extremely dangerous, and it could be said to be the most dangerous part of this mission. I should be okay though. I can just hide somewhere for an entire day. Besides, even with 60% of my cultivation base sealed away, the vast majority of living beings in this world still won't be a match for me. And Lin consoled himself before making his way closer to the demigod remains.